Chat, hello. How are you doing? Hello, everyone.
Happy playoffs qualification day! The stakes are very simple today. A win will send our teams straight to playoffs. Where our
Let me turn the broadcast up. Be a bit better.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of Masters Toronto, coming to you live from the NK Center with 2 more Swiss stage matches. I am your host, Yingsun, and of course, with
Still
the day
quiet.
so important, I've
There you
gotta bring you guys Shopify Mel. You've been here before, having to qualify for 16
YouTube
different
chat, hello as well.
events at this point, so you know how the players are going to be feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's always an exciting feeling. I think at this point, you know, in the bracket, it's more so just more excitement.
My
than
Yu-Gi-Oh!
nerves,
Thank you so
I
much
would
for
hope.
doing that,
And
Nate.
as
Appreciate the
the
tier 1.
former
Thank you for the
coach
19
of
months.
Teddy Tactics,
Mentioned.
Ender, you also know what it's like to qualify, you know, for playoffs, and more importantly, to lose to Shopify.
Don't know what to do today.
More familiar with getting sent to the lower bracket.
Sentinels Bilibili should be pretty safe.
Actually,
The second
can we
one,
get a
I
show
don't know
of
about
hands
that.
here?
I wouldn't
Who's
touch that
ever
second game.
actually lost to Mel on this desk?
I choose to
I've lost to
believe.
myself. I'll
Yeah,
say it.
yeah.
I'll claim
It's
it.
just
You make more
me. I
from
have
streaming or
100%
coaching.
win rate against you, Mel.
I wouldn't
0
say
out of
100%
0
win
This-
rate, but you haven't lost to me.
This year and
See,
last year, I
choose
made
not to
more
believe,
streaming.
that I
The
lost. Instead, that I won
2023,
4
I think I
rounds
made more
versus Mel,
coaching.
so
That is
So it was like
four
once it was
more
past a
than
certain
I
level.
ever have, to be
Across
fair.
2 maps, no big deal.
Across 2 maps.
Yeah, and great segue, because that is kind of a similar story to how Gen.G versus...
Oh
But that's a big. There's a big amount down to 2 factors.
I'm so sorry.
Oilers,
But yeah, and
for
talk
sure.
me through some of the things we saw yesterday.
I
Like,
mean,
the main-
look,
the main
first series
Oilers
yesterday was
are a big reason
insane.
why.
Honestly, Wolves pushed Sentinels to
and
the
Liquid,
distance on that
obviously,
opening
as
map
well.
of Split. Sentinels ended up coming back in that second half with some really solid play, some good calling there
Speaking
too,
of Liquid, where are
to
the
end up
ads?
winning this series. But Mel, the second series was a completely different story.
I really
There you go.
thought the way these 2 series
Dylan,
played out
thanks so
should
much for
have
the
been swapped in
49
my
months.
head.
Holy.
I really truly thought the second series
I
was
appreciate
gonna
that
be
as well. Thanks so
gigabanger.
much, bro.
We all expected it to be.
Would you go if they
and
invite you
it
to be on the
frankly
desk?
was just a complete
No,
wash.
I don't
And
think
the
so.
first series, like you were saying, I think looks can be
It
deceiving.
just doesn't make sense
It was a 2-0 on paper,
to me.
but the first map, I mean, we
I
were
prefer
on the
watching
edge
all the
of our
games.
seats wondering who
I
was
prefer
gonna
doing
come out
this.
on
I prefer
top, and
streaming.
Sen just had the composure to actually end up taking the win.
And of course, after the draw show, we do know what we're going to get next. And today will be the 1-0 teams going up against each other.
And how much Riot is paying you for influence and marketing? Mate, I got none of that.
Mel,
I got
Paper
0
Rex
of
and
that,
Gen.G
Slasher.
running it back for the 9th time now.
Yeah, and I feel like they've kind of have been in this situation in similar
I don't know who
states.
got all of
Nothing
that.
crazy in terms of like
You gotta
elimination,
look
but
at
still
some
a very
bigger
important
bigger
match in
names
terms of
than me.
getting into
That's
that
all I'm
playoff
saying.
spot.
Yeah, and in terms of the first series too, it's Sentinels versus another Chinese team here in Bilibili Gaming.
Lee
so
Conductor,
a lot
thank
of
you so
fun to be
much
had there as
with
They
the
could
tier
do,
1 as
you
well.
know,
Appreciate the
every seed.
17
They go
months,
the
mate.
first seed, second seed.
I got all of it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I got all of it.
Ladder.
Go up to the first seed as well. We go, but of course, like you guys said, Wolves
We make
actually
$1
had
million
an
in a
amazing
year. Nowhere
performance,
near,
so it'll
bro.
be interesting to see how they do tomorrow as well. And that brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team will win the Battle of the Pacific, and I need Jen, Paperthin, and Achilles to be voting for this poll. I want to know what they think.
Yeah,
Make sure you guys
Jai,
scan
of
the
course.
QR code to cast
No,
your
nowhere-
vote
nowhere
between
near,
Paper
chat.
Rex and Gen.G, and we'll have the results later on. And make sure you use the hashtags VALORANT Masters and VCT so we can feature you on the show.
Yeah, and it's funny because
What I
usually
think about
you
Heretics
look
right now?
around any
I feel fine.
arena, right? Any
They got,
Valorant arena, even in Bangkok, there's so many
they got an
Paper Rex fans.
easy,
They're not in the
route
tournament, but
back
you
in.
see the jerseys everywhere. But I
I think Heretics
Gen.G
really
fans on the way
want
to the arena
Gen.G
today,
to
so they're
win
definitely
today.
coming in here for that match later on.
Right, if
Did
they
you
get
get the
Gen.G,
merch?
then
Like
if
the
they win
headbands and
1-0,
stuff?
they
They were
avoid
giving
Paper
that.
Rex, and I feel like
Yeah.
Gen.G,
Yeah.
Paper Rex
I'm
are the
gonna
2
be
teams that you want to be
right back.
avoiding
In
at the
fans,
moment.
are
So.
you guys behind me? If you haven't already
If you're a
grabbed some of the
Heretics fan,
Gen.G
you
merch, please go
are
do
also
it.
a Gen.G fan
I
today.
saw some headbands, I saw some scarves and stuff.
I saw
gotta
a
get on that.
hand-drawn Gen.G jersey.
Oh,
I think
I saw
Oxy
that
can be the
intro,
big-
like,
actually
next
beautiful craftsmanship,
biggest
by the way.
thing
It
in
was
Valorant.
super, super sick. Now it's
I mean,
time
he's
to
really
check in
good.
on the MVP race. Just to remind you guys, we will be giving out a new.
I'm not sure the next biggest thing.
Of course, MVP
Yeah, he can be
bracelet,
one of
and
the-
previous
he
winners
could be a
are
top
not
5
here, so
jewelers.
somebody who hasn't won it before is guaranteed to win it, and it's also a great opportunity opportunity for Aspas, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, Crashies to move up in the
Slasher,
global
what the
kills
hell?
leaderboard.
Not at all.
Albeit Crashies is a little bit further back than Aspas.
Also, Crashies, what's
Then
he doing?
getting an easy win
first
here.
seed out of EMEA, so he plays
I don't wanna
less
say
games,
easy.
less chances to get kills here and
But I
climb
didn't
up the
get the win
leaderboard.
here, yeah.
It's a tough spot to be in for him.
And Victor is still up there. That's crazy.
I think it's really interesting to see like the difference in like the points from placements 4 through 10, and then the top 3 are like kind of in their own league. They're like 200 points above the rest of them. So it'd be interesting to see if Crashy can gap.
Can we get
close,
rematches? No, no
the
rematches.
disadvantage he
So
has
that's why
going
if
in
you're
with having
Heretics,
less
you
games
want
to play.
Gen.G
And
to win.
if Aspas wants to win the MVP of this tournament, Mel, he probably will have to have a crazy performance, you know, go all the way to the finals. And if he does make the finals, he's probably going to get that bracelet.
Yeah. Oh,
Let's
absolutely.
be honest.
I mean, probably most likely candidate for it if that is the case.
I was going to say, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves
a little
right now,
bit.
but if they were to make the finals after what happened yesterday, yeah, it
Let's
would take
be
a
honest.
generational performance.
Yeah, he would deserve that bracelet.
Okay,
at
I have
that
an
point.
important
I
question for you.
actually
Here we go.
thought
Go on,
just what
Slasher,
I
what you
said
got?
just now was kind of
What
a
you
good
got for me?
take, which
Adapt and
brings us
everyone, thanks so
to
much for the
good
prime,
take,
dude. Appreciate the
bad
5 months. Thank you for that.
Segue.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Besides
now,
Aspas
there's
named
been a
the
lot of
3
chatter, of course,
stars.
about the tournament, about our
3
team. I'm
stars.
going to show you guys some of those from
But
social
I think
media.
stars
And
is
Mel and Ender,
you
I
said
wanna
stars
tell you,
instead
I
of
want you to
like
tell me if you think this
best
is a good
players.
take or a
Because stars
bad
is
take.
10s.
Of course, you guys at home play along with us. First up, we have, I believe, a tweet from Fnatic, which is, "Did we break
like
Heretics?"
superstars.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
we're
mean,
going for the
that's
3
not
most
really a take,
marketable
that's a
people, so
question.
it's
I'm gonna
supposed
say
to
the statement is they
it's
broke
supposed to
Heretics.
10s
Do
and
you
then
have a
plus
panel?
1.
Do you want to agree, disagree with
Tens
this?
was
Yeah,
retired.
I'll
He's still a
agree.
star.
I mean, look, Heretics were
Still,
looking like
he's
the
still,
best
in my
team
opinion,
the
like the face at the
universe
moment.
throughout EMEA until they played Fnatic, and Fnatic
give him a
just
year and he
flattened
won't be the
them
face, but-
completely. It was brutal. And then they come in here into Masters. I'm like, you
Kang
know
Kang?
what? Look, it's just a
Ooh, yeah,
Fnatic
Kang
thing.
Kang's
They're a
really
pretty
good.
team.
It's probably
Heretics
those
are so
3.
back. No, again, destroyed.
I think Fnatic has like a history almost of just breaking teams. I'm not sure what it is. I think it might just be you see Boast on the other side of the stage. He's dancing and he's
Yes,
like
and that's the
making
problem
faces
because
at
he's
you. On top
retired.
of that, you look
Yeah,
at
but
the
it would take
scoreboard
people
and
a bit
you're,
of a
like,
time.
losing
It's still
13-6.
like
gotta
what?
be, like,
It's still only
killer,
6
so
months
strongly
fresh.
agree.
If I had a penny for every time they broke a team at stage 1 of EMEA, I would have 2 pennies, which is not a lot, but it's kind of strange.
Yeah,
that
TL only
it
had
happened
1.
twice. It happened twice. Yeah. Next up, let's see
Yeah,
what
I would stick
Paper
with
Rex
those 3.
had to say following that opening game, which is this match alone makes up for us missing.
Sebs,
Bangkok
thank you so
or
much for the
no.
prime, bro. Appreciate the 11 months.
Strongly agree.
Yes.
I don't honestly. I don't
Your
even care if
birthday
they win
wish
or not,
today is
just
to
them
see
being
Paper Rex
here
beating
makes
Gen.G.
up
Happy
for
birthday, mate.
everything.
I mean,
just
it's a
all I want. I just
50-50
wanna
game,
see
bro.
It's the way they were here for me. Like, it was such a dominant first map. I feel like it
Again,
just
these are
shut
the
up
2
anyone
teams
that
that,
was
like,
still
for sure
not
look
on
the best in
train,
groups.
Like, not at the station for the Paper Rex train.
What's the
Like, at
first
this
map?
point,
Says
if
top
you
left,
aren't
dude.
believing, like, I would love to hear it because how can you not?
Why is
How
Aspas
can you
the
not?
undisputed
you're
best
saying
player?
that
I
they're
mean,
a
he's
good
not
team, and I
undisputed
agree, but
best
does it
player.
make up for missing
But
Bangkok?
You
No.
gotta
Win some
you
more
gotta give him a
games,
lot of
go the
props for being able
distance.
to do
Like,
what he
let's
does
actually
with
see
multiple
that first
teams.
before it's like,
And that's the
okay, yeah,
main
they
thing.
go 1
People
and
have seen
2
him in
this
multiple
tournament,
teams,
fall
so you've
out.
taken him
Yeah,
out of
we made
one
up for
system, put him
Bangkok.
into
Great
another.
take.
If it helps, I
it's like-
saw this tweet
It
and
has good weight behind it.
TGRS responded to it saying no.
Yeah.
So-
Thank
Yeah,
you.
in that case, yeah, I'm gonna do
Is it gonna be a
it.
G2
Recognize
Fnatic
it.
final?
All right, okay. This is the next tweet about a Sentinels. This picture
I'm not sure.
has absolutely no
I think most
aura.
people would imagine it's
Whoa,
gonna be
whoa,
that.
whoa.
I think
I'm sorry.
RRQ can do some damage.
GENG
They're a good,
any picture
they're a good
gives,
team
like,
when they
plus
come up with
1,000
stuff.
aura points. So that's a hard. That's just a bad take.
Yeah, it's just this random flame.
We're just calling them
happened?
out. Yeah.
Right.
You know
G-Lay?
what?
They
I'm
lost a
not
big
gonna
player, to be
lie.
honest with you.
It's a little bit
No,
of an agree.
no.
If I'm anyone, I want to play
No.
G-Lay.
Standing hands behind their back like butlers. Like, what is this?
What do you want them to do? Do like a jumping in midair?
Yeah, they
pose?
look way sicker in other ones.
Can you? You're telling me you can do better than that?
Yeah, I mean, just look at Zelsus when he's on the stage. He's like up in
Okay,
their face, like
that's a
that's
fair
mad
point.
aura.
Okay, no,
he
that's
can
a
do
fair
way
point.
better
That's
than
a
he just
fair
Valorant
did.
has a lack of
I
good
would
player
not
star
stand for
problem.
QT slander. I would not stand for
As
it.
in just like
But here we go.
outstanding players.
Chronicle, originally
The
saying
problem is the
EMEA
meta
is
changes, so you
cooked,
don't
and
get the
now
consistency,
EMEA
so you don't see like
absolutely
the
cooked. And was this before or
Vitality,
after
Astralis
Nash
kind of
landed in
eras.
Toronto?
June 7th.
So that people don't have a chance to build that name up. And teams are different every year.
After map 1, which right? So the second map, I mean...
You like the live agent select thing? Yeah, I think it's nice. It adds a little element
I really disagree.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree.
of like surprise element. I think it's fun.
Yeah. He knows.
Yeah.
We're aligned.
Just Chronicle being Chronicle, but there is
Saying
no better
CS
take,
is
I think,
it's
than
hard to say at
being
the top.
a
The top
fan
exactly.
of
The game just
XLG
changes
and
too much.
Silly, who just happens to actually
Simple
be the
Cookie,
Sheila
thanks so much for the
Gaming
prime.
meet and
Appreciate the
greet
18
here
months. Thank
at
you,
the
thank
venue.
you. You're watching at work. Love that.
We are back here in the fan interaction zone where fans are currently lining up.
Does
to get ready
CS
to
even
meet
have a
up with
meta? I mean, yeah,
Sheila
it's
Gaming
very
for the
set.
meet and greet.
You'll
If
get
you're
a new
actually
smoke
hanging out
every
here
so often.
in V6 and you're watching this from home, what are you doing? Go grab your tickets. Come over here. The doors open at 10:30, and you have a chance to meet your favorite team or your favorite players right here in Toronto.
I would love to know who Van Silly's favorite player is. You know, we need to get
Hey,
him to tell us.
hey Bucko,
But
thanks
of
so much for the
course,
prime
at
as well,
XLG
mate. Appreciate the whole
meet
year.
and
Thank you for
Sentinels
doing that
might
also.
at this point even take them on. We made that joke earlier.
Went to the
because
venue yesterday. The
after
place was great.
defeating
Lots
the
of space.
third seed
Nice.
of CN, Christy, they're now about to face the second seed.
Chat, how many people can
honestly, like,
fit in
that
this venue
match
at the
versus
moment?
The third seed was a lot closer than people were expecting. Like, things started off looking really rough for
CS
Sentinels
is
in the first
getting
half. Their
its
defensive
Asia
side,
arc.
they go 4 and
That's
8.
kinda
They're getting
nice.
blown up by a lot of
NA's
different
dead.
looks
I mean,
from
hasn't
Spring.
NA
A lot of
been dead
just-
in CS
I don't know, just losing these opening fights.
I don't wanna
with
say
very
forever,
limited information
because
across
obviously
the
they
rest
had
of
a
the
few
map. It wasn't
teams,
until the
but
second half where things
it's
went
been
in their
dead
favor.
for
Yeah, I mean, they had to
at
come
least
back
7
from,
years.
I mean, even this round, these hero rounds were actually mostly the hero rounds on the first half. We're coming out of Sentinels. There is a very real world where Sen
This
is
major
down
has been
2
very
to
sad
10
for
in that
NA.
first half,
I mean, they
and
just
that's
got
to
no
claw
good
back even
players.
more. But off the back of some bang hero
Right,
rounds,
they got no
and
good players,
some
no good
great
teams.
calling out of the
They lost
squad
all the
in
old
John-G
guard.
specific,
They
were
had
able to
the
manage to bring
UK
it
CS
back.
syndrome,
What about this
where they
aura?
lost all the old players
Oh,
and
this
there's
is
no one to
way
keep
Is this
anyone.
aura? Yeah?
Absolutely.
This is
They're
what you
just
wanted to see
insanely
from them?
undisciplined.
I'll give it to that, and that is what I want to see from them. But what I
Simon,
wasn't
thank you so much for
seeing
doing that,
we're
dude.
usually
Appreciate
so
that. Thanks for the
used to
5 gifted.
yesterday
Chat, you know what
was
to do.
second in that opening
Get the
half
oil spam going.
of Split, because
This is
the Sentinels,
accurate,
they play
yeah.
a comp on Split without any Sentinels.
I
right?
thought
So
that
you
was
need
what's
to have
going
your
down there.
warrior player
Jonan,
because
thanks so much for
getting
the
a lot
tier
of
1.
those
Appreciate the
forward lines
36
to
months as
play with
well.
heavy
3
information,
years.
But no, Zekken kept falling
Up for
early
3
in a lot
years
of
and you
these
still don't
rounds.
know why
Yeah,
we're
and
hating
I
on
completely
Prius?
see
You
the
still
Sentinels
don't
game
know
plan
why we're
here
hating
in
on
terms of
Prius?
how they
Dude, go
wanted
to the
counter
Ash
their
4K
comp in the
yesterday
sense that there's a
and
lot of
realized that he
contacting
nearly
required.
missed it
So they were
all.
just trying to get Zach on the sorry, Zach. I know.
You know,
And
yeah,
that's just the
like
first
that.
example that
Yeah,
springs to
like
mind
that.
if we're just
Excuse me.
narrowing it
Trying
down
get
to
Zach in on
just
these, like, early
yesterday.
lines. Like you saw him playing really
You'll have
active in
10
the
more
main because that
examples for
Viper wall
today.
cuts off the cross on site. So trying to get him these duels, they just weren't really going his way. And
We have a VFL team. I have a VFL team, but
that's a free kill.
the website was down
I mean,
for the first
despite
day,
that,
so
they
it's
still came out
all
with a win, right? That can definitely
it's
help
all
them.
Sentinels, all Gen.G,
There's
and all
a-
MIBR
Over the
players.
course of the series, it was that first half, it was a gap.
He did, so let's see what Zekken thinks about the number 2 seed of CN ahead of today's game versus Bilibili.
Augusto, thank you so much for that, bro. Thank
Hello
you.
everyone,
What happened to
Jen here
MIBR?
with Zekken and Qbert, of
Let's wait for
course.
the
Now,
interview first.
Zekken facing another CN team. How are we feeling?
Excited. I think it's gonna be a fun match.
Well, Bilibili actually said, you know what, we wanted to face Sentinels. We didn't want to face Pacific because they're pretty strong. Any fighting words back?
No. We're trying to avenge NRG.
Okay. So it is.
Zekken, you're so real for that, because every single day of my existence
What happened to
is just
MIBR
trying to
yesterday?
avenge NRG,
A
you
little
know,
bit of
every single
nerves, a
facet
little
my
bit of
life.
first
Also,
time.
what Cooper had to say.
I don't know.
Gen.G showed their sunset. I think they had a good enough thought process that they would have beaten any team in the world on it. On sunset, unless they went up against another new comp. I think the main thing for for MIBR is that they're coming into an event where there was a meta that got scrapped, and then everyone on every map should be coming up with new stuff. And you could be very open with that meta, or you can lean into like old stuff, 2021 to 2024 proven stuff. And they decided to go for that stuff instead of the new stuff, which in theory always is going to get you wins. And then so they're just playing old stuff against new stuff. I just don't think you're gonna. It should be relatively consistent, but you don't have that factor of this is the first time we're playing this, or this team doesn't have good practice against this. What's the new stuff? I mean, the best example was Deadlock on Sunset yesterday. Deadlock Viper.
Seeing him take that growth as a player and making these great decisions.
Ardis leaked his house
really
address
cool to
today. That
He
doesn't
saved
surprise
them
me.
Yesterday, let's be honest. He hella saved them. But John QT, we're seeing a different face coming into this. The Tejo, there was a bit of a question mark on what he was going to play. Mel, were you surprised at the picks coming out, and did you like them?
I did like them. I think that John is someone that is flexible and he can fill these roles. Ever since they made
What do you
that
think
role
about
swap
the
at
Gen.G
beginning of the
Sunset
year,
Viper
you can tell
walls?
he's been putting in
They're
the
pretty
effort
good.
and the work. I think it is
I think their attack one can be better,
I'm
but their defense
wondering
one
what
makes a
other
lot of
agencies
sense.
really gonna flex to, because at a certain
And
point, I can see it
they
becoming
had a
a
set
little bit
one once they did the
overwhelming,
Viper one as
especially
well.
for an
Yeah, it's interesting how much.
Again,
he
I
sort
think
of
they're very good at
changes
Viper.
in IGL, in my opinion, back when he was playing, the Sentinel role for the team, it was a lot of these like slower rounds. They're playing double smokes plus a Cypher, playing a lot of lurking and macro ideas.
You need to vow why is no one playing Teo. They completely wrecked the agent.
He's calling like
They nerfed the agent
to
relevancy, basically.
And focusing more on an exec style.
And I think for me, what I really appreciate about John as an IGL
also
is
on
what
top
you're
of that,
saying,
MIBR
he has
just
a
played
very
bad,
good
to be
understanding
honest
of
with
map
you.
philosophy. What he was doing on Split,
Like, I bailed them
so
out a
many
little bit with
execs,
what I
so many
said,
props played
but
perfectly
they
into
also
their
just played
composition with
pretty
the
rough.
double initiator. But then we move
Lot
on
of
to
contact
Lotus, and we
play.
see them running that
Didn't
fade
AD
and that
fault
double
much on Haven.
controller, that Fnatic comp minus the Killjoy plus the
Ash
Vice,
Jubilee
and you
with the
see them
Prime.
big
Thank you so
round
much.
playing
Appreciate
so
the
much
6
slower.
months. Thank you,
I love
thank you.
seeing those rounds from John where he's calling C defaults back into A, back into B.
You want to see
and
more
then
Deadlock? You'll
mid-rounding
see a lot of
again.
Deadlock
So
this
he
year.
understands he
Very
can do
strong
both
agent
looks,
in the
and
top
that is
5
what
of
makes
overpowered at
Sen
the
so
moment.
exciting to watch for me as a
my opinion.
caller.
Yeah, let's move on to Bilibili here, because one of my favorite narratives in all of Valorant is their track record against America.
1 billion contacts against the AWP. There was a lot of contact against the AWP, yeah.
Struggle
But
against
they
Bilibili
didn't
in the
create
past,
pressure
but,
on A, ever,
I mean,
really.
do you see a similar thing perhaps happening here, Christy, after their win against Liquid?
Was it mostly a macro problem for MIBR? A little bit. I'd say a fair amount of it.
Coming in with a sub and Penny with not a lot of practice, and it going all 3 maps. That said, I still think BLG showed a lot of strength in this, and the map they lost was more due to Penny willing that map to go them with a 30 bomb on the Phoenix.
You like Liquid's Haven comp? I mean, it was just a fast fix because they have Penny. I don't mind it. I think the Phoenix is kind of strong on that map. I think they played it well on attack for sure as well.
Different looks that I was talking about when we were discussing Sentinels, right? They were kind of predictable in how slow they were playing, and there were rounds where Team Liquid were able to just sit on sites and
He's the strongest
expect
agent at the
BLG to
moment.
run their fake across the map, and they kind of
I would probably lean towards Vice. I think Vice is very strong.
Sat on site, so. And another thing too is Wizzy's aggression, I think, will definitely get checked here today.
Well, BLG, they have given the CN fans something to cheer for, and Gen caught up with their IGL Neff a little bit earlier.
I think Penny was up to 2-1. I think Penny played very
everyone.
good.
Jen here with Neff. Now, Neff, Sentinels had a close game with Wolves yesterday. So did you see anything you can maybe exploit today?
I think we definitely saw some of their habits. Then we discussed with our coach and all our players, and I think we found some habits that we could really abuse, and we hope to show that in our game today. Yeah.
Damn.
So do you like the fact that you're facing Sentinels?
I mean, honestly, yeah, I'm quite happy. I mean, after we won against Liquid, I said on the desk that I wanted to face Sentinels, and my hope came true.
Alright, good luck today.
I think out of the 1-0 team, Sentinels definitely look the weakest. Interesting they talk about tendencies there, because even when we watched the Sentinels game, I think it was split. They were just heavy over rotating. So that might be something they're talking about. It's Valleys with the Prime. Thank you for 18 months, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you.
He had so much impact for his team, and that
If you were locked in a room for 2 months and got $1 million, succeeding, do you think you could get half the rating Penny got for stepping in for Liquid? Half the rating? And I had to play against Bilibili? 2 months?
Firepower.
What rating did he get?
Where he doesn't have a lot of util, the decisions he makes and the peaks that he makes.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like
he got a good rating though,
like
right?
Clutch situations, right? Which angles is he going to be taking? Like, he was so money for the team, and when things were getting close, when things were looking like maybe it could slip back into TL's way,
you get a 1.03. I would have to get a 0.5. I do 0.5.
And I just love the way he
I don't know.
about his
If I didn't have that show match
afterwards,
recently, I would say
getting
yeah, but I had a
pretty
show
excited
match
about the
recently
fact
and
that
I couldn't hold a mouse. I'm gonna side with no.
To take notice and to start,
But if I didn't have that and it didn't knock my confidence, I'd honestly be feeling
I
it.
think we were very excited about coming into this. It is YZ, and did he deliver?
Oh, did he deliver? He maybe gave a little bit
I've been back to grinding. I played 2 TDMs after and then just gave up. There's no point, man.
BLG, super
I'll play
aggressive,
loads in the
super
off
quick with
season
it as well.
and hopefully actually get
And
decent
the
again.
iconic thing that you have to get in your head with Wisey is he will always keep pushing. The S key on his keyboard.
Need to watch
doesn't
my
exist.
revenge
Remember
arc.
that one,
Dude,
doesn't
there's nothing
matter.
to play
He will,
for.
After a site is taken, always be looking for
I
that next
just got
kill
sprung into
back
a
to
show
get
match. I hadn't played for
What's
3
so
months.
entertaining about watching players
With
like
2
Wisey
days
is
to
that when you're in
practice.
the server, you're thinking,
And then I
"All
played
right, at
2
some point
ranked
this game's
games. I
gonna
went
stop
5 for
pushing." Like, he
15,
knows that
and
we
the
know
confidence
that we
was
all
gone.
know that he's gonna push, right? And he just keeps doing it. So that's something that SEN is gonna have to keep their eye on in their
What
own
about Pride?
spawn,
Yeah, the
actually.
Pride's gone.
It's wild to think about. But
Got
the other thing I
knifed
think
by
that
Sideshow or
Wisey
something. The
does,
Pride's definitely gone. Or
that's
Mitch
pretty
Man, I
cool
can't
with
remember which.
BLG is sometimes they'll run these round opens where they'll go for like an early fight,
I think
show a ton of utility,
Sentinels
and then just Wisey
will be.
will scale
I think this
up
will be a
into a
blowout. No,
total
this will be
forward space,
close.
like up into
Because
like garage
Bilibili
even,
will
for example, and then he'll sit
be
there,
believing
and
for
the rest
sure.
of the team will leave, and he'll become like this quick lurk for the team in a lot of different rounds, which is a very unexpected coming out of the duelist role, and definitely was catching the.
They're another
tail off
draw
guard.
tomorrow.
I'm
Yeah,
so
final one.
happy to see kind of a different duelist
Liquid is
coming out
better
of
than
CN, 'cause for so
MIBR. I went for
long, it was
MIBR
always
just
kind
purely
of,
because
him being able to perform on
I
the
don't think
global
Liquid have
stage,
enough
and
time.
Wisey is a very exciting
I
player
just
to
went for the
watch.
time.
So,
The time
let's hear what he
diff.
had to say after BLG's Toronto debut in this Omen player moment.
我觉得打 Team League 这场的话，就是对面的表现还是要明显高于
Leaving the
我们
nut
预期的。
supremacy. I mean, yeah,
就
the
觉得今天
Liquid should be
对队友的
looking a
发
lot
挥
better
还
and
是
should
满意
just
的
be
但是
confident,
对
but
于我自己的
I
话，
just
我
don't think
就是
they
我
have
自己
the
可
time on
能
their
太久
side.
没有就是打比赛了，然后在比赛的一些很重要的决策，我老是会做错吧。
The good thing going for Liquid is that MIBR play like standard comps, so it'll be stuff they played against
我
before.
觉得对这方面的话，其实没有太多的压力和想法吧。我觉得作为队伍的话，我们就最重要的就是做好我们队伍该做的事情。
See if he can spot anything out. Here's the swing in though. Marisha gets himself on the board. The kill around, re-peeks and instantly gets the dink, and the straight out is okay.
然后就也很
The EMEA teams? I don't think the EMEA teams should be beating any teams apart from the Chinese teams, to be
不
honest.
断的提升自己的比赛状态吧。其实对于我来说的话，我
That's pretty much what I said going into this event. I'm sticking with
不
it.
像之前那样子，老觉得我们什么国际赛首胜啊，什么进8强这种，我现在觉得就是不拿到冠军，什么几强都是风轻云淡的吧。
Can you blame him for feeling that way? You know, after coming to the global stage a couple times now, Mel, they're aiming for that trophy this time around.
Right, and I think it would
Heretics
be a
are
good
winning this
start to
event?
do it here.
Nah.
I mean, they are up 1-0, they're up against Sentinels. If they do
One of the
prove
teams
that
that
they
got
are of
first
good
seed in
caliber
there.
to potentially win this tournament.
The
now
first
is
seed
the
was just the
time.
most
Now,
impactful it's
before
ever
we get
been.
into the first
You
match,
won't beat a
I thought
first
we'd
seed
do one
in this
more fun
going through
thing.
groups
You
there.
know what? I have the two of you here, and
Fine.
what's more fun than getting
I would be
tier list
insanely
screenshotted,
surprised again if
post
someone
onto
from
social
groups wins
media,
this event.
and having people, you know,
I would give no
yap
one more than
away about your
5%.
choices. So we're gonna do that in blind ranking. It's very simple. I'm going to give you a player in order. You have to tell me where you're gonna put them in so far in the tournament, where you would rank them.
I see.
1 to 5. Once you've locked them into a position, you cannot move them. Are we ready?
This is truly the
All right.
TikTokification
was
of
gonna
the
say.
VCT broadcast.
Dude, this is what I'm talking about, where it's just like they just play TikTok games on the broadcast.
I got you. I got you.
You got me with a brain rot.
Get it
But
out.
let's start with an easy choice, I feel like.
Even
Where
Sentinels,
would you
dude, every
put-
team. I
Your
wouldn't give them more than
boy,
5% in
Bang.
groups.
Bang.
Oh, I mean,
1
we're
to 5.
Obviously, you got to split the 100% up between everyone, but
right?
Oh, I
Minimum
feel
1 or
like
2.
there are better players that I think are going to make this list. I
blind
would
ranking,
go
I
2.
just put them in
2?
3.
I'll concede 2. I'll concede.
Yeah.
Went in
Ooh,
2?
I want to leave options
Okay,
open.
That's important.
Yep.
All right.
I played these
um,
You
games
forget about the
before.
train.
This is,
Dude, I mean, the
very
train's good, but the problem is the
cordial
train's
so
going to
far.
show
I thought
everything.
Maybe you would debate a little bit more.
The train's going to have to show everything. And they're
Right,
going
next.
up against brand new
We'll
people
say
that have been able to
See,
study
that's
the
why
train,
you gotta leave some room
to
open.
dissect the train.
We're only on the
Okay, okay.
second one. So
Is it? I mean, is it a hard thing to say 1?
I think we have to go 1.
I think we have to go.
Train
1.
has plenty of fuel. It has a lot of
I
fuel.
feel like it's rude to put him at 3.
But you're going to need
Like,
an
it's
insane
great.
amount.
I agree. Yeah, with the tenure on the international stage, yeah, it's a 1.
It's a 1. It's a 1.
Yeah,
are we sure?
I think so.
All
I'm
right.
honestly,
I
I'm confident in
I
that.
fear we've gone too high
Okay.
immediately.
I know.
There you go. He can just be, you know, there. He's so good. We can
Okay.
have 2 of them.
Wow.
Next one. Let's see. I'm intrigued to see what you think about this. Kiko, the other half of Cats. How are we feeling about this? They lost.
You go for a safe forehand.
That's true. Keiko played great, but I feel like we kind of have to lean towards the bottom of the list here, just purely off the result. He's in 0-1 right now.
I'm really scared that we're gonna get like a demon player, and because we've already filled up 1 and 2, like
this is gonna look like a crazy list.
I'm gonna go 5. I'm gonna go 5. I fear.
Yeah, I'm in agreement
5?
with you.
Yeah.
All right, okay. I had nothing to do with this.
I don't feel good about any of this so
No,
far.
me either. I feel horrible.
I'm not involved. I'm just a tool. I'm merely a tool. Next, we got the player that's going to be playing on stage first today, YZ.
YZ, okay.
Okay. But here's the thing: who could be next after him? Like, this is so tough to put him between
Fourth,
3 or 4.
chat, you can't put him in third. The amount of rounds he loses, you can't put him in third.
No, that's what I was thinking.
I would make an extra spot and put him on 6th,
But
to
if
be
we're
honest.
going by current events.
By current events, it's probably 3, but I think our last player has to be a demon.
Well,
that's true.
They have to be a demon. I want to go 4 with YZ.
Holy
And I
hater.
don't feel good about
Chat.
Me either.
Go back to that icebox round against Liquid.
Blind
Why am I flaming?
Alright, we're locked.
Okay,
Oh
hold
my
up.
goodness.
Let me show you a clip.
It would be cool if this was
You guys
posted
asked for
as
this.
just ranking.
Okay.
Omit the blind. I would lose it. I'd have to deactivate all socials.
Let me give you a
never
clip.
show my face again.
There we go. It's just rankings now.
Wow.
It's just rankings now. Last but not least, you do not have a choice. We're going to default him on 3rd. We got Texture.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Thank
good.
God. I'm
Saved.
glad. Okay.
Saved.
Okay. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Would you change anything here?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, are we thinking the same thing? Hold on.
Are we thinking who we
Swap
started
2 and
with?
3 at the very minimum.
Yeah, 2
Oh,
and 3.
Chat.
I mean, you could make an argument for 2 back to 1.
Yeah.
Chat,
yeah.
you're arguing for the
Blind ranking
6th.
For a reason. I don't think
You're
it was
arguing
too
for 6th
bad.
place
I don't
here?
think we're going to get screenshotted out of context.
We're on like the same wavelength though. I like
Yeah.
this.
That's a
We were
clove
quite
ult.
aligned.
Good job, good job. I mean, for
Come
now,
on.
I'm going to let you guys chill for 2
That's
seconds.
valid.
'Cause
You can't be doing that kind of
worked
stuff.
so hard there. And throw this over to John QT, who spoke about Sentinels' opening win over Wolves and the Toronto crowd in this Omen player moment.
The game went well, 2-0.
Double red card. He's the only
Bumpy
person that's got
start,
2 red
but
cards, right, at the
it is
moment.
kind of expected with the first game jitters. Definitely, they're a very good team and they came prepared. Yeah, I could notice in some like 3v3 situations, like low man situations, they kind of like show their inexperience. I feel like definitely looked like a team that's kind of new to internationals, but they also showed a lot of
He's still good?
resilience.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
they
still
came very
great.
prepared. I think
But he
even though
loses
they
a lot of
lost 2-0,
rounds.
It's a good experience for them, and I think they'll be better moving forward.
He loses a lot
I
of
think
rounds.
we are now
He wins a
celebrating
good
and,
amount as
I
well,
don't think it will be
but-
as close.
John clutching for the series. Spring and Lysol doubled up, straight through smoke is wild, it's wayward, and Spring gets it to half. Now off of it, looking to team up with Lysol here, and John has very little to look at, somehow finds Spring, and he doubles down!
And also, like, the home crowd is insane. Like, I had high expectations and it still surpassed them. The whole crowd was
He
red,
overextends
they
a
were so
lot.
loud,
Dude, he
so many
overextends
fans,
more
like,
than he
yeah,
plays
I feel like
discipline,
they
that's for sure.
definitely deserved an international. Yeah, appreciate
You
all
could
the
do a
fans that
counter
came
for this
here
game.
to
I
support
guarantee
us.
it's wild.
Either you live in Canada or came from far away.
BB
We see
Drizzle
the
with the
love,
Prime.
we
Thank you for the
appreciate
5
it,
months,
makes
bro.
us play
Appreciate that.
better.
And Vive Tex with the Prime also. Thank you so much, dude.
You're welcome, John. I came all the way from Berlin to support him. What about
he
you?
was not talking about.
I think he was exclusively talking
Yeah, okay.
to me and me only.
Wants
yeah.
to be on the team. So
You see the BBL coach news?
Where did you
Yeah.
come from to support Sam?
I think
How
it
far
kind
did
of
you
makes
travel?
sense from
Berlin
like
and
even just what
Berlin?
we're seeing from the outside of
I
POV.
came from,
Looked like Pow in
from
the
camp of,
timeouts was doing a lot.
G2, so I had to come really far away to come in.
Okay. And Mel?
Me?
What about you?
Like
Yeah.
how far I came? Like 20 minutes?
Mossy is bad. Thank you so much for the Prime. Mince with the tier 1. Thank you for doing that. And JJ Morin. Thank you as well, mate. Appreciate the
I
Prime.
love that. That's dedication from Mel. And it's time for the results
Asna
of our
and
Mastercard
YZ.
fan poll. Earlier,
No,
we asked
YZ
who will
makes
win
Asna
the
look like a
Battle
disciplined
of
player.
the Pacific, and the
YZ's the
results
wildest
are
we've
in
seen, I think,
63.1%
at a high level.
towards Paper Rex. Do you guys agree with this? Is this where you went as well?
Is the Paper Rex train overbooked? Just
No.
a question. I feel like this should be
No.
a bit more 50-50.
They should be a
Oh,
bit
you're
more
surprised
50-50. I
with
agree with
how
that.
I'm a little
dominant
shocked.
it is. Okay.
Yeah, I'm also I'm leaning slightly Gen.G later on.
How
But again, I
slightly
feel
as
good
well?
about nothing I'm saying today because the teams are so close.
Yeah, I don't
Do
think you
know
can
what?
feel
Well,
confident
let's just
either
take
way.
a look at where we went because I've been terrible with the predictions so far, but I believe today is
Paper
the day
Fin,
where
4-0.
I'm gonna
Oh.
apparently still carrying on being the odd one out. I'm really surprised that at these situations I'm still the odd one out.
It was
a paper fin at Kelios for Honor.
Cut the graphic
There we go.
Yeah.
No, put it
Dude, everyone from Pacific basically just backing all the Pacific
I
teams.
thought it was a curse and we were trying to avoid
It's a lot
that,
of Gen.G here.
That's good.
Why? The exact same preds as yesterday, essentially,
honestly,
in terms of Sentinels.
It's always Sentinels for me because against EDG, I was the only one. Against Wolves, I was the only one. Against BLG, I'm the only one again. What is going on?
I don't know. Honestly, I think you're crazy. Is the truth because
But
it's
we need
Sentinels.
We need
but we
her
need
to be
you.
crazy.
But we need
We got
you.
the one Bilibili believer.
Oh, you think I'm doing it for the counter jinx?
I mean, we appreciate your work.
Okay.
We need everything we can get.
I'm gonna say it with chess. I am doing it specifically.
Region so goated they had to do Pacific versus Pacific. It's for sure the best two teams at the moment.
Today, and everyone out there right now hates me for it because it's all
They're just shaking their heads like, what?
It's just pure Sen jerseys out here today. But if
it's just a sea of red.
It literally is.
Really
I can see it. I can see it. But it's gonna feel so good if I'm somehow right. Now.
What do you think about the map Vio? It's gonna be pretty random, to be honest. Still Paper Rex, Gen.G. Gen.G will ban Icebox, Paper Rex will ban Haven. That's all I got for you. I reckon Sunset will be third map.
Between Sentinels,
Pretty much
Bilibili,
it.
Paper Rex, and Gen.G starts right now.
Which game is fast? Bilibili Sentinels.
전 젠지에 오면서 이렇게 큰 무대까지 오는 게 되게 기쁘면서 좋고요. 처음에 들어오면서 이제 우승했던 형들을 보다 보니까
Gen.G stand on top of the world.
옆에서 긴장도 많이 했고, 물론 배울 좀 더 많다 보니까 금방 적응하면서 잘 풀려나간 것 같습니다.
I was really confident, but at the same time, maybe a little bit nervous because we haven't been playing on international stage for quite some time. And the last time we played, we didn't do that well.
13-3 domination of Paper Rex.
I wasn't really sure what to expect, but now I'm really confident because I see that we can still play and we are still really good.
우선 페이퍼 렉스가
We can see Teo on any map? Nah.
상대방이 약간 예측 못할 정도로 약간
No
공격력이 있다
one would be
보니까
crazy enough to
그거에
back him.
있어서 좀 무섭기도 하지만 그래도 오늘 했던 경기처럼 팀원들이랑 열심히 해가지고 이기도록 하겠습니다.
Overall, I'm thinking of my team more. Of course, individually, I want to play well as well, but I hope every player in my team has like maximum confidence and we play really well as a team.
국제대회가 처음인 만큼 긴장도 많이 하고 부족한 면도 있겠지만 형들이 이끌어줘가지고 더 좋은 선수가 될 것입니다.
One day, I believe Paper Rex will be the best team in the world.
当时总体还是比较难受的吧，因为就是距离参加曼谷大赛就是只有一步之遥吧。然后我们也输了一场很可惜的比赛，然后但最后我们就是调整好心态嘛，因为比赛不是只有这一次，我们后面还有很多机会的。
TR Blazing, thank you for the 2 months, mate. Appreciate that.
把握了机会，然后来到这次大师赛。其实对于我来说的话，我觉得这只是一个开始吧，就是不像之前那样子，老觉得我们什么国际在手上啊，什么进8强这种。我现在觉得就是不拿到冠军，什么几强都是风轻云淡的吧。
BLG and NEF are very experienced. They made it to a lot of internationals. Obviously, they didn't have the deepest run, but they're a team on the come up. To be honest, it's probably our favorite pick because we just beat Wolves and we kind of want to keep playing the Chinese teams. I think it's always fun playing against them, so looking forward to it.
我觉得我们就是要一直
in GN as well, thank you so much, man.
我觉得我们第一场
Thank you for the 10 months, mate.
包括我自己啊，然后就是状态没有提升到最好的那一步吧。然后我希望就是后面的比赛，我们所有人团队的所有人能够一起把状态提到最胜，然后我们觉得是有机会去拿冠军的。
Definitely a lot of mind games now that all the teams kind of showed their cards. It's going to come to a lot of adaptability and like being able to think on the spot and make new plans.
这也我从来不关心别人质不质疑我，觉得质疑声越多我越开心吧。我最喜欢别人质疑我。
Sorry, Duros. To be honest, you guys don't want to see Sentinels next.
Ruben _DM, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well, man. Appreciate the 2 months. Thank you. Straight up lying. I mean, he wants to play the Chinese teams. Saying sorry, Juros. Yeah, it's giving artist vibes. We know what happened last time a team disrespected Bilibili.
Both teams had a great start in their opening matches, but that was just a warm-up compared to the stakes today. Playoffs are on the line.
Yeah, first team moving on out of the Swiss stage here, and it'll be Sentinels going up against the number 2 seed out of China. This match is going to be a good one.
Honestly, I can't wait to see what maps are going to be played here, and we have a sunset pick out of
Dude, they went for sunset, but they banned this last time, right?
As we take a look,
We said they might be. They said they might be holding this for like a trap play. So they insta-banned it last time and then they trap played it. Nice from them.
This is so
Cool.
insane because in their opening match,
It's a good time to bring this out as well. Don't have to show much if you can 2-0 this.
I can't imagine.
I like this from Sentinels. It's cool play.
I think they must have seen
Let's hope they got some
something
good
from
stuff for
that
it,
Bilibili
first of all.
game that they could maybe have an answer to.
Yeah, they have the VODs, and maybe just, let's have 7 maps in the pool. Let's make sure we can play everything with high aspirations to make
Didn't
it
Heretics ban it?
towards the end of the tournament. I also think it's quite interesting opening things up on
might have.
Icebox here. It's a map we haven't seen Sentinels play since
I'm
the
pretty
nerfs
sure
to
Sentinels
Tejo.
banned it as well.
That's a map that we still had John playing the Tejo on. Not every team was rocking the Tejo there, but
They
what
both
agent
did,
is
yeah.
even going to play, Mel?
Both of them ban it, yeah.
There's so many different
They
options.
definitely
We've
banned
seen
it and then
Sentinels
picked
play
it here
so
because I remember
flexibly,
literally
so many
looking at it and
different
being
agents.
like
I'm
Sentinels
ready
are
for
one of the
anything.
best
I'm
sunset
specifically
teams that
looking
we
that
saw.
this could get a little
It felt a
spooky
little
for
crazy,
Sentinels.
so
Wisey's
I think we even
aggression
said on the
is
stream it might be a
very
trap play.
rewarded on a map like Icebox.
Tavia with the Prime, thank you for the 7
Yeah, I was
months,
just
bro.
gonna say, you
Appreciate
saw
that.
Like pushing so far forward,
I
whether it was
appreciate you
through
doing that.
Viper
Low Tavia,
walls or
thank you,
even,
thank you,
like,
man.
going through like
And
kitchen
Chase as
and
well with the
fighting
Prime,
back
thank you for the
towards
A
spawn on
months.
the attacking side.
I think it's so interesting that for Bilibili,
Is
they
Nats
get
gonna
to
make
play
it for
2
game
out
2?
of the
Yeah.
3 maps we
He's
have
there
already
already.
seen against Liquid. And for Sen, how have Bilibili been preparing for this, Mel? They don't have footage on the first 2.
Exactly. Honestly, that's where I'm wondering where this is going to go, and I think a lot of it is going to rely on what they were saying in that video was adaptability on the fly, and we are going to see, are these Chinese teams capable of doing that on the fly right here,
Hello, Jack.
right now?
Yeah, you also have to keep your eyes on
China
Icebox
believer on
like
this
the map
one?
where Russia
Nah,
was
I
absolutely
don't think so.
popping off, on the harbor pick was looking really
This is the
strong
most
there,
likely upset.
just the other
I
day
have,
in his
there's more
debut.
chance of
I
Bilibili
love the Harbor
being
so much, but if it's
Sentinels than
anyone
Wolves
that
being
knows,
Heretics,
how
I think.
to deal with that, it's probably
Even
gonna
with
be Sen,
Heretics
you
getting
know?
like a little
They play
bit
against
demoralized.
plenty of it,
Familiar,
for sure.
they're familiar with the Harbor here. But what would you like to see John QT do here? We saw the Sky already. We saw a Viper too.
Yeah.
What are his realistic options here?
I mean, one of the first thoughts my mind goes to is Sova, but at the same time, Neri does play Sova. I could
Wolves will
definitely
lock
see them
in.
going back something
Maybe. I thought
standard,
they were
like
pretty
Sova
locked in
really
yesterday,
can't
to be
go wrong
honest.
there. They have 2
I
great
was looking at
players
some of
on
the rounds they're
both
winning.
Because most
Not sure
recently
it's
they have been playing
repeatable.
second on the Omen. They've been playing no duelist on that map. And you know what? Like, you are bringing up Sova. John did play a little bit of Sova early on in the year, back when Sentinels were playing like Abyss, for example, but we haven't seen him playing it on Icebox. And that is an agent
wait,
that
Wolves
you
win?
do
I don't
have
think the
to put
Chinese teams are winning
hours
today.
in to get
Either
up
of
to
them.
speed on a map.
Yeah,
Well,
looking
tomorrow
at
as
what
well.
Bilibili are going to run, because we don't anticipate them to change
Order
anything.
with the Prime,
Icebox
thank you, the
look
12
pretty
months.
solid against a Liquid. Is there anything
I got
maybe
both
Sen
the
could just
EMEA
do to
teams, both
counter,
the
their,
Chinese
Harbor
teams going out in
Viper
groups.
comp with their agent select?
I think
Basically.
in terms of reading into the Harbor Viper comp, they need to be very vigilant about the Cove usage. If Sentinels is going to start attack, or if they're on defense, they need to constantly be aware of the Cove and whether they need to break it.
Yeah, I also think that you need to do like some amount of exploiting the timings of the harbor walls, because like if you're attacking into a Harbor Viper, like you can just
Bilibili
get
can take a
permanently
map, they
stalled
can
out,
definitely
it
take a
feels like,
map.
over towards the A side of things, especially if you can't find a way to like break through the wall when they're recycling that. So a lot of teams, a lot of times, teams will try to bait that utility and bait that harbor wall out before like a quick pivot. or fake
EA
on the
looking
other
rough.
side.
I did.
Exactly.
It was
and
always
I'm
going to happen, man. They got
specifically
no time.
looking towards Sentinels on the defense here, because just yesterday they did struggle against a double controller comp on split when Sentinels started on the defense, and I'm really expecting Zekin to step up here and get those opening kills that we did not see him get in that first half of defense split.
He's got to, right? And especially it depends what his agent is going to be, because we haven't seen him play the duelist on this map on a little while, but he is so
Do I believe in
key,
MIBR?
I think, in
They can't
Sentinels game
play.
plan, especially when it comes
They
to, like,
can't play as
having
bad as they
any amount
did,
of
so
forward
it's
information
going to at
on the
least look
lines.
better
He's
for
gonna be holding,
MIBR.
whether that's an operator or with the rifle in his hands. If he's not firing on all cylinders, they're going to struggle.
I mean, Sentinels, they have the Pope on their side, so I don't know what Bilibili can do.
Is that the new Pope?
In this matchup, it's going to be a tough one for them. I also do wonder on the side
Second
of
game should be a
Bilibili,
banger. Yeah, it
who
should be a
are they
banger.
sending out to match Zelsis. We saw on the side of Wolves, Sufabibi was up there, was giving it right back to him, and we saw really the impact you can have.
What is my bit rate? 8,000.
The heads of some of the SEN players. Bilibili, I don't know, K-Knight maybe?
I'm not sure. I know Neff was very chill and nonchalant when he was up here in the post show yesterday, so I'm going to assume it's not going to be Neff, and YZ is also that silent killer kind of duelist, so not looking at him for that either.
Yeah, I do want to highlight on the other side of things, though, Narrate, because this guy came back into the server just the other day and was looking real strong with Sentinels. Again, like, you think about, like, a few of those, like, really clutch rounds, these moments.
How'd you cheer for Gen.G and Paper Rex at the same time?
I mean, absolutely sharp. And
be happy that they're probably both making it through groups, I guess. It's not the... At least it's a 1-0 game.
His cross-map utility with the breach on setting up his teammates was just excellent.
And in those rounds where they were down in the first half, where it was a pretty lukewarm start, we saw him being pretty yappy, pretty emotional, and pretty, I guess, talkative in those rounds, Mel, which I definitely didn't expect coming out of him.
Yeah, what I'm liking seeing the most out of Narrate here is the fact that he's really coming up to the occasion, right? Like, they were down 4K, he comes in with a 3K on the pistol to bring them back in. He's the ultimate example of composure for Sentinels.
Insta went for a Phoenix.
Double down with a Tejo, it will be the first Tejo we see at Masters Toronto, and not something we would have expected.
And we are seeing Russia lock in that harbor. 2 people instantly locking. I think one of my favorite parts was
There's a chance that Heretics and Paper Rex rematch. There's no rematches.
Some players lock and how some like to play
Again, if you're a Heretics fan, you want Gen.G to win today. Because then no matter what, you dodge Paper Rex.
I'm an enjoyer,
and you'll get someone easier.
I don't really think that's in the Sentinels' wheelhouse, all things considered. I think Sen have a lot of experience playing up against this BLG comp. This is a comp that a lot of teams over in America's Crew, MIBR, love to run, even going back into last year with Leviathan.
Cooley64, thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Okay, they just go straight for a KO. Sure.
All things considered, so KO Gecko, double flashes, and a
yeah,
lot of options,
it's old school.
Right past these double smokes that BLG are running.
This is really interesting, and I think it's going to pair exactly into what you just said. Getting in front of those walls and disrespecting the controller yourself is, I think, the best thing that's
okay, to be honest though, Bilibili have a really good comp for defending against this. Right, just heavy hold over towards yellow, make it a choke point so they can't cross over towards yellow with the crossfire. Like, Bilibili have a good chance to... Honestly, I would say get like 8 on defense. So maybe they don't need too much on attack here.
Thank you very much, Yimsu. Those memories of Sentinels shocking 0-2 at Bangkok are starting to fade into the periphery.
Pasika, I'm not sure about that, dude. I didn't know where to get one.
They've got Bilibili Gaming standing in their way. An opponent who said they wanted to go up against Sentinels. They feel more confident against America's rosters.
That is what YZ said. However, John just saying earlier, sorry you drew us. You don't want to go up against Sentinels next. The community are absolutely expecting Sen to win
Arrow
this
Cascade
game.
as well. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for doing that.
Feeling like this is
Okay, let's see it. We've got a raid boss on Zek and Omen. Sentinels on defense, Bilibili on attack. Double Sheriff though, dude. Double Sheriff at the moment's won every pistol this lineup, I'm pretty sure. Mostly because Gen.G's just been winning all the pistols by doing it.
Getting in their face already. Trying to get up over towards that belt's direction. Gets his, but YZ is still standing.
That's something that Bilibili are going to have to be aware of playing on attack. It's so easy for the Omen to get some of these forward positions. Play from belt, play from pipes.
No.
Okay, as we can see, just full retake over towards A.
And they're not convinced that that's where Bilibili are ending yet. Zelsis has pushed up, ready to watch a drift back in the B direction, which is a little bit more tightly held, but now, just now, these rotates are coming through to the A side. Bilibili looking to pave the way.
They're just biding their time. They're seeing if anyone from Sentinel's backside would have gone for a peek. Maybe they can get a man advantage that way. Nev spots out Zelsis.
Calls him back over. Zelsis is probably going to try go for the angle here and just get...
Now he has to convert, Nev.
I'm glad I didn't finish that. My goodness, dude, that looked rough. Shot. What an absolute... Oh my god, what an absolute shot. Dude, he went for the extra one as well. He got the body shot. He did so much damage. Man, that second kill was kind of unreal.
Zelsis in mid and pounce on him.
That is a
Redemption, yeah. Missed the easy one and then get to the outrageous one.
You don't see that often. And Narrate
was really nice, dude.
Even tagged up by that additional
yeah, I mean, he did so much damage in this pistol.
Insane to open this game up.
Beautiful opener. That early aggression for second isn't something Sentinels can really
Yeah, double sheriffs again.
Does give them that initial pick-off.
Nasty. The reaction on just the re-swing from John is crazy. And also just credit to Neff for finding that perfect window where the site was open, where the team dragged the rotates, and then he knows that that is his opportunity to get the space. They have enough time to pivot back. Great opening round from Bilibili. Well played, well called.
Uh-oh.
It's composition as well.
That's a tech
There's
timeout.
a little bit of discussion.
Dude, it's always
Sentinel.
Sentinels.
We've seen Zekin on the Omen on this map before. It is obviously the kind of agent that you could post up with.
I tell you what, I would love to do. Do you know what would be a great stat? Like the day that TMV did that video saying that double sheriffs are like the worst way to go for pistols, and then just the win rate of double sheriff on pistols. It would be such a good stat.
Last time we saw Sentinels on this icebox map,
It would be such a good stat because it's so the stats are crazy. It does a video saying that everyone's trolling for using doubles. It's probably my favorite thing, man. Everyone's trolling for using double sheriff. And then you got Gen.G like 82% win rate for pistols with double sheriff. It's always bang. Yeah, I don't know what happens to his PC.
Yeah, we saw this
it's going to be evenly matched.
We were talking about this the other day as well, right? It's always him.
Squad, right? They sort of mentioned they were not really satisfied with that win, and it was a, I think it's safe to say, slightly weakened Team Liquid that we saw turn up for their first game here. That won't be an issue going forward, but this would be a
that's
real
nice
result.
info. For eco on this one.
0 point early.
Some good guns that can kind of hunt this a little bit as well if they want to.
BLG opting to buy in fairly light here. No one committing to a full upgrade rifle on this anti-eco. Neff watching over towards B for any early aggression. Posted up with that Marshall. And again, maybe thinking they could absorb some aggression with a full team on A if Zekin opted to go for a forward play, but it's not going to come, so just pivoting back to B main.
John at least has this one-way poison orb that he can play off of, but it's unlikely he's going to be able to encourage a bounce back to A for Bilibili. And now they hear the Marshall ring out, they know it's about to get heavy. Pressure on John as he backs away. Harbor wall's going to be set up now, as SEN will have a chance to fight for this.
Looks like YZ wants to go hunting, playing up top, unexpected position.
Takes a bit of damage, drops on down, but the rest of Sentinels are considering throwing themselves at the situation.
Yeah, and a few of them are going to be able to hunt now.
Viper wall. His double controller can be very oppressive to play against, and YZ finds a time to get back in. Knight cleans off Narrate, trying to control from Crow's Nest.
That was a good shock.
Zekin and John. Yeah, not long for this one. Great little shock time that catches the KO out, and Zekin is
Yeah, that's nice from them though. They
They
don't lose anything, they get all the kills as well with the plant.
Cleaned up with these, the actual guns brought into that round, recovered as well from Bilibili, so can't really ask for anything more than that. Sentinels are going to be on their first full buy. So low on HP then.
So it's a stack for SEN over on the A side that doesn't really pan out. Bilibili just, Spidey senses tingling, they opt not to commit there. And they make the right call in the end.
Okay, bonus is legit.
Still a Marshall for Neff, Guardian for Rusia. Levies with the Bulldog.
Oh, okay. Bit of homework done for Sentinels on this one, but
Ends up being
he nearly just like fully spammed him through the wall. They know they kind of do this pathing after. They get spam back though.
Kano wanted to go for more swing off of that, but didn't actually have a second player to then go with him. So
Hey Moari, thanks so much for the prime, dude. Thank you for doing that.
To even things up. Not without two of their additional players, though, Zelsus and Bang taking a significant amount of damage. Again, Zekin is just going to take advantage of these teleports on.
Okay, so they go for the low HP lark on this. I think this is so fine.
Get into these angles.
Definitely something that works in your ranked games, but everyone's still going to complain because you're a jet and you need to go through even though you don't have your dash, but people still say it.
So we'll be
but low HP probably should be larking. Maybe could have swapped him, but
alarm bot in mid, so this would spot out any BLG attempt to thrust up that part of the map and then have two players distributed a day.
Just hoping that acquiring that orb, the sound from it will keep SEN to some extent distracted. Have them
30 seconds left.
Okay, 2 over towards side though. They might be able to do it. Alarm bot's gonna bit of info over towards middle, but they don't realize they didn't follow it through, so it does create a little bit of pressure behind, so they hold this strong. Holy hell! How has he done that with a Guardian?
absurd against Liquid. Rushi also incredible game from him. Big step up and in a pivotal role on this.
Yeah, they got to save.
Cracks that A side open.
They got to save, and honestly, I want to see like everyone from Bilibili not even hunt this. Like the money here is so good. Like keeping all of these armors as well is incredible.
Just 2 orbs away now from the reckoning, and
dude, how did he do that?
On the hunt even. Bonus round being converted on attack. We have seen this map be pretty attack favored since coming back.
It's interesting. Sentinels are going for their same smoke game plan that they went against
It's so difficult to get back in those
E2, I think.
But some extra guns.
It shouldn't really work against this comp. But I don't know if this is like, this isn't where I would be putting the smoke, to be honest.
And the bonus, and then the timeouts start rolling in as they look for an answer.
Yeah, let's see the shots.
Thank
you for the 7 months, mate. Thank you for that.
At all. It took until that.
Will the train stop today? Even if the train loses today, it's not a stop. It's just it's a small. Well, actually, no, it is a stop. Yeah. No, I think he actually used the right word. A detour? Yeah, maybe a detour. Yeah, that's a better way of doing it.
I mean, that is
It's a detour. You're right. It's taking the long route round.
Neither can I. BLG also, because they just carried over such weak weapons into that bonus.
Dude, that was insane shots, man.
Look at their economy already. 4 players at 5k or so.
There's going to be a lot of work for Sen to try and keep a lid on this and to get us in the race.
Joe.
Embroiled in an early
Damn,
engagement.
bro.
YZ doubles down.
7-1, yeah. And Sentinels have really been, like, game plan wise, they wanted to stop them. Well, they basically want to fight them here, right? They've got their A default down. They know exactly what they do, but they just lose the double duel over towards heaven each time. The best they've had is a trade from it.
And that right now is learning that the hard way. No chance to deploy any of that Gecko util falling early. John's about to swing this from lower rafter. Does he have a timing on Knight? Gives himself up.
In the meantime, yeah, look at Neff. He has worked his way up tube again. This turret has been watching this position. So if he goes a bit further, he's going to have to break that. The rest of Bilibili making a late round pivot towards B. This has been the name of the game for them so far. Send that one lurker. Typically,
Zekin can do. Got double molly. Got a delay for a little bit. It's got an extra smoke one way. It's got Omen Flash.
Zekin tried to put that one way back up there. Wyatt, but it looks like Bilibili a little bit too fast for him.
I like the amount of pressure that Neff is causing though. Obviously, it was YZ last round.
Sen want to take a pitched engagement here after the plant.
Yeah, give him a Guardian here. He can stop that. Vandal can't stop it.
Nice shot. Zekin takes full advantage of that. Just not enough power to keep that Viper wall up, so K9 can actually get away.
Challenging the BLG out of these entrenched positions around the B side. Zelsis, though, does get a spot. That 0 point was pretty helpful. Does he drop down and take a fight? He's looking for a gun barrel.
Lovely little double swing. Damn, they're playing well together.
John will flash himself out here. Zekin has to take that yellow fight, and John succeeds. It's all on YZ now. A great start to the round, but he can't
imagine it. Imagine it. We got to start looking at the money here because they win the round with only one person surviving. There's 4 people that might not be able to buy next round if they lose. I say might not. If they lose this next one, they're down to an eco for sure.
Take out Levius, who was in a deep
it's a good round to lose if you're Bilibili. I guess is the best way to look at it. YZ? I mean, he is an aimer though. You got to give him that.
So much of this is built off the absence of Rushia. None of that Harbor util to make it that much more difficult for Sen to locate these anchored positions from BLG.
Yeah, K9's inability to escape after planting that spike was his
still going for it. Still going for it. They want a heavy punish of this early AD front.
And they love just swinging from belt. Aggression with that cascade covering up some of the potential dangerous angles.
There should be a big focus on just one orb at the moment. Right, get this Harbor. You realize it's such an important round. Definitely want to see this Fischl into this round as well. Again, it's just such an important round for this half.
Such a sick start.
Especially as I think Bilibili could have a really good defense against this. Great shot, man.
I mean, that is
Jason Bourne, the Jason Bourne with the 10 gifted. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. Chat, you know what to do? Is that why the spam going? Thank you so much, bro.
The same spot he's played from though, and Sen had a high-low setup with Bang there, just pushing around pipe. There, maybe just overplay their hand a little bit. We're running low on time.
I appreciate that.
43 seconds left in the round. No duelist up for BLG.
And F does break that alarm button. You can see it has drawn some attention from the defenders.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure over towards middle is still nice on this. Might be able to get a free plant.
Now the util is coming through from Bilibili to get into this site. When Rusha
Okay,
gets
save the fish
down,
ult for the
he can
flood.
get it down and should in the cope. He's going to have the reckoning for the post plant. That could be enough to convert a
What
4
after
versus
plant
5.
util they got?
From the cove instead,
Not too much. We've got one Viper Molly, but they do get Harbor with the plant.
All 5 guns in the game for a retake.
Dude, he should be using this Harbor at one point. He gets hit by the knife. It kind of looked like he didn't want to use it no matter what.
And he'll be brought down by Bang. He's been very snappy in these rounds. Nightfall's by the wayside now. It's Neff and Levies who have to play from a long distance. Neff IGL all on his own. And that is stunning.
Maybe?
It's up to Zelsa and
Maybe?
Damn,
it was close, bro. Hey, nice shots, though. Okay, he did good damage. And they got the Harbor to kind of insta-reset them. Even though they win the round, everyone has to rebuy again. So the money's really not good. Like, they're sitting on 3-2. They got to go Bulldogs. Bulldogs, Guardian, Lions. He nearly won this.
Was a little bit focused, perhaps too much so on getting kills.
There's a nice little double swing for them in the beginning.
Bang exploits the lack of anyone being able to trade for him. Just gets an isolated 1v1. And from there, it's all too easy for the rest of the SEN players to pull back in, immediately pressure the spike. That was well played, but now they're in serious danger of getting put onto an eco.
Dude, a double tag again.
To dissuade, narrates pretty
what the hell?
Forward positioning here off the rip. Okay, a Cascade throw it out here, but BLG are behind it. Moving to B early this
Happened
time.
in the Paper Rex Heretics game.
Free control of B main, and you can see that they're leaving the orb. They're going to give it to K-Knight. He's going to have the Hunter's Fury.
Okay, similar round, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, the combo next.
Deltas here has to play safely as he can. Harbor wall to
Got
follow
it.
up on the Viper.
Very fast and very decisive on this one. They got the lurk over towards A, and they just heard the rotate. Omen ult goes in to get them fast. But dude, Bilibili won this round. Look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. Look at their ults. This would be one of the most criminal rounds to lose.
Viper's bit to follow up here. Zekin
Yeah,
found
this is the beginning. Gave him away in.
He's just going to keep fighting.
Maybe that's exactly what SEN are hoping for. They've even up the odds now.
Okay, what?
Okay. Here's the null command. Russia has to respect the fragment, stepping to the side of it now, still occupying this pit, but takes a big hit down to 30. It's dangerous, but Russia tries in these circumstances, and the spray is good. 2 for the Harbor. Levy is now playing from Crow's Nest. Sees John on the low ground, but all these ultimates, it's just too much to handle.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really good
BLG
spot on this as well.
That is just why
Sentinels down to an eco, dude. It's a rough start for them.
Onto Zelsis, always going to hunt for more. But ultimately, in that retake situation, there's just too much util.
Was the server all out? Yeah, that was like the only good thing at the end. But I mean, they got a lot out for them as well.
To get back in. And look, going into this, we're looking at a YZ that throughout stage 1 was able to be the highest ACS, highest kills per round player in China. And you're wondering, is that just because he's able to farm some of the lower tier teams, get away with things that he shouldn't be allowed to get away with?
He's looking really good, man.
Scales throughout this tournament.
So far in this game, he's looking awesome.
He's had a couple
even just like impact around the map.
Hitting hard, 9-4 right now. Finding good first kills.
In that series against TL, he's involved in 30 first engagements. Ends up 15 and 15 first kill, first death, but often on the Neon looking to create that early space and be traded. He's always looking for a fight, but it has hurt him on a couple of these rounds. Walking into a high-low setup, standing on top of yellow, above the Viper's wall, where, you know, Zekin is easily able to pick him off. Couple of things there that can be his unraveling.
Got an early timeout call from Kaplan, can't blame him. Things are beginning to get out of hand for SEN.
Okay, dude, they got nothing into it. It's basically another full eco. They got a Sheriff armor on Bang. Chance to maybe get this Killjoy online. Probably be a big focus, I would say now.
We're not used to their style. We're not used to the way that region plays. It took time to adapt, to get in the game. And Bilibili, they're pretty unique. YZ, one of one player.
Well. Yeah, look at all the space they take over towards B. They at least take away the AWP. Second gets the AWP, make sure they can't get it. Wall committed over towards A as well. I don't recommend this against an eco. Especially when the knife hits you, you don't really have any backup, right? You can just hold this line, you can keep the 4 there. It's going to try force their way.
Percent to manage with these weaker weapons, and YZ float like a butterfly, gets hit pretty hard though there, dropped low. Zelsus did fall by the wayside. And here's K9 into the cookie jar. And we'll have his meal. It's all on second now.
Okay, keeps it nice and clean. And we often, like, I know a lot of you are typing like ults question marks, but the normal econ is just more important to just make sure you keep it intact, especially like so early on in the half. Like if you use 2 ults here, no one dies, and you make sure you have the like your actual econ good for the rest of the half. It's so wow.
Serious control of this game. Sentinels maybe just at least glad that all of those ultimates have been expended over the last couple rounds.
The Harbor Ult's great for the anti-eco. Yeah, so what they actually did here with the wall, like I normally don't like it against the eco, but if you put the Harbor Ult onto it, it's kind of nice because, like, if it is a stack, they're going to overlap and the circles are going to end up stunning people. So. Ooh, it's a little rough. Why is he 12-4 by the way?
Not a horrendous result. Safety in the cove to get this spike down for Rusha. How do Bilibili want a position right now? They're going back into B main. Why is he going far
Keep an eye on YZ and remember that he got a kill over towards yellow, so they really strongly think that he's in this area. So him lurking over towards middle, especially if they kind of see the harbor util, maybe they see the molly as well. Damn, he just heard him. He went a little bit too early.
2 players over here towards yellow. That's what BLG are working with.
The original idea was good, he just went too early.
Off this flash.
And he...
Russia moves him. Oh my goodness, again!
Oh man, dude, they look good, chat. They look good.
Not a care in the world. Another buy round from
They're kind of out-aiming them a little bit.
Swings out in the Marley. Sen a little too slow to react. Wall lined up. Again thrown onto an eco. This is brutal. Things getting so scrambled with the anchors here between Zelsus and Zekin.
This has again been the issue though. Look at Sen's overwhelmed by this pace. Like, Zekin is not ready for YZ to be so quick to yellow. Zelsus, as a result, is caught out in the open, and they do well to go 1 for 1, 2 for 2 in that case. But still, they get overwhelmed.
Okay, another eco for Sentinels.
From yesterday against Wolves.
It's a really bad start for Sentinels, especially as I think that Bilibili can have a strong defense at least over towards B. I don't know if they can lock down A, but
right now things are getting completely out of hand. Feels even more so than with Wolves yesterday.
Here comes all of the Harbor util deployed. Cove placed it a little further into the open. K9 able to get a plant.
Nice plant though. Another Harbor Ult. Yeah, you guys were questioning him using it into an eco. He's got it for the next eco. Got it 2 rounds later. Damn, bro.
BLG once more commit that reckoning into a half buy.
Krayoval, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you for doing that.
2 rounds ago, I think on the other eco, he had used one just to convert it with ease. Only a handful of opportunities for Sentinels left to get into this. As I mentioned earlier, this attack side on Icebox has certainly been favored since its return to the pool. Teams are just so overwhelming with their assaults on these sites.
They're looking legit, they're looking nice.
Nearly enough to play.
This is the chance for Sentinels to bring this back. Right, start looking over towards here. They're kind of close to 2 ults, but it's still going to take a little bit of time. And we're about to have all of the cycle of Sentinels ults coming up, so Sentinels can still get 5, to be honest. I think they need 5, really.
So far, though, Bang really has been the only antidote to the chaos that YZ has brought. Catching him as he, updrafted onto Tube or part of that high-low swing on A.
Sentinels use this every single time with the Viper, but I do like the fact that they at least change their alarm bot up into different positions if people wanted to anti it with shocks.
Viper's pit there at B. Lockdown should have been needed unless Zelsus gets flattened here.
I do like this setup from Sen. They have good information across the entire map. Controlling B main with the pit. They've got the turret to watch for players coming up to. Zelsus can watch under.
Okay, meanwhile this is going on, we have a drone over towards A to kind of create a little bit of pressure. The split A, but they're kind of close, and the updraft creates pressure. Like he could have gone behind this wall as well, so there is a little bit of pressure over towards the right here. Boy, John, that was sick, dude. Fair play. He just completely ignored the dash to the side. That was unreal.
Gets second up by Rafters to take the fight, but Levius beats
dude, he has to do more. God, it might not be enough.
Levius deals with John. Numbers are even now if both teams go for these lockdowns simultaneously.
This Viper Molly wrecked him. That Viper Molly completely wrecked him as well. The Kings went through it.
Boy, howdy.
Dude, give me this clip of John again. How's he done that? That's incredibly calm from him.
Again goes off at the moment, has been the catalyst for SEN getting rounds. Adjustment back, spray down, ready for the swing on the right from YZ.
Making the Phantom look kind of unbelievable.
Again from the IGL.
Good call to fight mid, boys. Really good job fighting mid. I almost threw, but I'm goated.
Okay.
I think self-affirmation
like the confidence.
part of the tool set for a competitive player.
You know, I'd love to see teams on attack go for the A split. It's very rare, but unfortunately, when you try to reinvent the wheel on Icebox, you lose the round. You hate to see it. I think the A split win rate on this map might be like 10%.
Yeah, the A split win rate is really low on this map.
I love to see the attempts. It is just so hard to pull off.
It's YZ this time. He's getting up to very early. Obviously wants to listen out. Looking for his latest dose of diet milk. Cover going out. Oh, what happened to Zek in there? He's very, very low. Just some trades here. Shots through the one way, most likely. Favor Bilibili.
Nice shot, man. God, he's got a lot of entries.
Nonchalant is YZ.
I'm liking this round from Bilibili right now with YZ fighting this middle area of the map. The rest of the team making a lot of noise B main.
Dude, it's 3-person hunt for him as well. Just look at the minimap. They're all going for him, but as long as he spots numbers.
Between two players.
Caught an audible. YZ now reveals himself.
Yeah, but he knows his numbers now. They know it's a free site. They pretty much get a plant for that. Completely get him out of the area. They got Fish ult for retake. They got Sova ult for after plant.
Anchor could focus on main. Flash coming through Paranoia into
very early Sova ult.
Counter Hunter's Fury.
Oh, just underneath.
A little bit too low.
Tried to hit the Gecko while he's fishing.
Rushia in this position. We saw him rip a shot on towards Crow's Nest a couple rounds back.
They are holding for the mid push though, and they've got a turret that now spots it. That was smart. God, dude, Russia. Look at this guy, yellow, bro. Get this guy inserted to yellow every round, and he just wins it. He's insane.
On land right now at this international event.
Gets multi kills there.
He's stepping up from the last games we saw of him during their qualifying, but he was good. But he's hitting another level right now.
Just another reckoning. Just around the corner, by the way.
It is meant to just one more orb and he'll have it. BLG are just so proactive. They are just choosing to swing out together, find a timing with center, trying to move forward. They're catching them out in the open on these retake efforts.
Defensive null command is ready here for John. Tough though to get ahead of this Viper Harbor.
Yeah, it might be an extra harbor ult for this one.
You know, no point Sen have even
one away.
Had a worthy enough economy to try and off
the Jet lurking. I mean, the Jet's fine to lurk on this map. Like a map where the duelist doesn't have to hard enter really anywhere, unless you make like this a choke. It's like the only place that you might need to dash, really. Sometimes over towards the wall, but you can still just wait it out because you use util. Where you see a couple of no duelist comps at the moment. Like you don't need it.
Peek around the corner. Now Sen have that mid control this round.
I love that from Zelsus. This is a really intelligent pivot.
So look at Sen
here we go again. He's got another one. What a beast, man.
Perhaps because of this. The reckoning comes in. Sen's just going to give it up for the time being. Zekin. Going to be joining the team now.
Okay, Kano wants to get in a cheeky position to even things up, but he's triple
They were
swung. Sen was so prepared for that. Probably expecting YZ to be up there, to be frank, but
Sentinels really need this.
That kill regardless. Through the high tide, expect multi-swings, and YZ's got to get out. Cloudburst away with the paranoia and effect. Rushia, though, again, surely not. He backs up. Takes John QT out of the game and then falls back to a more safe position. He gets a second. How is he getting away with this? Levius and YZ now have to fight for this in a short-handed situation. He's on the spike location and in the middle of the dark cover. He dispatches Narrate. Now, though, overwhelmed. Zekin and Zelsus to the rescue. Levius sees one of them, but he can't stop Zelsus.
Very calm from Sentinels on this one.
From Zelsus, getting that mid-control, converting into a very
it's going to be hard before it might be enough, but again, I think Bilibili should easily be able to shut down over towards B. It's just if they can just hold A, in my opinion. They have like fast floods A comp, so we'll see. They got like options of how to play it.
Strong starts up Sen City to come alive.
What's another death?
Bilibili, oh dude, that's a great half from them. They did awesome. In Deja Vu from yesterday. I mean, this one should be harder though for Sentinels. Still think that they got a win pistol. The econ report coming in today. Dude, I messaged someone today about this. I get it changed. There's so much potential that you could do. They just went for like the most irrelevant stat. KO pick. I mean, yeah, Mini. I can save you the time for Mini's thing. He's just gonna be like, "Why would you pick a KO when you can pick a Sova for this?" Sorry, pick a Sage for this. That's all he's gonna say. He's just gonna flame the comp, and then he's gonna say that he hates no Sova. He's gonna want a Sage or a Sova.
Icebox here in this series between Sentinels and Bilibili, with the winner advancing to the playoffs.
Non-123p with the Prime, 17 months. Thank you so much for the Prime, I appreciate that.
Guys, been looking pretty incredible, but a lot of very
There it is, the econ report.
Remember, this is a measure.
Take those numbers in.
The sort of damage you do divided by the credits you spend on it. We know that the economy was incredible for Bilibili over so much of that first half, Wyatt.
I think specifically what's been incredible is YZ. He's taking so many
Whatever that means, yeah. Dude, we always, because of the pissed around, you always just get a chart that looks like this. Dude, I gave I messaged someone in Liquids to bring it onto Coinbase to actually do something pretty cool. I thought my idea was kind of good, right? Because you have double econ in the game, right? And it's kind of like Coinbase with like fiat currency and then cryptocurrency. And then the cryptocurrency ends up being the alt currency instead of the actual currency. And then you could do like a thing about alts, and you could be like the 4 harbor alts that they got in the round and the impact. I don't know, you could do some cool stuff. I just don't think they thought it through properly.
Really similar fashion. It was only a 4-round defense side on split, admittedly. He said, we just needed some time to calibrate, but when you lose the pistol and you lose the bonus, you're going to
Can you repeat? It makes sense.
That's a fairly
it's too nerdy. No, it's good, dude. It makes sense.
See what Sen have for us, though, on this attack side, which is where obviously they were able to generate some momentum in their last game. With the pistol now, already early push up.
Okay, let's see what they got for the pistols.
Unsurprisingly at the front, and Zekin is waiting.
Nice little classic right click to open things
Yeah, you do that. You do the auto economy.
Needed pistol round.
And there's like a different way to think about the game, kind of referring to cryptocurrency for real life. That's what I would do. Oi, that's a lineup though. Dude, Prius has got those itchy fingers, man. He's just out here clicking on everyone.
Get taken down there. So that at least has given Bilibili a bit more confidence, evening the ledge. There's now an encroachment from the Sen side on A, and it's just K-Knight who's watching for belts.
Bro is out in the open. Just watching for belt. Recon gonna go through today. Attempt to swing onto pressure coming both sides of the map.
That, well, gets swung on. K-Knight's the one that precipitates that action.
Okay, it's really good timing. Ah, dude. Well, with this info they get over towards B, shouldn't be solo facing like that.
We're getting a little bit too silly with these peaks right now. Sen are exploiting that overextension and aggression from the defenders. Now Levius wants to get in a decent position.
Okay. 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 How's he allowed to do it?
Raw sauce.
Oh my god, how's he allowed to do that one?
That could have gone awfully wrong for BLG. What a tale of 2 teams in that round. Firstly, individuals out in the open getting picked off, and then Levius 3 kills from behind that
That's
box.
insanity that he got. Dude, it's insane that he got 2 here.
buttery smooth movement. He's breaking ankles. They don't know which side to look on. He's just taking
30 seconds. One enemy remaining.
Look at how he's able to isolate players with 3 of them staring at him.
Neff says, all right, you've done most of the work. I'll come through and clean up the round. That's pretty rough for this America's roster.
That's probably the map gone.
Needed a pistol here to get something
Yeah, they didn't even get a plant, so they can't even go for the Stinger buy.
Pistols, and Neff says, well, don't mind if I do.
He loves just pushing up, getting one and leaving. He gets away with it again. But of course, this is just SEN on all classics. Pretty standard way to take yellow there. We're going to probably see that a couple more times in this half, where you have Zek and teleport across, basically pseudo jet, while that flash comes through from John.
Neff trying to see what he can find. YZ front center delivers. Zek and flatten Russia.
Really clean on this. That's 2 armor rebuys. That's it. They got a plant at least. That's the only positive. Schmarky, thank you for the prime, mate. Appreciate that. Thank you for the former.
Have been great. They are hardly taking any damage at all. A couple in the first half, they were committing the reckoning to do it. There should be so many kills. He just kept cycling through those. It felt like it didn't even matter. But it has just kept them in this state where they are winning the economic game. SEN had to eco several times in that first half. You see it on the timeline. They're not able to string anything together. Billy were just chilling the entire time. They even won the bonus on the first half.
Here we go. 410.
Upgraded rifles on that
it's still doable.
They still won it. Same case here.
It's still doable. But again, I just think that if Bilibili play it right, they should win at least 2 rounds where they shut down over towards B.
Staying quite here to dissuade any early aggression.
This is kind of nice from Bilibili. They create a little bit of pressure over towards A, as we can see it's fake pressure, right? Killjoy can call it the walls here that they might have gone aggro and they won't expect the 3-person hold on B. Yeah, this is kind of nice as well. They have like a little bit of a punish for their Gecko lineup for when they try and take out towards B. It's kind of cool. This is a good round from Bilibili. I like the idea on the bonus here. Like a little bit of anti, and it's just like, it's pretty smart with the fake pressure on A. It's trying to punish their B default.
In order to do so. Very expensive advancement for SEN across the map here.
Celsius is hoping to be on his Neff arc going through tube.
Yeah, it's a similar round to what we saw earlier, but this time we kind of we have the wall to delay them over towards B as they hunt for this guy in middle. Yeah, they just wanted to push the turret to create pressure. They gamble wrong a little bit, Bilibili, but again, I think that idea was pretty cool here. They still have code for retake as long as Russia doesn't do anything too wild.
Oh god.
The turret's gonna spot him.
Looks like very quickly YZ got under tube. So
oh, is he getting a smoke on the turret? Oh, smoke on the turret, that's nice. And no one's here to even see it. Oh, this was really cool.
Maybe this is taken down here. Second, playing from yellow. Knight has to step up here. SEN got 3 guns in the game still. K-Knight.
And no matter what, Celsius is the security on this one. Hey, this is a cool idea though. Honestly, from both teams. They're high level rounds, so it's nice.
Forced on away. And there you have it, Sentinels. That first buy round is fruitful. 3 rifles maintained. When the climb
that was cool, yeah, it was a sick round. It was a sick round for everyone. I'm not sure their wingman lineup should be here though. Maybe I'm just looking into that because it's a bad lineup.
That intuitive timing on the spam through for another player to swing.
Something sort of indicates to Bilibili that they need to rotate off that B side after they throw the high tide up.
Celsius? No, Celsius played this lovely. The comms to get the smoke out was good, and obviously his comms of how many numbers he's hearing is great as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, come by next. 1, 2. So, another big round. Okay, they do a similar thing to the round before, but this time they actually do fight a little bit behind it.
Very common because YZ will love to just stand up there.
So personally here, Bilibili, for me, I think they're misplaying over towards B. When I would play against this comp, I would play heavy yellow, and I would make sure that my smoke is here, and like this is the choke. I think that's like very strong against the kind of no duelist, and the best thing they can do is just like flash over Omen TP. At the same time, it's like an Omen TP. Normally you're going to be very unlucky to get killed by the Omen TP flash timing. So I do think the Bilibili could reinforce their B a little better by making this a hard choke point. The smoke with like the wall may on this thing here is just so strong.
A whole lot to do here.
was nice from Zelsus, just able to timing that drone. And again, this is another round where he gets a lot of information over towards A, because Bilibili, they are so far pushed up. They are trying to drone that deep, which is pretty wild. And so he just knows that, hey, the rest of you just go on into B. It's either light or free at this point. I mean, most likely light, you know, with a one anchor playing far back, spam angle through Snowman, something like that. And so they're happy to just take that site for free yet again.
A bunch of questions about, you know, John moving into this more initiator-focused role. Some people speculated that after the Teo nerfs he'd move back, but he said, I feel it's much
Just
easier
win all
for me
your
to call a
gunfights?
macro
Yeah,
game
that's true.
when I'm
Just
not
win all your
working on the
gunfights.
other side of the map playing Sentinel, much like Zelsus is in this round.
All the game
Because I
comes
kind
down
of
to.
want to be in the initiator shoes, I'm comfortable in this role, and I have a much better handle on both the micro and macro aspects of the game where I can play with the body.
Dude, look
of
at the
Nice to be able to have that
even
utility
fragging.
to
That's what I meant to
set
say
up
over here.
Second, be very involved in the executes.
These.
See what Billy up to do here. They are just going to half buy with the saved rifle.
Okay, they forced them into the eco. It's still 3 hero guns, and they got a harbor ult, and it's gonna get a little bit harder for Bilibili, especially when these ults start coming online as well. That's nice info with this knife.
I mean, what he did with that Guardian earlier in that first half, that should be studied.
Yeah, and with the information, they kind of walk and take a good amount of space over towards B as well.
Sentinels here, kind of enveloped by that high tide on A, and no hurry to leave for now, but this Al drone is likely going to reveal at least Zekken. So they know the Omen is there. On B, tentatively Sen is starting to probe this part of the map, and Neff has to find a timing sort of to swing out, but sees nothing.
Bang has gotten in a forward position. Neff will be falling
Wait, what
back.
the?
Billy are happy to be stacked up towards A. They want to push up right now.
The timing on this knife is incredible again, by the way. Hit all 3.
Sees 2
Couldn't have been much better.
back up on A. They are
That's
really
the killjoy. They could keep this one nice and simple. Rotate's coming out. There is a double push on middle. They just missed their chance of getting a spike.
likely will be sniffed out by Bilibili pretty
Misclick? Yeah, for sure, misclick.
Straight down mid. They'll get to B pretty quickly as a result. This Viper's wall, though, will be a factor and in play. Narrate's looking to try and get up a plant.
They're really trying to delay with these
25 seconds, no plant on this one. Oh, dude. This shock killed the... Oh, okay. And they put the harbor into it as well. I can't even be mad at Bilibili for putting the harbor into this one. 25 seconds, and they decided to spam util to stop the plant. Like, can't be too angry at it. Sentinels get a big win though. Everyone's surviving, good amount of money, and they got the harbor out. Actually, I think they lost one, right?
Third of the game so far. Deny that half by deny any value.
They walked up, yeah, they're a little bit closer than they thought. But they had to try. This is a lovely little double flash. Carry flash with the Gecko flash.
Talk about it being set up teammates as an idea, but also when you're in this KO role in a deepest listen you're one of the most active entry players, him and Zekken, and there are going to be a lot of moments where you're going to want to take time and swinging through Viper walls.
Need a pause? Yeah, I think you'll see one now for Bilibili.
These very heavy flashes for Zen.
Again, they can just make that heavy choke point on B.
In the post plant, get through their own Viper wall, take some of those engagements. Bilibili have to call a timeout here because Sen are they're doing the thing they've been doing, right? The whole only get 4 rounds on defense and then lay it on thick on the other side of the map. And this is Sentinels who lost this second half pistol, was still able to recover on that first gun round with 3 rifles in tow. And the economic situation in this half has been a far cry from what we saw in the first 12 rounds.
Dude, it's still 10-7. Like, they're still in a really good spot. It just, I don't know, they just need to lock down B, which should be easy.
Billy got off to a hot start. They do have off money. That's something that they can bring into the fold heading forward.
Where's the Viper smoke gone? Okay, they get an op on this one. The op's gonna go over towards middle. Dude, please put the smoke in.
Jet opera to watch B main. Everybody else go stack towards that A side.
They don't have an Aldrone Sentinels to force it up, but Dizzy can have a similar effect.
Dude, what's he doing with the
glass
smoke?
cannon here. So he probably has to be a
Deep
little
smoke?
bit cognizant of that. Strong wind would blow him over.
Take this mid cross.
Where the hell is it?
Okay.
Jesus, well.
Not the kind of caster curse, I'm sure
It's a good little trade back. Dude, he does a deep Viper smoke. Vision block, vision
high
block.
value kill that Sen got. Zekken though is out of the game.
I like that confidence from Levius hearing the teleport, swinging out to even things up. High tide to cycle when that Viper wall
Dude, especially as they use the recon as well. This is pretty nice for Sentinels.
Or just get out.
When do they...
Hoping to just get a spam kill before retreating out.
Okay, nothing really to stop this plant.
They will play this safe.
Maybe a shock, but can stank it.
Missed this getting Neff in a backstab position, but he's spotted out by the turret and actually has to call a cancel on that. Narrates in the side. Here comes a Viper's pit now from Sentinels to shore things up. K-Knight swings out. John, man, he's been solid. Finds his one.
Big jaw behind her.
Bushy, though, has been very, very dangerous in
Good imagine. Celsius wins.
Celsius knew this was coming. The turret got broken about 10-15 seconds ago, and he knew.
Oh.
Narrates, okay. Gets in there and interrupts Russia. And now Levius credited with that first kill of the round on Zekin. This is just too much to expect from him. And Narrate steps up.
Force him down to an eco again.
Not able to get an ounce of value.
It's getting scary for Bilibili.
Re-spam through, gets that kill. And then sends very easy 1-2 hit with the ultimates. Lockdown, take the site. Everyone's off. Viper's pit, playing it with the post plant. It's just that simple sometimes.
You don't mess with
Celsius again with that awareness too to watch the flank. He is playing a great map right now. Really impressed by him.
Trying to
very
fight
smart more than anything.
See how it goes.
Now command on deck here for Sentinels.
They got Jet ult. Maybe there's something with Jet ult. Definitely got to keep an eye on the KO ult for this one.
Someone eco around here. Neff going for that Guardian. Early high tide here just to cover that A side of the map as Bilibili look to hedge their bets through mid and B instead.
I'll tell you, Billy would love to be able to force some of these ultimates out on this round.
A lot of B hits, then the timeout came in, and then once they kind of realized that maybe they're fixing over towards B, they're now just hitting over towards A.
Onto their lockdown as well.
Bilibili have no current information about the A side of the map. So the Owl drone does get deployed. K-Knight needs to get an idea of the movements of Sentinels, and they've got a bit of info here.
As soon as they find out exactly where this Jet is, this ult's gonna insta-pump.
Looks pretty good. Here's nobody. Okay, just one affected by that 0 point.
There we go, might get a kill, but that ult gets popped, right? Yeah, there we go. And he can just hold on to this. Don't have an idea about the numbers behind it. This is a rough one for Sentinels.
It's no good.
Long range Dead Frenzy.
Yeah, and they managed to pick up a gun as well. There's a gun down there for YZ if he wants it. Lovely shot.
Still, YZ is in that flanking position.
Oh, that's a big kill. Dude. Narrate saved them a little bit here. I say a little bit.
What a time to do it.
Narrate heavy saved them.
There's a lot to deal with.
I was looking at his HP thinking this turret's going to finish him. Dude, it's another round as well where Bilibili like put an ult into it. You had that Harbor ult over towards B, now the Killjoy ult over towards here. There's no composure on some of this as well, but I kind of get the I kind of get why you'd be using it. It went down in the 3v3, right? Yeah.
After he kills Bang, and frankly, that did end up mattering. He had the angle on one of the players.
It went down in the 3v3, but if they actually had like good comms, they would just be holding the area that it pushes them to instead of like pushing into it.
Yeah, let's get that soundbite in there. Make sure we don't miss that one. Early crash off the rip here over towards the east side of the map.
Insta-official, and then you insta-get Sova all into it. It's a big buy round, so it doesn't get too much on it. A little bit too high for some of that as well. Dude, look at their money. Money's outrageous.
Uses the thrash. That is not the case, and there it should be able to recover that ult to use it again.
Second time that K-Knight's tried that. Last time.
See, this is kind of nice what Bilibili are doing, but again, their smoke's on default. Like, it should be so hard for this comp to get through here, but it's having an easy time. Like, they had the right setup in terms of the players, actual. Proper setup's wrong. Omen smoke over towards here. Creates pressure, and then pressure with the ult. It's actually over towards yellow, and then everyone from B goes to find the ult. It should be here. Not too bad. Wait, how's he got through there?
Zekin has gotten deep, but YZ has a chance to pop out here, and Zelsus is not ready for it. There's a gap in the net. Zekin, though, himself is the cat amongst the pigeons.
Ah, it's unlucky. Imagine got that TP away. I think his first idea would have been pretty good.
Deny Sen the chance to even up the game and now get one step closer to claiming this map.
I like the idea from Sentinels though.
That was almost so clutch.
I thought the Omen idea was kind of cool.
Just didn't know exactly where he wanted to teleport. Waited one unfortunate extra second. At some point there, I believe Rusha got a kill, which was why he was able to get and then gets that reckoning at the very last moment just to ensure that they can win this very crucial 2 versus 1.
YZ was able to slip through. We get 2 kills.
I wonder if you
on
want to
that
do
retake.
that ult though, if you want to be
Zelsis
fighting
just
side
already
like this,
to
or if you
see
just
Bilibili
fight
play a
after
counter there
plant
after Second
heavy.
already pushed into his own smoke like that.
Because that's what the comp's made for, and you know that there's people here because they're gone searching for your ult.
Does he want to just use this on B straight away? No, he doesn't. Expecting maybe there's going to be a Dizzy with a teleport up top from Zek in there. Wanted to post up.
It would be a hard reset, 1-9 loss bonus,
Patient
if
from Neff. We saw
Bilibili lose this.
Rip in this context. Here's the Viper Spit over on the B side.
Going to use it fairly late, but it'll deny the common.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel comfy, right, this ult, because obviously they can be over anywhere on this line here.
Convinced there's a reason to linger.
Why is he
Oh, he's going to hear
very
that,
close. You
right?
can see the rotation that has been called due to that from Bilibili. All of the players stacked towards B, even with the Viper's Pit down there.
Yeah, because look at what Bilibili are doing right now. Because this ult, they're still having to like re-clear. They used to drone, literally just clear like close of here. That's it. And they still didn't clear back a yellow. It's not like with the info they just got, they can rotate. There's still 4 people here holding with
YZ is
Viper
hoping to
ult.
just get one and run away.
Doesn't have a.
He spotted 3 though, so rotate can come in.
Always had to be like a nasty peek. And again, he has no backup. He doesn't expose himself like some of his contemporaries did in this situation earlier this map.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia comes in. YZ unaffected though. He's going to be tucked here by the box, but Zeka knows where to dig him out. But here come the reinforcements.
The spike is so far forward.
Yeah,
It is out in the open. Zekin has to help John retrieve. And they're going to come forward. Playing from Crow's Nest now. It's Zekin in a 1 versus 3.
Damn, nicely done for Bilibili. 3 goes at it. YZ did really good to get that out of the info. Rotate was nice. And again, this is like what the comp's made for. Fast flood, wall up. Everyone send it.
Bilibili are looking like they're going to capture another win with Rusha and YZ both at 22 kills right now. That's what they finished with the other day when they played Icebox. But they've still got more rounds to push things further. They are playing so
I wonder why they
well.
went so heavy left
It
side.
was dangerous from YZ's point of view. This guy's committing to the site. He's trying to tuck. He spotted out. He had to break that molly. But Bilibili were so fast on that rotate back from B into the site that he got the support he needed.
And maybe Sentinels were a little ponderous.
Why they're pushing left side?
way that they
Yeah,
allowed
with
for
the
Bilibili to
knife
get
hitting
back
middle of
to
sight.
That side.
I don't know why they push left side. Maybe they overthought the molly getting shot. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it might have been narrate with that in hand. Maybe just a mix-up on where the Gecko was supposed to be in that situation. It made it virtually unrecoverable, especially with Bilibili flooding back in as they did. So last time out here for Sentinels. A good run back, reminiscent again, I'm going to say it, of their game against Wolves. But this time Bilibili have stopped their momentum dead.
The difference between this game and that one might just come down to the fact that Bilibili win the pistol round in the second half. That might be the only difference, because Wolves almost ran it back, but they just couldn't at the very end. They didn't give themselves that buffer.
All right, Toronto, let's get loud for round number 22s. Bilibili trying to close this out. Sen trying to hang on.
Got the full buy for both sides here. Even if Sen
Dude, again, look how even the fragging
have
is
enough
there.
cash to keep things going, keep applying the pressure, and 3 opportunities to close this game out. Take their map pick. Shadows traveling.
Dialed in our Sentinels. They know they've got a hill to climb. Does he catch his YZ? He's hanging on the rope for the time.
No way. No way.
The sheer audacity from this guy eventually. Tailwind's
At
going to
least
get
they
him
all
back
did
to
it
safety.
together.
Bilibili, though, happy to rattle the cage a little bit.
Arusha wants to go for more as well, just trying to take a little jiggle peek, catch someone before his exit.
No respect for Bilibili here.
They're happy on defense right now to just maintain those stacked up positions towards A.
Still kind of nice though. So they probably know that to get the info back, they're gonna have to do some kind of recon. So they got one to shoot it. And if it goes in, the fact this knife doesn't hit anyone means they can take yellow free.
Flash for second to get back yellow.
Rotate goes in. I don't think he was close enough to hear any of this.
Recon dart available, so.
Does K-Knight just have the sixth sense right now?
He's hanging around, doesn't? Oh God, he's
That's a strong pause.
Zelsis is about to walk into a trap, and K-Knight from the rafters hangs. It doesn't matter.
Really?
What a win for Zelsis. Now it's a step forward for Sentinels, but much more to be done. Look at this rotate getting pulled over.
It's convinced them that they have to go back to this A site center.
Guys, time, please, 15 seconds.
Yellow on B. Zelsis caught, so things are evened up, but the plant will be going down 4-3 right now.
He single-handedly opens this opportunity for Sen to get an
that's impressive from
uncontested
Zelsis.
B-side plant. Trades his life out, he's done his job for now.
They still have the Cove, though. Cove for the defuse. It's a little scary. Does Bang want to go around the world? He does have his molly. He might be better playing on with his team here. Yeah, he's coming back over. Omen flash, KO molly. After the spike, Cove goes out. KO molly's there, they can break it. Viper molly on. Damn dudes, they got a frag heavy. Wee, Bilibili, okay. Kinda convincing. Double pistol obviously helped them, but they played good.
What a way to start! It looked like Sen were on pace for another comeback in the first map, just like what they did to Wolves yesterday. But Bilibili winning that pistol round on the second half, closing things out, making adaptations at the end, and finish it off with a great retake and an all-star performance from both YZ and Russia.
299 ACS for YZ, not too shabby at all. A strong start for Bilibili. Much to discuss about this map for that. We're going to head to a break, come back, we'll talk some shot.
It's time. Are you ready to rumble?
Oh my god.
What's next? Sunset? Okay, yeah. Sentinels still have the curveball of Sunset, but we haven't seen Bilibili play this map as well, so it could be a little risky. We did see it? We saw it against Liquid. Oh, yeah, we did see it. Ah, okay. Dude, Sentinel should be so fine here. But what is the third map?
Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Lotus? Oh, that could be nice. Okay, let's see what Sentinel's curveball is, because if they end up going for just like the KO Gecko normal Sunset comp, then it's not much of a curveball. It's kind of what they used to play, just retake heavy Cypher.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Time we were joined by Lewis and also by Jackson. Lewis, where are you coming from here?
China.
China to cheer for Bilibili Gaming. Come on, give it up to him. He flew all the way from China for this game. Jackson, you have to tell me what is the idea behind this costume.
I'm the Pope.
You are the Pope, so you're trying to bless this game.
Of course, I'm here to bless all the games, all the players, and all the fans.
Are you blessing Sentinels this series?
I'd like to say I don't have a bias, but let's go Sun City.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and play a game. We're gonna play a small game of rock, paper, scissors. Do you know the rules behind this? Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna go right away. Chat, crowd, I'm gonna need your help. I just called you chat in person. That's awesome. I'm gonna need your help to call out the rock, paper, scissors with me, all right? We're gonna do on shoot. Ready to go? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Cool? Let's go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, we got a 1-0 over here for Lewis. Ready? We're gonna do a second one. Best of 3. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Oh, 2-0. Thank you so much for participating. We got some cool prizes actually for both of you guys because, you know, you have a lot of guts to go on camera with this costume. I love it. So we have a signed Bilibili flag and also a signed Sentinels poster. So thank you so much for participating and good luck for the rest of the series. Hopefully your team wins. Right, Fritz Bub, let's give it up.
they continue to dominate against America's teams with a great start on Icebox. I'm your host, so I'm back here in the venue on the desk with Ender and Mel. Another slow start for SEN, but this time, Mel, it got punished. Bilibili actually closed out that map.
I think we're seeing what could have happened yesterday, where Sentinels does lose that pistol in the second half, and they're not really quite able to mount that comeback. And Bilibili with some phenomenal plays, insane highlights.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire map, it was just a complete show. Obviously, Wisey is going to come out looking incredible, but Russia again on this harbor is just looking insane on this map. Both times now, BLG have played Icebox in this tournament. Him and Wisey have put up a near identical performance. It's nuts.
I also want to give a shout out to Neff as well. I feel like both of the controller players on BLG just stood out and really impressed me, because there were so many highlights, so many rounds where it looked like SEN had a good idea of what to do. There's a round where they're holding a one-way high-low. Russia just jumps in and two taps both of them. There's early in the half, Neff especially was dominating.
Is it? I know I'm overreacting, but might be my favorite Harbor player of all time after the 2 times I've seen him here on Icebox. And I'm glad you mentioned that 2K. We have it here as the HyperX reflex moment of the day. This is against Bang.
Like, what are you supposed to do?
He looks more like Bang than Bang does.
It's just insane, jumping over the one-way. Usually, you're the guy, you're just trying to break the crosshair, and the person behind you gets the trade. But this is the first shot because of the movement, and then 2 headshots is just insane.
I mean, how frustrating has this gotta be for Sentinels? They're making the right play. They're holding a one-way. How does he jump through and get 2?
I mean, Cap doesn't even know how to react to that.
I mean, they, like you said, they did everything right leading up to that point. And also, Russia, 5 Harbor ults on one map. I don't think I've ever seen that. That was insanity.
No, and just a testament of what a good job he was doing fragging out. They're also prioritizing him getting orbs, getting plants consistently. Like, that was the game plan. Just get his ult up as much as humanly possible.
Let's revisit some of that game plan on their first half. Because they managed to build up a very nice lead.
So the thing is, I really liked how BLG used lurks and communicated on a cross map based off what Neff
Still call your girlfriend,
doing.
chat.
Zoom in on
I reckon
map,
I haven't done it for 2 months.
That they're getting. You're gonna see
I reckon
this
we're on a
KO
good
knife
streak at
go
the moment.
over into B main initially, and then there's
But I
also
think
this
I've been
big
calling
fight
you guys
that throws
chatless.
and clears out all 3 players on the A site from Sentinel. So then
It might be
BLG
because of
decide,
that.
okay, we're gonna call over into the B hit. It's a 2-3 split right now, and we're just gonna leave Neff, sorry, not Neff, to hang out over in this area and get the lurk down for a moment. But
You
this
asked because Van
information
Silly
is going
called
to
the
come
crowd
in
chat.
crucial.
Wait,
Just
actually?
flash over. Do you see that out of the KO? KO
That's
has rotated
awesome.
from B and is going to flash on that line. And all
That's
of a sudden,
funny.
that's 4 players
Good to
spotted
see
on
I'm not
the A
alone.
side of the map. Footsteps are heard rotating away, and Wisey, who loves to fight forward on sites, gets that info call. There's only 1 player on the B site, so he goes for the push, gets that kill, and what it does
Never
is it
called
opens up this
Carpe, yeah.
huge amount of threat. Wisey now
Rossi, I
could
don't
be
believe
anywhere.
that.
Good luck, Sen. You're not winning this round.
Oh, good luck, Sen, indeed. But let's take a look and see what Kaplan had to say ahead of match.
Sonia, there's no way you did that one.
Here with Coach Kaplan. Now, Kaplan, you told us yesterday facing the Wolves that you guys needed a little bit more of time to really put your finger on the pulse of your opponents. Do you feel like that was what was happening today as well?
Today, definitely my less preferred way of losing. I think we're losing to ourselves, playing scared in moments and not playing together in moments. Just the team play is not where it was yesterday, and we just got to clean it up. It was getting there, just too little too late, so just got to keep it going.
All right, so pick it up, get your head in the game. All right, thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, the good news is we are moving on to SEN's map pick. And Mel, this is where we want to see them go, right? Onto Sunset. But I guess the burning question with every map we've seen so far is, what does John QT play?
It's always a question with the Sentinels roster, but I'm so excited to see them onto Sunset. I mean, the historical name at this point, Sunset, is a real thing. They were dominant on this map. One of the
So
best teams
if they
in the
got a
world.
new comp,
Dominant with John on
I feel
site,
good
though.
for
That's the thing,
Sentinels.
right? They have
If
not
they got
played
old
Sunset
comp,
in 2025. Now, this
I
team
feel
did
less
play
confident, but
Sunset
still
in
alright.
2024 when they were putting this roster together, but it has been a long time since we've actually seen them work out on this map.
I don't think they've played Sunset since Tens and Sassy. Am I wrong?
No,
They played off-season tournaments when they had the new
We're
roster.
not counting Sen City Classic.
Hey, that's a real tourney.
We're not,
whoa,
we're not
Sil.
counting
Valid
Sen
tournaments.
City. We're not counting that.
Mini Sluggy's moving,
but
right?
I mean, even okay. What did he play in that tournament? Was
Yeah,
it
there
still
we
the
go.
Cypher?
No, I don't think so. I believe it was rocking the breach next to Narrate's Fade.
Okay. How do we feel about that potentially coming up?
I think we're just really gonna have to put our thoughts.
Morty, thank you so much, dude. 36 months. Thank you for doing that.
I had it flipped. It was Fade for John.
I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. But of course, you've seen Bilibili play Sunset already, and maybe the thought was they could have countered some of the Icebox stuff. Mel, did you feel like there was something on Sunset Sen could potentially abuse here?
I think so. I think Sen can really take them off guard because one, we have no idea what their Sunset looks like. There's no footage. We don't even know what comp they're running. So I think there's an ample opportunity here for Sentinels to bring back this series and push us to a map 3 with the element of surprise.
I think they're going to play it
I
safe.
am interested because John played the KO.
I think they go for
map, but I know that
the,
back when Sentinels were sort of
they
driving
go
the
for
meta
the
at the start of last year on Sunset. They were
Gecko.
a big KO team. They did pivot away from that
KO.
eventually. But I'm wondering if there's an element of like comfort there with like the old playbooks that John was coming up with and a lot of those KO lineup ideas.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the live agent select, there's been a couple of pretty fast lock-ins here.
Okay.
And yeah, there will be a Cypher, but Mel, not for John.
Yep. Those days, I fear, are behind us and long gone. But
Sure.
this is interesting. I really like having Zekin on Neon. I feel like it's such a staple agent for him. He's hit so many iconic clips on the agent. And I think Sentinels is really good at building up behind him and helping him get those
And
entries.
then change of
change
the initiators.
as well, especially coming after the Omen map
Omen
where
gameplay.
things are
It's not a crazy curveball.
Right, you know, he's gonna have a lot of explosive power in this one.
Well, this is Sen's
As
pick,
luck with the
Uber
Prime.
and
Thank you so much for the
Wyatt.
8 months,
Let's
dude.
see
Thank you for that.
why they decided to debut their Sunset here.
Too little, too late. Those are the words from Kaplan in that halftime interview. We see what he's saying. Sentinels, again, a slow start in the first map of their series today. Not unlike against Wolves, and they can't actually assert themselves enough on Icebox. Here, we get a map pick of their Sunset. They banned this map first against Wolves in their previous games, so we're wondering what the plan was there.
Yeah, I found that to be bizarre. This was, as the Desk mentioned, their map last year. Finishing with a
Fade over Sova.
74% win
At the beginning of this game, people are using Fade over Sova all the
They
time.
banned it first. I was pretty shocked.
I think the Sova's better,
Maybe
but
they just wanted to leave it for
Fade
a later
Prowl is
series,
nice for A.
perhaps can keep it in the tuck and go up against the Bilibili Gaming, who they were able to watch.
Okay, Bilibili 2-0 on the pistols at the moment.
Into this position in this match.
And this is nice from Sentinels, especially with a lot of these comps at the moment when you're playing like a Cypher over towards B, which is like a lot of time what you want to do because this camera is really strong. Normally does mean that teams kind of get free over towards B, so I think trying to do some kind of punish early is good.
Wait on the other side of this map for your attack side team, folks, and they're already headed over to A.
Yeah, so we saw camera over towards here that was spotting over towards A, so they do spot them and it's just full retake. And honestly, this is how Sentinels used to play this comp all the time, but normally it would be like the Cyphers over towards where they're playing retake. Really good timing on this.
Lovely.
He was waiting for that. He knew, of course, there'd be contact taken.
Dude, they're incredible at pistol.
Teammates.
Even a tank onto Celsius, 13 HP. Backboba doubling up with John, who has a full kit, but no players to actually use it with.
Shock dart, that's dangerous. Definitely threatening to someone like Celsius. Now, gonna swing out there, taken down. K-Knight is quite low as his Levius. We're in a post plant though, so Sen just have to throw themselves at this, and YZ will wait for the relay bolt to pave the way, and then he slides.
Okay, nice handle, dude. 3-0.
Forget about buying a Val. Can Sen buy a pistol?
Yeah.
It's simple, but I just love what BLG are able to do.
They're
there.
very together with their
Getting
fights. It's
all
been
of that
nice.
Space, the walk down and flanking into tiles. And that's the thing that takes that fight. Then caught with the util out.
One enemy
Stun onto Zekin, I believe. That is so well played. So simple, but so well done.
And again, gets Bilibili off to a hot start here on Sunset. Already saw this against Team Liquid. It went close.
Okay, they're allowed.
13-10 result for
I mean, they
them.
kind of allowed a lot of deaths, really. One's ideal, but
Lotus if they keep this up. Already over towards B.
damn, real fast for Bilibili. Don't even go for any kind of scouting, just straight commit. Other teams could maybe early stack sites if they see this.
Spike planted.
Want to go off this paranoia, Zekin running in.
Rushia, though, ready to receive him. Zek can just cut down before he can really land any sort of damage. Nets is going to push this. Says, oh, well, let's just see what's on the other side of tomorrow. Kano will see John. He'll be low.
Okay, nice. So they only lost one. Can they pick up the extra stinger?
This is continuing
No,
the
okay, they lost the stinger.
Bilibili Gaming winning all the positions, but then just having clean anti-egos. They are not, and what's crazy, they're running at them. But despite that, they're not giving guns away.
When you start to get nervous for your Sentinels, oh, dude, right now.
Whatsoever.
I think right now, man. I'd be feeling it.
Able to consistently buy.
Okay, another slow start for Sentinels. Definitely don't want to let this one fall by the wayside, though. On Icebox, they gave up the bonus, and it really came back to hurt them. Why is he forced off that line, though? Fault line.
They got a lot of util out of that, though. Nice little stun from top mid to be able to help reactively over towards B or A.
And all of a sudden, there's so much pressure on
There's so many people here, though. They're so fine.
What a snap!
Man, he got the fourth as well. I thought surely someone else was going to get that fourth before him. Okay, very fast for Bilibili, and just a nice little setup from there. Camera saw like 2-3 in terms of feet, and then one-way cage, TP out. It's kind of easy for John there. Second kill was nicely. Oh, headshots is still nice.
Beautifully done. I mean, they are running headlong into Cypher util in market, in fairness. Zelsis had paved the way. And that's why he's credited with 4 assists already. So,
good news for Sentinels as well, just everyone surviving money, great.
realize perhaps
yeah, and after this, they're going to chill and go a lot slower. And the good news for Bilibili is they did see the classic camera, right? So they know that probably, especially once the smoke goes in, they should probably be trying to default over towards middle and break this.
Could maybe make some
that'll
sense
do
if they
it.
want to push up mid, maybe go left. They do now break the tripwire. It was there for the majority.
Yeah, with the smoke over towards middle and this knife hitting, it does create a little bit of pressure towards top mid. Not too much. That's why the Prowler goes out, clears both of the question marks.
He's looking for more.
Camera can hold this again. Don't have to worry about middle anymore.
Does Zek have a way of getting out scot-free? He wants to hang around, lingers for one, relay ball. He wants more, but Rushia's got the other side
Whoa,
covered.
chill.
He's fortunate to get out.
Second's playing it a little bit like how he plays over towards A on Split, where he's just taking Jules. And John is just killing everyone through the cage. Vision block.
And Rushia cowering in the smoke. Spike loose and in front of main. He's tucked on the corner now, at least in the position to punish John, so he does. Narrate, though, will put
Nicely
him to bed.
handled. It's a cool run, though.
Jump up with that round.
I really like this little reclear over towards middle. The Prowler's like perfect for the vision block that went missing. Or like the potential timing.
Beautiful beyond play.
It's just a straight double through smoke, right?
On that right side by Ruby, made the teleport across, but he's able to slide out of the way.
Oh, I'm up there. Don't worry, I'm on the board.
Beautiful. That was smooth.
Yes, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate the 30 moments, dude.
John with license to chirp at his teammates, having amassed a massive 8 kill
Thank
total
you for
so
the kind
far.
words as well, Death man. Thank you so much for everything, dude.
Love to see those kills funneled into the initiators.
Okay, Outlaw for one shot, so we got the insta recon over towards tree. Doesn't get shot, so they clear so much info with this. They could be tempted to try walk out here.
Reconnaissance, initiator utility pieces to get really close to B main.
Yeah.
Second, 2 shots to free
Yes,
and
of
easy
course.
kills.
Bang wants a bit of the action too. Nobody's come knocking. Have you heard the good word of our Lord and Savior, the SEN bundle, he says? Back away, still no action. This is Bilibili knocked down to a pretty anemic kind of buy. Grouping up for this foray on A. Their last gambit here for this round number 5. TP onto the box and they cover the smoke, but drops off that instantly. And as expected, the spam does come in his direction.
Sentinels, they already have made the pivot here. Just a nice double face to deny anyone for Bilibili coming through elbow.
I mean, Bang might have double here. Oh, timing's unlucky.
For that double face, make it a high-low play on the box.
Link was smoked up and Bang, yeah, of course, can play from here as Omen.
Cause 0 bullets hit.
Prowler out here. Rushia was right in the way. Still no plant yet. Knight had to get off, but because of the threat of the C's coming in. And finally, though, they do stick it. Oh, not sorry, Knight got off the last second again. Okay, we have a plan. Second thinking about it, but that's awkward as the curtain drops. Celsius had his 6.
Any kills?
Him up as Roshiro Knight caught out in the open. Levy is now at risk of being turned into Swiss cheese. Realizes he may as well wait to this ball though to see what can be extracted. The answer is absolutely
no kills, no damage. Well,
sure. Tied up nicely. And that bank's starting to build.
That's 2 fully flawless round wins now for SEN. That's got their economy out of control. Getting the heat up. Just even there, the silly movement into the fault line so Celsius can get the freest kills. This is going to demand an early timeout call from Coach Bale of BLG.
So I guess it begs the question, what have we seen so far from Bilibili? Well,
it's
mostly they've tried
yeah, it's a nice early timeout.
And have run headlong into Zekken every single time. Their pistol round strats are really nice. They're elegant. We start to see them lose.
They got a default market though.
In the rounds that followed, like you mentioned, White Sentinels, 2 flawless rounds back to back means they're pretty inoculated against the volatility of going up.
Rough half for Bilibili. Yeah, Sentinels have so much money.
Big banks, rolling thunder, overdrive there for Zekken. But Bilibili might want to create something around his Hunter's Fury and his Null Command. They've got both of their Initiator ultimates at the ready.
Yeah, this round 6 is going to be pivotal for BLG. Investing everything, Initiator ultimates to play with. This is where the game can get out of control for them if SEN are able to take this and they waste their ultimates and put them on bad money. These fast pivots from BLG, or rather the one they attempted was fully shut down by John when they were trying to get into market, just weren't really getting information across the map. They run into that site for setup. They're absolutely denied. And as you said, these B main fights have been played well by SEN so far, and yet specifically it is Zekken who is just dominating that area of the map, but he's allowing the aggression come to him.
That was Icebox. It was a bit of a banger, to be honest, mate.
The way he was playing
it's a good game.
On Split versus Wolves, where he was playing equally as aggressive, but now he's just absorbing that. All right, well, that's,
they just had the bullets down there. Going for the classic Paper Rex and just go Rex.
Was it that specific, I wonder? I'm not so sure, but that double stacked top mid for SEN is punished. And they've lost their fade util.
Yeah, and they lost like a little bit of this punish over towards middle. I like this from Sentinels, right? Because we even said the Bilibili most likely probably have to start defaulting over towards market, and then Sentinels had a punish for when they want to try go over towards market. Some kind of like stun, fade eye, send with the neon.
Rather get the information for that really obnoxious close right angle. So as far as SEN know, Bilibili could be postured all the way up towards A right now. Second and
cool reaction from them to push over towards middle.
And that's really taken off the pressure after things went a little bit awry early, but Levius has gotten deep here. Trapwire cleared Camera also out of the picture. He realizes there might be multiple guns waiting for him in Boba, and here comes the rolling thunder. Send! Watch the sights!
Dude, all he is just a human decoy when he's sending it out like this. Good info in terms of where they are. They know the one's over towards top mid as well, so...
Maybe hoping to get a bit more with that rolling thunder if Billy had already gone.
Yeah, Zekken's going to take so much space as well, especially as this plant goes. He knows he can just freely send it.
The man advantage of this round. They certainly should expect that YZ could be postured in spawn right now.
That's unlucky.
In hand.
Slip past YZ, he just wasn't ready for that. Rushia had no advance notice whatsoever. Fast lane thrown up here, paranoia in effect, and YZ's going to wrap around, try and play from alley.
Nice shooter from Sentinels. It sounded pretty good. They're pretty good in this map so far.
Try and defuse. John QT brought to heal, but YZ couldn't do much more. Zekken says, hey, Gabagool, welcome to Jersey, baby.
Listen up.
Takes another gun out of the game for BLG.
YZ just going for the madman maneuvers at the end. This was a 5v4. This was a free kill from him at the top of the round. Removing that information.
I'll wait till you realize Cypher needs a buff. He has no self-reliance. Mate, come on. Out of all the agents, you pick a Cypher for a buff.
Levius maneuvering through mid late. That was well done from
one of the better ranked stats. Probably one of the best agents on this map.
What a kill on the Bang.
Oh, I'm gonna be punished. Bang not in a position. And here comes that Null Command now. Sen start to scramble on the side.
Guy melted him.
Run them down. Narrate can barely tuck behind boxes, and YZ comes calling.
I mean, what are you meant to do against that? He's insta dinking him.
He's gonna go for more. He is not slowing down.
I mean, why not?
At least he waited for a flash. I do. He's never asking for a flash again. It fully blinded him.
There is watching. Sat behind YZ, giving him a safety net. And of all the players to do this to, Zelsa's here. They're not looking his jovial self right now. SEN still working on that map deficit. So he will try to slink away. No smart words.
That's a nice reply from Bilibili, though. They shouldn't even hunt on this. They should be just so happy with the money.
That's the first time we've seen BLG just go for an A slam. Just play with that neon speed. Overdrive is maxed out in terms of value for YZ. They've been going for a lot of mid-round pivots, which just have yet to work for them. So let's take it back to
this round. I mean, yeah, it's
and this
the
is
neon.
What they called that timeout for BLG. Fast hit A site behind the null command, get YZ in a position to succeed, deny the stalling util. And obviously turn off any of that sent util. Work is there. Oh man, what is that? Is it a stutter step?
Yeah, he was the slide, but just hits the wall right next to him.
Yeah, he really melts some of this though.
And someone like Narrate can't seize there. Obviously he's suppressed. So all he can do is try and back away and hope to
okay, they go for it again, straight up A hit.
That was never going to happen.
Let's see.
A lot of pings from Bilibili over towards this A side, and it
yeah,
looks
they
like
got Sova if they want to add it onto this one as well.
Again, just accelerate, teleport, and the speed from the neon to take this space with some haste.
This time, Sentinels respect it. They got the kind of comp that can make these retakes
Throwing
work.
skid's nice though, because if he feels whoa,
whoa,
that was awesome.
With that push down now as well, BLG, they're going to feel like they need to get into this A site right now, so they accelerate the pace and they want to flip the site. They want to.
It's still a hard retake. They got Sova ult to deal with as well. Sova over towards elbow. The thing that I like the most from Bang is he knows he's creating the pressure over towards this, so he insta groups with his team. Make sure they can capitalize off the Omen flash as well.
Just too many players.
Yeah, a lot of them ate that flash though.
Really needed to overload him player-wise to win that out. Here comes the Hunter's Fury though from elbow, but Zekin's got near to the site. Knight, he's got to be under some pressure. Napier sat on the other side of the dark cover. Will spam if he needs to, but does he know when the rate is? There's the spray. Gets it to half, that ought to be enough.
Whoa.
Shock dart comes in.
8 HP with that shock.
Late, K-Knight, unable.
This is nice from Sentinels. Nice retake. Second did a lot. I loved how Bang handled this though. Like his insta regroup with the team was awesome here.
Be a swing it towards spawn from YZ. Hoping there would be maybe a couple players, but there were all 5 of them. So sadly,
really, just one anti-flash, strong.
Ready to dodge that, play a bit of anti on the flash.
One enemy remaining.
But there, it's just overwhelming. So unable to get into that site for free, able to pressure the spike. No one from BLG playing any entrenched positions aside from Rushu who's caught. BLG, they do have the cash though to keep on buying. They get the spike down, keep it rolling, more attempts.
Okay, same knife they've been going for.
Overtook. Stance over towards A and it teases Bang out right into the line of fire.
Dink as well. Frustrating for him.
Goes back.
Now right here doesn't want to overextend.
Yeah, especially with Fade on.
Can be played off of those.
Well, they might descend it for him here.
Perfect use case for this
these two are too close. Right?
Just the information as far as Nere being the lone man on site at the moment. Why is that connect the relay bolt?
Again, still has Fade on.
Out the way.
Does he know John's there as well? It's actually 2 players. Oh, that is dirty. Zelsa's though on the side.
Zelsa's an absolute lunatic.
Deals with the neon. John went down, but Nare's still alive. They're over towards
Wait, what are the comms like on that?
Early in the round at 10 health, they're still able to cause some problems, making waves, and it's on the Vibes Merchant himself. Zelsa's knows 3 players are looking for him. Levius will be the one credited with the elim. Tight game after 9 rounds.
I wouldn't be surprised with a SEN timeout after this one. I don't know. That was a little bit of a sloppy round from them.
To always push. That was a great molly thrown by Neff that YZ capitalizes off of pushing into the spawn.
The care molly was incredible, yeah, for spawn.
Look at this here, Rusha pushing up into that A link. They have a flank from top mid, so even if he goes down, given his low HP, should be an instant trade. It's proactivity.
They got a lot of success over towards A at the moment.
The money train for BLG going.
A lot of success.
Costly round for them, but they're still able to keep this money pressure on. Now, a bit of a variation. Looking towards mid, YZ has already started to slink his way up, and wait a minute. testing market very early. Relay
Yeah, and they know it's click because the knife didn't hit anyone, so they take full space. They just spam on the back of it. Is there a recon on this or drone? Either way, that looked nice.
Delsus now not quite aware of what's waiting for him on the other side of this dark cover. Has to pick his spot to perfection.
Just saw the gun barrel. Dude, Bilibili clawing this one back.
Triple swing. Sen have the players lined up. Neff and K-Knight fall by the wayside, and Narrate's got into unawareness. That's why he's out of the
And he's about to get his fade eye up.
Becomes a bit more uncomfortable. BLG loose footing here on this.
Smoke on Spike or no smoke?
But gonna try and sneak Rushia around. Does he have the look on Narrate? So aware Narrate was been, but not ready for that. Bang. Percent on both sides, tries to break half of the pincer.
It's unlucky. It was a good try on this one.
Oh, that post plant is just so well played from BLG. They are everywhere in the walls. Narrate was
Second can't buy this.
Had that
So what do they do?
internal timing to pick up the one flank that was coming from YZ, but even at that, you have Levius on the cross. Earlier in the round, that great stun.
Bilibili, yeah, they're playing a lot better than how they played against Liquid as well.
Picking up 3, hits another great molly, by the way, that forces John into the open. Utility looking excellent for him at the moment. IGL ultimate team performing. Bilibili have been able to tie things up. If they win this round here, the final of the half will be a tragic bye for Sentinels.
This defense side for Sen has descended into a
Okay, one-way smoke, Prowler goes out, set the one up. Heavy punish over towards middle. They've been wanting to do this for a little
That was a
bit.
big part of their fast A hit we saw a few rounds ago where Whitey had the overdrive as well. They are set up for something that looks reminiscent.
Oh.
This time Bang doesn't want any early action.
Yeah, he ate that flash. They've got the info trip over towards A as well, so him holding this, they still kind of know.
Fights that Bilibili have been happy to take double face down mid. K-Knight caught completely unaware.
But Bilibili knew about the double face. Wisey spammed that area in a previous round and got a kill. Sen still trusting in that setup with their 2 initiators at the top of the map. Drop the spike.
Smoke thrown over towards elbow. That's from Bang. So Wisely
Keep an eye on the duel at middle.
pressing up.
Yeah, you see the pings coming down as well. They're ready for this guy here.
Wants to swing, doesn't actually catch anyone. Sen are happy to just play off-site right now.
This insert for Zelsus in mid. I'm pretty sure he hears Levius there and he even sees it. Doesn't want to commit. Here's that null command now to supplement this hit to the A side. With Spike already down. Levius just doubles back and
Dude, imagine Bilibili win this one.
I love this null command. I mean, Sen, they're obviously going to play this for full retake with the man advantage that they had, but it's just going to give so much delay. It's going to reduce the clock by such a significant extent. Here comes the util. Now the retake can come in.
Decken gets into the side immediately.
Holy, it's team flash, but
to fight him up close, but Wisey looking for the neon. Gets out on the side. It's
no way, Zekken's winning that.
Now BLG down to just Levius. And he can't see this tap on the spike. Flash there.
Damn, really nice. Util from John as well. Good flash from him. Dude, how's Zekken managed to do that? I don't know how he gets that second one with the stinger here.
That retake util with Zekken getting in there.
They had to move with some serious quickness at the end there. All of the utility had to be picture perfect. They needed to swing together fast. They were able to do all of that with the clock reduced so significantly.
That kill is massive. Overdrive also earned now for Zekken. John has been delightful this game. 12 and 7 for the breach. And he's got his rolling thunder again.
It was such an important round for Sentinels to pick up. Their economy would have been in a
Okay, back to the fast A.
Final one.
Early action today. This time, Bang's been a little bit more careful about those early peaks. Does get some info.
Keep an eye on B, by the way. It's a 1v1.
Top mid this round for Sen because John is helping at A early.
It's unlucky timing.
On a rare round where Zekken gets incredibly active in B main. He was playing that much more passively earlier.
Bang solo over towards side though, but like normally I would hate this, but with how they've been playing A, I kind of really like this.
Bang is actually trying to swing, but it's denied by the relay.
Because he's been playing here the whole time. Terminal gets cancelled, still got a strong pre-cho if they go site.
John is biding his time. He's got just the answer for this. And here's Bilibili.
Oh, they tunnel vision.
Touching down. Bang got dealt with. Rushia's in a bit of a nasty spot.
Nice shot.
Just clears him out. Wisey slides back into action now. And there's some presence here from Ali. John's going to get pressured. Flash himself on the angle. Wisey tries to turn it. No swing just yet. Take 2.
Really nicely handled from Sentinels. It's 2 nice rounds from them back to back. Bilibili with 5 hits, still not too bad, especially if they carry on winning all these pistols. They should be a little bit guarded, like they should have had a better half here, but it's still like, still doable. It was a nice half from Sentinels, really. There's a couple of like plays over towards market that maybe need to clean up. John? Yeah, John had a really nice half.
By Tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a
Hydrate?
sec.
Sorry, dude. I missed that. Hold on, let me mute first. SEN will win 1 pistol at one point. Yeah, you would hope so. This map, yeah, I like Sunset now. Sunset's in a really good spot now. Ever since they changed B, it's pretty good. And I think this is probably the map where the no pings made the most difference as well. A-side, I don't mind A-side that much because I don't mind. I just don't mind the map that much, really. Like 3 points where you have to fight that are worth like 2 chokes. It's good. Which team got the fine for shooting body first? I don't think any team's ever had a fine for actually shooting bodies. Not that I know about.
Of course, heading back now into the second half of Sunset. It's a 7-5 scoreline. Sentinels keep it tight. They don't
I think there was a time like a couple of years ago where people got told off, right? Didn't opt to get told off, but that was about it.
John QT giving us a nice 77.6, and it's no surprise.
It's just like, dude, no one's gonna stop doing it.
Had some
It's fun to send it.
That 4K, and I believe it was the anti-bonus was sick.
Hello, Teats, mate. How we doing?
Obviously, as a breach too, you're making
hello.
consistent utility investments, etc. So he was certainly making the most
Map
of
3,
everything
Lotus.
that he had. We even saw in that last round the way he was able to shut down those last 2 players with the flashes he had, the fall line as well, Zekin swinging off that. Lovely stuff.
Sadak said on stream he got a warning for it. Yeah, I think that's all that happened, that people got a warning for it. And then I think they stopped caring about it, maybe.
Here on attack with his calling, with his individual play, or will Bilibili be able to make playoffs at an
Why is he still playing like a madman? Yeah, but this time his team's like with him. Majority of the time, so it's making a little bit more sense. I will say that it's normally defense where he makes the most mistakes though, so let's wait. We got a raid boss, so they're trying something different. Might as well if it's 0-3. Raid boss with the frenzy, bring the frenzy back. 2 more bullets. Been buffed. Recon goes over towards A, they can set 1 up and they can have a heavy rotate over towards his, and they kind of know that as soon as they see that recon, so they at least realize before they do whatever they want to do, they're going to push back A. Make sure he goes around this corner, so there's got to be 2 person hold here. Yeah, there we go. Just make sure he's not holding the angles, that's it confirmed. And then question mark, you now going to have 2 strong over towards her instead of the initial 1. And it caused him to rotate and push through B. Curry, thanks so much for the 19 months. Thank you. Okay, original plan for Sentinels kind of got revealed, so now they're going to come up with someone else.
Just under a minute now on the clock.
Oh, K9 saw something there. Late re-explore, switches to the Ghost, gets some good damage.
Ooh, wait, what though? Looked like it was going to...
Wait, the shock dart.
Oh my goodness.
Down to 13.
It's a heat seeker.
Dangerous now. Bilibili are not going to let Sen mill around mid. They're going to dig them out if they just linger. And they have.
That entire time, Celsius was getting space over towards a fault line. He wants to swing off. There's so many players to face,
And he's out of there.
Even things up, not without
Another one.
A lot of damage. Shock dart could be lethal this time. No. Goes wide.
Dude, look at the HPs from Sentinel. Someone would have to go huge from Bang and John.
It's still in the game. Still paranoia there. Flash util also disrupting BLG.
Ooh, I liked it though.
They're going to push the site now. Through the smoke. Bang. tucked in the corner. Everybody comes to him.
Damn, bang, that was giant round from him. Dude, I kind of liked this, by the way. Little Omen flash towards the left, but actually they're like, it's a fake fight, and they're fighting over towards back with the breach flash. That was cool. Okay, they got a pistol. They're very proactive in this pistol once they got over towards A site.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
The right clicks tap down at the end on that. That is lovely for control.
Cathartic for Bang. He's often demonstrated his frustration in this game. Head in hands type stuff. A little bit difficult.
3-1, so first pistol for them. We got the hero Bucky on defense. I've got, I'll be honest, I got a lot of, I love this strat. I think it's heavily underrated.
Double swing potentially set up for BLG. We're going to work. Trade it.
Oh, could have been worth more.
On the other side is a problem, but BLG have mostly stacked this site.
It's unlucky with a flash there.
He can't defeat the crosshair placement, and he'll take his ult orb as well.
That flash just an inch away from connecting onto Zelsis, but doesn't quite go far enough. That's going to make things very easy to close this out and get a clean anti-eco for Sen, who, as opposed to Bilibili, they are
Did, thanks so much with the 11 months, mate. Appreciate the prime. Thank you, thank you.
On this round too. Zekken has that Phantom already moving
some rough flashes. Yeah, that is true.
Some nice higher tier weaponry.
And a couple of care flashes that missed the mark.
Coming up next.
This. I mean, he gets the ult, so they can kind of snowball with the Aurora. They can actually just like group together, try to get a trade, get the ult out, and then you can maybe make a fast call on the bonus.
But they're reminded it's called Sen set for a reason. They've not missed a beat on this map by the looks of things. So we're back away here, secure that crucial 9th round. Get going on the second half.
I am genuinely wondering if that was all a ruse. No, we hate Sunset now. We're banning it first.
I mean, Heretics are also banned, if I'm not mistaken. There are a couple of teams that are just leaving that one in the drafts for the time being.
One enemy remaining.
And there were another team who were great on the map, as a side note.
All right, first buy in the half here for Bilibili.
Okay, only ult going into it. Cypher ult.
Investment against the bonus of Sen. If they win this, they will be running away with this game. It'll look like
Sentinels early pressure over towards A, but they're not actually committing.
And we'd be destined for Lotus. They played very well on yesterday.
They know that they create the question mark over towards this. They in theory should have to. They're going to clear some of these areas, so they got a small window. Yeah, and with the knife that goes in, they know that they're going to set up one. But then you're probably going to see a stun.
Hoping for a timing to catch Sen on the wrong foot. They are playing this much slower. Celsius gets a warning shot there. Nothing that he'd write home about.
That dark cover thrown mid really has Bilibili thinking that there's going to be a lot of presence shown towards market. That trip is going to
nice,
further that idea.
Recon cleared it. Dude, Bilibili are doing a good job so far. Just this round, just like clearing all of the pressure instantly. Pressure close A, pressure garage, insta reclear. Ooh.
This drone could be dangerous. It's broken.
Damn, bro, they're too good with stingers. Yeah, and that's the kill that we're talking about to make sure they can get this ult used. They know where everyone is. What's the call? Heavy market.
Very important ultimate in a situation like this, and they know A is a short-handed site. They know YZ is lingering close to top mid, but do they know that he's this close?
Left.
Of course, he pushes into the smoke. Narrate's done so much, creates pressure over towards middle as well, so the Omen doesn't feel great and can't get the fast rotate in because he could have lucked as well. And he's got a kill too. Ooh, he gets none. This is probably the map with this round. Shout out to Narrate. I mean, the double stinger kill is everything.
It's like a fault line connected onto K9 in Link. So send our Noahs.
Stingers get enough? Nah, I don't think so. Not for a little bit. Still not enough people using it yet.
No, there's just not a good argument for trying to do anything more in this round, so we'll walk away. And the conversion on the bonus round is massive for Sentinels.
They have so much cash that Neri doesn't even
maybe
care
end of the year
about trying to recover one of the rifles. He finds it more valuable to see if he can actually kill Levius. And he will that. And gets the rifle on top of it. Not really going to get any better than that for Sentinels. The economy already out of control. This lead feels insurmountable for Bilibili.
And look how Sen set the map up so they get best use out of these stingers. Look what Narrate is playing there. That Aftershock forces Russia out of that box corner.
Stepping up
That looks horrendous from his POV.
Against Nev, gets the re-swing trade onto YZ. He was just hungry to find an advantage to take another fight. Bad buy for Bilibili.
Judge, Stinger, Stinger.
Judge, that's
Yeah, they need they just need a hero around from someone.
To get this Judge posted up deep in B main. This does not seize the barrel.
Well,
Russia there. That really is pretty painful for the Judge player who does not want to have his cover blown so early. And sorry, Zelsic just blew up his spot.
dude, they're gonna know he's here, and I think they saw him as well. Oh, he's dead. That was nicely handled.
Caught out by the util combo, and now the B side definitely has a bullseye on it. Prowler out. Of course, seeing that trap wire, Livius caught in a fault line, but inside the smoke, a degree of safety. He can tuck into this little alcove, but he knows the vultures are starting to circle.
So they want to go even further. They're getting into that backside, trying to post up. Second at a deep position. Levius still there, and he is caught.
Little wayward. That one is nice.
That was nice. That was solid tracking.
That's a Zekin understands his projectile motion pretty well.
Yeah, get a little double swing off that as well.
So this round, like the alphabet, will end with X, YZ.
Shot.
Trying to come out with a couple cute swings, but will be put out by
Okay,
Bang.
last go at it for Bilibili, really, in terms of Byrons. It's been very convincing from Sentinels that they're good in this map.
This lead from Sen is way too dominant at the moment. They are playing so well on this map, as we thought they would, which is so weird that they banned it yesterday. Maybe we could ask about that later. They really were just
one enemy remaining.
pretending. They're just pretending. Bring it out day 2 to get into playoffs. They're looking so good. Zekin is playing
Why did
so
Zelsis
well.
throw the cage at the beginning? Which cage did he do? One for middle,
By some great
I guess.
util coming through from John.
In the press
Which
conference
one did he
yesterday,
do?
Kaplan sort of spoke about the road for Sentinels to get to a potential playoff spot, and he says, we're generally really happy to be matched up against another Chinese team. We feel like there are similarities.
The one to block
between
door
Wolves
is just
and
the one to
Bilibili,
block
and we feel like they
the
can
camera
be
from seeing
exploitable
anything.
in the same way. He said, obviously, we would have loved that first seed, but you know, we know how that all went. He says, happy to take on this team after dealing with Wolves. Feels like it is the path of less resistance. And that's
Did
a
a
narrative
B
that's
main out,
definitely
that's probably
been
just to make
carried
sure
by a
his
lot
camera
of fans
can
out
go
there. They
down.
feel like this is a more comfortable run for Sen to playoffs. But after the disaster that occurred in Bangkok, I think many Sen fans, players included, are happy just to secure that playoff berth and have some more time to get set for that phase of play.
Why do most coaches time out on eco rather than buy rounds? A lot of the coaches like to just give... The cool thing about being a coach and timing out on the eco, first of all, is there's so much going on in that eco round that the opposite team might have forgotten some of the stuff in terms of like the most obvious fix that needs to happen, so there's less chances of like the enemy team actually like working out or remembering what their coach said for the fixes of what you're potentially going to do. And also you can just give them an idea on the eco, something that you think might work. And then it's like you're meant to lose the round anyway, so if it's like a high risk kind of eco strat, then it works well for it.
B-main, which is going to be forced back. They don't want to deal with this spam. Livius wants to pick up the trip actually to just
Full Syndicate with the Prime, thank you so much for the 10 months, bro, thank you.
Off of later.
Paper Rex Gen.G, yeah, it should be a banger. Honestly, this has been a little bit of a banger. First map was awesome.
Hasn't really come into play yet, however.
Obviously, Sunset was changed so that trip is not unbreakable
Pros love
anymore,
Phantom. I mean, it's just a better gun.
champs last year, so these teams have
As long as you can,
long since adapted to the changes that
as long as you can
brought
handle the
back then.
140.
Russia is holding a devious angle on main.
Shot.
Oh my
Absolute
God.
shot.
Don't ask me how he saw that. It's going to punish the little tight swing. So no Zekin. Sen have to convert on this 4 versus 5 scenario. 0 point came out in that A direction. Tension really building. They know BLG are on the precipice here. They just need to give them a little push. There flashes himself out. Bowline was going to come from anyway. And why is he tries to swing off it? The
That
front
reply
line
is...
caught Neon.
Yeah, dude, Nef's KO doesn't look very comfy here.
Guardian in half, Varucci has got to stand his ground now. Found the Prowler, and all of a sudden, center
Keep an eye on the time though. Spike goes over towards B. It's close, man. I think they just get it down. Overall goes in as well. 4, 5. Oh man, it's crazy close. It's just. It's just.
3 seconds remaining. That is the tightest clearance that you could ask for, and BLG, again it's Levius, just in dismay, has to drag himself onto the site and face the music. For Sentinels, it's a cacophony of cheers.
I can't believe he knew that timing. He had me sweating.
Yeah,
bullets.
it was close, man.
All good. All good. Center on a run. 5 rounds in a row. First kill converted by that disgusting shot.
Yeah, they hit some nice shots here, though, these two together.
I don't think Neff actually got that flash banked far enough back to connect on the swinging players, or they were just a little bit out of the way, wide enough. A little bit hard to tell, but regardless, it didn't connect onto it.
But I mean, he kind of ran a little bit further as well. He could have got it down low earlier.
Utility.
It's round number 18, and it could be the last.
It's the classic 12-5 on Sunset.
Getting dominated right now.
Don't think
SEN, as we
get a NRG C9 special though.
At the top of their pool. That is going to make them so dangerous. They've replaced Fracture, which they didn't like, with one of their home maps. John opening things up already. Collecting a kill top mid. I think Neff might have just peeked out by that dark smoke.
Yeah. Rushia, once again with the Guardian in hand, has always opted for this when the money has been there. We just saw how deadly he is with a single shot. Now, Narrate's selling this, obviously. Not always normal to have your fade be that lurking aspect, so he's going to rejoin with the rest of the team. Mid is open for them. Market has some architecture that needs to be dismantled. There's the trap wire. That'll be dealt with nicely. Levius not in a position to play off of it.
Oops.
Now Sen,
Simmer. Kind of double down their util
things
here.
Start to come to a boil. Let's swing at his smoke now. See Zek can break the crosshair placement and deal with Levius.
Actually mad that he gets that kill first. Okay, YZ, what you got, man? You could get a lot here.
All-star YZ has to salvage. That's a good start. Rushia down, no big damage done.
The Neon Ops Wilds. Okay, very dominant from Sentinels on this one. Very nice map from them. Jack, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate the 29 months. Thank you, the prime. Okay, we've got Lotus coming up next.
Insane on that map. Just as good as we remember they left it for this game to qualify for playoffs. And now we're headed to Lotus, where they looked excellent the other day against Wolves. This is going to be tough for Bilibili. They have to rally back.
Don't go anywhere. This Trans-Pacific clash is delivering and promises to on Lotus after this.
Okay, chat, let me upload this and then I'll be right back. Okay, back in a little bit.
Going down early, it gets quiet. But in that last map, let me tell you, this team was locked in. It is very clear that they have been focusing on that. And Zelsis in particular has been very pivotal in calling it out when he sees it. When there's a round where he doesn't like how the communication has been going down, he has called that out and the team has locked in immediately. What we've also seen is a lot of Sentinels having weaker defensive halves and then crushing on the attack. And let me tell you, that is a John QT masterclass. This guy has a great read on what the other team is doing and is adapting beautifully in the mid rounds. He is fully in control on that side. Now, there's one more thing I want to check in on with the comms, but this is for the pre-map here. We've got the rest of Sentinels here. Who's winning map number 3? Sentinels! All right, let's send it up to the desk.
Thank you very much to Ender for that update. And in case you guys didn't pick up what he said, was Zelsis was very pivotal in terms of giving some ideas on that map as well. And you heard it from Coach Kaplan after map 1. He was a little bit disappointed that SEN didn't play like a team. But Mel, we saw so much incredible team play on that Sunset to bring them to a map 3.
And Zelsis is so crucial to that because he is able to hold people accountable in a way where everyone is uplifted instead of degraded. And he's always the one that is able to call these mistakes out and bring everyone up to that level. And I'm really impressed because there's so much team play required when they go into all these retakes that we saw them get into. I think it was 4 retakes out of 6 they won on the A site. And to have that, it's so important because on defense, they were up 7-5 at the half. And that's without pistol.
It's great to see them actually start well because we saw against Wolves as well and the game and the map early against Bilibili where they actually managed to come out the first half not in a deficit, and it definitely helped as we went into the second one. And Zekken was somebody in the top show that we were a little bit concerned about if he's going to find his form on that stage, but with John QT out here flashing for him, you know, stunning for him and doing everything for him, he's just managed to play like the Zekken we were expecting on the global stage.
Yeah, this combo and market here was great to watch, but Zekken especially, I'm really happy to see him really arrive in full force on the Neon on this stage. I feel like that, like you said, that was something we were lacking yesterday, but he is such a big part of that win condition. And here, some util, maybe a team blind here, but it's not an issue for Zekken. He's just going to go in and get that stinger kill regardless. But this is what I wanted to see from him, this aggression and winning these key fights, disrupting the Bilibili Gaming when they're setting up for their post plans or setting up for like a mid-round fake. So I'm really happy to see him arrive.
It's so nice to see him find his confidence again, you know, especially with his family in the crowd always supporting him, traveling all the way here as well.
Sunset, yeah, the Sunset was nice.
And meaning that suddenly a very,
we fought with the first ban
for them,
with Sunset. They might be planning something like this.
Sort of performance as
Worked
we
pretty
move
well
on
for
to the
them.
next one. I'm not gonna lie, every single one of these highlight kills from him and John is ridiculous.
It really is. He's such an exciting player to watch when he's on, and it's always, especially his Neon is something that rings true in my mind. When I think Zekken, I think Neon, I think Raze, and he always stands up to the occasion when it comes down to it.
ADR.
Yeah, and when I think John QT, I don't often think Breach, but I'm very happy to think of his Breach now
nice,
after that performance as well. On Lotus, however, we don't have to speculate what they're gonna play. We've seen it already. Did you like what we saw of their Lotus yesterday?
Oh, I will sing John QT's praises of his calling on Lotus all the way back to the bank. I love how Sentinels plays the map. They play it very slow and procedurally, exactly how Lotus
Even though it's ever playoffs, but this works. Yeah, I mean, honestly, just the curing you get through groups. You don't have to like show some of your other maps. It's so rough.
I really want to shout out the fact that John has really been
It'll be
able
rough
to
for them if they lose this one,
as a player, going from that Senti and now going into so many different initiators. It's really impressive.
I love the 60 days there. You've been counting. In your Canada, you're like, did John play Breach? They check. Did I like it? Check. Exactly. There you go. Tracking him here. But on the other side, this is where we can start speculating about Bilibili and the fact that Ender is joining us once again here on the desk. Can I send you down to listening to some Bilibili comms?
I don't know.
Yeah?
You know what? I omen-ulted up here. I can omen-ult back over there and listen on Bilibili.
How good's your Mandarin? You got this?
It's not great, but I could tell you if it's calm or chaotic.
Oh, okay.
You know?
We'll send you down. We'll send you down. But yeah, what about Bilibili's Lotus? What can we expect?
Honestly, that's a good question. I think what Bilibili need to do is make sure they're seizing like information
One
and
map
control
away
the map
from
in the
fast
mid-rounds,
Masters
especially with how
playoff since
slow John's
Madrid.
calling was. If you were talking about this, forgive me because I know this is something you were talking about earlier in the day.
Oh,
with how
no worries. I will never interrupt. You hyping up John QT's calling. I'll never stop you.
No, but honestly, I was really impressed with his reads in that last map, and I think that with the sort of like slower macro style that he would like to play and sort of punish the extremities of the map, I think it's very important for BLG to like make sure they're maintaining forward lines of information, holding those forward angles so they don't get punished.
Don't do it yourself, man. Stop looking at the scoreboard.
And as you saw here a little bit earlier in that lower third, if SEN win this map,
Oh boy, he's checking out the
they
performance.
make their first Masters playoffs since Madrid. And we all know how Madrid went. Well, it wasn't bad for a Sentinels fan, was it?
No, I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was alright. It was alright. There was no bracelet though, so I think maybe this time around they can go for that bracelet, go for that MVP. Exactly. And it all starts here. They have to win Lotus here.
Gone,
The
yeah.
momentum is back on their side. Can they do it? Can they give the fans here something to cheer for?
I think what I was seeing on that second map, absolutely they can. But I also like the vibe I'm getting from Sentinels is that they are a little bit driven by momentum, you know, and it can be hard to come back after falling down early. I've heard it a lot.
Where's the agent?
When, like,
Select
players
that.
go down
Come on.
early on in rounds, it can kind of become a little bit quiet in terms of their comms, and there's not always someone carrying the mantle. Now, today and in that last game, Zelsis was the guy that was stepping up in a big way, but he has to also be feeling that and bringing the vibes if they're going to be able to build off of that.
A big part of having that momentum shift is having people like Zelsis who can
Viper,
problem solve and help the
Viper
IGL.
Vice.
Because it's 4-8, you know, some people might shut in because they're afraid to have an idea and afraid to be wrong. But going into Lotus,
Might be mirror comms
just
them,
to see
right?
if there's any comp changes, but not expecting anything too crazy.
No, not at all. But the mantra for SEN that I've been hearing in the comp, stay calm, stay confident. That is everything that they're focusing on right now.
However, though, for
Dude,
Bilibili,
both these comps might, both these teams might struggle a little bit on attack.
Yeah. I like it. Little mirror action going on here. I'm a big fan of the Vice coming in and getting more and more play on this map. It is so effective at stalling down the heavy exec play.
And I think Zelsis flies really under the radar, underrated in my opinion on these roles, on this anchor agent. I think his Vice is really good. He strikes a good balance of knowing when to play very close to his util and punish people who are trying to bait out that Vice wall that we see so often. And he knows when he should really play back. And his positioning on these sides, I feel like a lot of players can really learn
Chamber?
from.
Nah, the Vice is way better here. If there's no Euro, the Vice is always the best one.
One can advance to playoffs. Uber and Wyatt, take it away.
The prevailing narrative for the road ahead.
Where do the comms struggle on attack? Just purely because of the Vice. It's just hard to go find the wall and default and figure it.
Etc. But this series has been anything but. Icebox, brutal for SEN. They never got going. They could never get the start they were looking for. But their pick of Sunset still proved to be one of their best. Stunning performance. Now
Inside Lotus, yeah, we might see it. All depends on the Vice stuff again.
For these teams in a Masters Toronto playoffs, and it all goes down on Lotus.
Sentinels played a lovely defensive side against Wolves the other day, going up 9-3.
Okay,
Typically,
Sentinels on
somewhat
defense,
less favored side, especially
Bilibili on
when we're going
attack.
back to this kind of
3-1 on the
all-defense,
pistols,
all-bonus
and
look
nothing
that's
crazy in
just
terms of the
integrated
Vice.
who's
Really?
been unbelievably powerful as a mainstay Sentinel on this map. I like that Bilibili have gone for this.
Sentinels pretty much go for the same pistol that they did, right? Is this not very similar? All here at the beginning with the Omen flash and this flash. I swear this is the same setup.
It looks dynamic.
Yeah, this is the oxygen combo though, so this one's pretty strong. Tether close, and the tether's so close that you can't go back around the corner, so you then eat the nade. Oh, that's unlucky timing. Unlucky or incredible timing, which way you look at it, because they managed to get a good kill on it. Yeah, they just repeated the same pistol. I mean, it looks like a strong pistol. Especially with the fawns over towards here, like everywhere's a stronghold.
That is being watched by not just one player, two. This shear is about to be activated, double push past it. They want to fight these players. Nade is going to do some damage. Swing out from Levius. Can they find this?
Ah, dude, held strong. Sick round from Zelsis. Good flashes from him as well. Yeah, and that's both. They've run that setup twice, and they've won both pistols with it.
Arc Rose and his util there is headlong into it.
Oof.
God, that is
Jesus.
sick from Zelsis, second rather, that reaction time. And Neff just feels so pressured that he has to give even more space towards A to allow the team to go for a pivot back after they lose that initial player.
Thank you for saving me.
Hey, and if there was ever to be a map where we get a Zelsa's carry game, well, first of all, he was playing very intelligently back on Icebox. He was great there so far.
Okay, Outlaw. Obviously, everyone can get one shot. Fade Eye goes out, reveals that no one's over towards this. They can hold the one close and kind of heavy rotate. Gonna keep an eye on the wall because the wall is like the thing that both teams or every team is gonna struggle on attack here.
Deltas this time at the seaside.
Yeah, I like this from Zalsis as well. Like, pops the flash to protect his teammate and then, like, distracts it a little bit for him. So if they are going in, he's taking all of the aggro. They're probably less likely to protect the John. Especially when he's got that charge. Dude, got big TP on site here. It's actually not too bad, though, for Bilibili. It's actually looking really good for Bilibili. Holy hell, how on earth did this go down like that?
And Zelsa's here, of course, is a beat behind the action. Russia makes the turn, sees him come.
Even at that, he gets the dink onto him, double face. Zelsa's, there's
Dude,
no
look
hope.
at the guns that they picked up. Oh boy, that is a massive round. That really is.
Bizarre.
Someone said,
They completely wrecked him. How to kill 3 of a ghost here. So many dinks.
What is happening? How are they able to convert this? The shots from Levius were
for my next trick, I'll catch my own nade.
Look at this from Zek, and he satchels out in one tap. Narrate can't trade. I think he had a bulldog.
Oh.
He can't see, man.
That's crazy, that one.
I mean, listen, you're hoping when you're a Sentinel, you play B. Maybe
Dude, that is a mad round, man. They get so much for that. They pick up 4 guns as well, and the econ on top of it. I can't express how insanely impactful that round was.
By the way,
it's the worst possible start you can get for Sentinels here.
Oh my god! All right,
You essentially just gave them loads of guns. You gave them loads of money.
A right now, playing in the dark cover, hoping someone may take a little stroll into it, but that's not going to be the case. YZ timings it though to get in the next one with this judge.
Yeah, and you just gave this guy his favorite gun.
Razor Vine's going to slow him up. Roshi though, not so fetid. He's able to push ahead. Make short work here on Sentinels into the grinder. They've become mulch here on Lotus.
Let's see, Handles can maybe throw this over towards the Vice, to be honest. Probably should have.
Just overwhelming with the numbers, with the superior weapons, not really able to get anything done at all. Being left on his lonesome, probably just going to eventually perish to the spike. Looked like Sen were just going to carry all of that momentum they had from such a dominating performance on Sunset into Lotus. On defense again. It's what they did to Wolves.
Keep the judge here, yeah. But you're obviously fast going B.
You can't account for a bizarre thrifty like the one we just saw.
But it depends. Like here, honestly, I'd be tempted to just throw it across and buy it again. It depends what they want to do. They got all the options. They can buy op if they want as well. It's very popular in China on attack to buy op.
Any player on this team has just pulled out some magic.
They know they have an outlaw as well, so that it kind of forces them to buy heavy armor. They got some options. So many people survive again as well.
Less kills total when Rusha and YZ were taking over. Levius was still finding moments.
What do they want to go with? Just an extra rifle? Dude, they know there's an outlaw in play and they buy 3 regens.
It was looking like a great start. Then went disastrous on round 2. Let's see if they can wrangle control of this defensive side. A couple players.
He dropped it? Yeah, I picked up the Bulldog.
Bang can take a forward position and teleport away.
Bang wants this mound fight. Until he doesn't. Paranoia comes in, forces him out. He's able to TP away and just get up onto the side.
They don't have any utility.
Not sure about that flash, really.
They already used that nade, so no real pressure can be further applied to Bang when they know he's been routed into Bend.
Not ready yet.
Flash from Levius is going to get the information that Zekan has pushed up towards B main. Someone is playing close. In the meantime, you have Neff taking a lot of space towards A. You know, already you're seeing some differences on this attack side from BLG.
Nice at the moment for Bilibili. They got a lot of space, right? Question mark, question mark, question mark. They're everywhere.
B is the look. Why is he? No blast packs here. So no fast hit. Behind the Prowler though, plenty of veto left for K9.
Yeah, what's this nade like from Zekken? Is it for the plant? Is there a combo behind it?
Snakebite is going to make it, in theory, a little bit more challenging. Just bank a nade here. Response. Oh, the C's as well. Rushia though is able to get clear of the blast. And that combo fizzles.
The hard retake. Let's start looking at the Omen flash. That's the main one.
Players in baby door right now.
It's 2,
get awkward. Sen can dump so much
maybe 3.
On them right now. Again, Rushia near side and Zekken with 1. The paltry point of Held is able to get keys and Narrate found a double. Levis is squeezed up on the side. Rushia is still there. Trying to crouch, trying to hide away, trying to live.
Narrate did really good to get 2 here.
Bouncing back into pole position.
He did really good, and John had a wide swing.
2 guns still to carry out of the round.
That was a real opportunity for Levius, but the spray was haphazard on that entry from Heaven. I mean, BLG do a good job getting into the light side. But yeah, you know, they get the spike down, but they just can't get forward. There's no real opportunity to do so. The option there was we just have to take the timing to swing out of this smoke behind the wall together rather than in front of the wall. But Sen were overwhelming in that situation. You know, I think earlier as well, Neff was feeling more confident to take a lot of that space off A, because what we saw on defense was Narrate, Bang. That was a duo that was pressed up on Rubble together, but when you know Bang's
yeah, a lot of ults for this one. 1, 2, 3 combine next, 1 combine next. So, still an important round for Sentinels.
Nade sees, caught right onto Rushia. He has to teleport to safety.
Took some damage off that though, didn't he?
Oh, Bang is in trouble.
Just a lick though.
No way! What a team play. They both bailed him out. That was nice though. Shut up. Like they all just live or die by that play basically.
Pause in the action almost. As it sees nade combo came in. And from now on, Bilibili have to account for that threat. I have to TP across the Rubble, maybe not up.
Narrate able to get so much value playing around that tree position with the Guardian. Eventually, I'm sure he's going to try to pick up the Odin as well. What can BLG do here? As Sen are more than content to just play this nice and slow and go for the retake when they need to.
Second sees is coming. K9 attempts a wide swing with Zekken.
Ooh, 16 HP. He's done enough though. And they know where they both are now. Especially with the low HP, that should try force the guy A down. Although they can see the spike, right? Good off angle for the right here.
It's going to be a very difficult recovery mission.
This round looks like it's destined to come to a slow crumble for BLG.
Yeah, and they're just going to save. Okay, well, Sentinels, who had a rough start, losing the second round, giving them loads of money, get a lot of cash after this.
Crucial ultimates for the next buy round too. They've got the Showstopper and the Nightfall, so they have many tools to use to try and extend their lead.
We've seen the variations from Sen on this defense side. Quite often the action is where Bang himself is. They fight over at Rubble. The Omen's there. They make an early foray for Mount Control. Bang is also in position. So they've been varying, moving across the map. Here's this Rubble fight. I see, yeah, TP back, of course, towards him by Bang, and he's able to punish Zekken.
One enemy remaining.
Waits for them to step on up.
Gotta say as well, Sen.
Okay.
We're barely into this Lotus Mount, but man, they've gone for a lot of Siege nades. That one back Rubble is pretty standard, but they used it in B main as well very early on. I think that was on the pistol, so that's going to cause a lot
nice
of
ults now for
point,
Sentinels. Speaking of ults though, we're 1 away for YZ to try to get this. They want it.
Just that aforementioned duo
Go over towards A. They use quite a bit of util though as well, so question mark.
In tandem on this A
over towards A, and you're going to think there's a lot of numbers behind this. So that's why they kind of go for the double rotate. Belsis, here's the TP, goes away. Did he really hit that TP, or was it just good timing?
Make their way towards this
yeah, orb over towards here. Just checking the box before he gets ult, and they're going to insta-pop with this one. Zelsis has got a lot to do here. His team is so far away. They just re-cleared over towards her. They're still so far away. Good luck, Zelsis, mate. He did good, though. He did good. Can stop them behind the wall. He knows that the Thorns are up for a little bit. They might, with the 3-person close, fast fade.
There are going to be so many ultimates involved in this retake. Second can get back in with the Showstopper, with this Nightfall at the same time. Steel Cardinal
Fatal for Visor. They still have Omen Flash Razor.
Not confident, of course, without their primaries to push him. But Zekin doesn't need it. Oh, that's awkward.
Whoa, my god. Each Razor is going good for trades.
John steps up, 2 players
Big jaws here.
Waterfall for Sentinels, and they see the shoulder of Knight. The double high-low
Damn.
stack that was tougher than the break. John knows Neff is around the corner. He doesn't have the health to withstand an engagement.
That was close, man. Just those 2 kills randomly came up here. I thought they would be so good for on the 3 on site.
Both showstoppers just earning trades. Zelsus does good work to go 1 for 1
Yeah,
against
Zelsus did good.
YZ. That steel garden was
Maybe considering what was going on, he probably should have got out of there. But
stacked with ultimates for Sen coming
I think he doesn't think they're going to full commit.
able to also get Zekin in time before the rocket connects. Which is highly important.
Yeah, it's a nice,
Just a nice little
nice stronghold from those 3.
Everyone on Bilibili ready to
Where's the money at?
together to close
Incredibly low.
out.
Forced by a little bit into it.
This time
1,
it's
2,
towards
3,
B.
4. Can't buy next. Kind of 4 as well, to be honest. 4 and 4 each side.
Locking this part of the map away from
Yeah, you should probably see all of these ults going into this, to be honest.
They're not fully convinced though.
Look at this investment for YZ. He's going for the operator right now on attack.
Yeah, this is the China special.
Towards B, but that Viper wall
Up on attack, nice and early on in the game.
temporarily. This certainly implies that Bilibili want to maybe slow down the game. Second is just caught spamming through with a stinger. At least bang there for the trade back rubble.
Mark though has to get out.
Oh. Kind of nice because they don't know 100% that was him.
Zelsus has his own steel guard now, could be pretty effective here. Push comes to shove at the big side of TP4 from Rushi, already gets himself there. Zelsus waits. Spike loose. Oh, that's a desperate scenario here.
Whoa, that's really bold by him. And they got the kill off the Omen Flash. Damn, dude. Bilibili doing some mad plays, but I like it.
John in a 1 versus 2. John who had to leave his Viper's pit and try and salvage the round at B.
That is bold but necessary from YZ. Finding that trade, and from there,
I mean, it's not a good plant for the Vice. If he can kill the Omen early, pretty nice.
So much at stake. Time has dwindled so much due to this heaven rotate.
John's not going to see much here. He has a snake bite, and Rushi just opted for a timing.
Sure.
He knew he had a contingency with his teammate in Baby Door.
I was not expecting it to go down like that.
Bilibili, 2 rounds in a row, stringing them up.
He just sent it through, yeah, he just
After
sent it
this
through.
gets complicated, they're definitely going to be forced down to a low buy.
Spike down.
Kind of an awkward first engagement. Zelsus does a great job isolating one fight. YZ goes for the most mental trade attempt possible and pulls it off.
The play, I mean, it's a high-risk play, yeah.
Feeling forced to call a timeout at this point. Certainly cannot blame him. That was a round of the utmost importance for the half.
I'm glad you highlight that YZ moment as the sheer wall came up. I thought it was
curtains for
Bilibili. It looked like it was cooked. I like the entry into side before that. You have Rusha teleporting to dark cover so they can double face, but he wasn't close enough to actually
swinging through smokes. No, they swing through smokes a lot. But again, it can catch you off.
Complexion of the round is entirely different.
And you heard from Coach Kaplan. Couldn't do much more, but just say, well played to Bilibili. You know, talking about these teams, Kaplan has often said, look, it's really hard to get a read on Chinese opponents coming into these games. When we first hit the server, we have to start with ourselves. And then we have to find a way to adapt. And you can see that's been a whole process, right? Sen sort of had to adapt as much as they could on Icebox and couldn't quite get there.
The Satcher play, I mean, it was awesome, to be honest.
Too little, too late. Now, though, these teams
Forced them down to an eco as well. That was a really impactful round. It's been 2 really impactful rounds.
Popping himself up with an op in the B site. It's bizarre, but it's the brand of a VALORANT that Bilibili like to roll with.
Out of that timeout.
Okay, Sentinels with this one, 4 pass and aggro over towards A. Hello, Yumpy. How we doing? I just had some chicken pasta today. What did you eat?
That could be enough to win them the round.
Okay, that's a lot of util, yeah, and they can insta-descend this. I mean, the plan was to go towards B anyway, but that made it nice and easy for them.
Now, no Sting is now looking a little bit awkward at the periphery of the map. TP, I mean, ultimate forward from Rusia.
Dude, this is going to get insanely close.
And it went wrong.
Because Bilibili are doing nice stuff, and honestly, I'm starting to look at the money here, and they shouldn't lose too many. Their money's going to be so good for this half, as long as they don't make too many mistakes. Like, this is a little bold, but this is a good wide swing.
Mind you, that operator has been maintained, even though YZ went down previously, so it should be a comfortable end to the round for Bilibili. They've got all players up. They still got util to spend. Sentinels probably don't want to feed them too much more old economy.
Will say that Bilibili would love to hang on to these guns. They still have a couple players at really low cash.
Nice shot.
Okay.
Nice snap from K9.
They're going to keep everyone alive.
Finally able to get on the board in this
Oh,
round.
that's nice, dude. They're in a great spot.
Taking stock of things, though. We had that timeout from Sentinels. They've had a chance to sort of consider how they build into this gun round. 3 defense side rounds, acceptable, probably.
Damn, very nice
Need to go
MP.
big here.
Yeah, they index heavily and just going for that 4-person rubble fight, praying that that's where Bilibili are going to be headed.
Okay, still got to deal with the attack up on this as well.
One player kind of floating towards that A main.
And
you hear, wait, they're using like
a bit late call for Sentinels, no?
All right, just go elsewhere. That's very common to
What's
be
else is doing?
occurring on this Lotus attack.
Oh, is this a setup for Forms or
Still
something?
playing with this operator.
Oh, okay.
This is definitely an inflection point in the first half, round 9. See Sentinels finally get
Okay,
some
it does
rifles
scam.
under their belts.
It does scam one, so they know it's a great trade.
Punishing these contact peaks. It ended up being a 1-for-1.
Dude, look at Bang,
A lot
though.
of early trades in this half, just like that. Look at
where
the meantime.
John is playing.
So far back. Picking up a lot towards this A site, but again, you know, they can just feel fairly content to play this for the retake when they still.
Dude, every time I look at Bilibili, they just got so much space across the map.
Collapse into that site off the back of it, but now Sen want to get back in, entrenching the site, anchoring positions now that they're doubled up. They have the read on the situation. Obviously, Bilibili making a lot of noise. They want to execute. Sen are getting over here now, right? No one to trade onto him.
Dude, Bang.
Finds the advantage for Sen.
Whoa.
That was all before Nightfall came down.
Whoa.
Sentinels take the risk of being susceptible to that.
And he gets
In
out.
order to have a player posted
And he
forward
gets
to get
out.
an easy kill. Now
And
the
they get
momentum
info kind of where they
starting
both
to
are.
peter off.
They don't know
Wisey has to
100% about the second
skirt
guy,
around that
but
Razor Vine and yeah, trigger the shield wall. Needs to try and find a way to use this op.
30
How
seconds
far
left.
will
good off
this
angle
madman
from
push with
Celsius
the
here.
off at the waterfall?
Has he heard this? No, there's a
No
player
way.
making noise behind
No
him.
way!
Okay, rewarded and not punished as 2 players from Sentinels quickly try and spring
I
to
mean,
attention. No Hall's presence.
it
for
would
the
be a
defenders.
crazy
Wisey
one.
is going to be permitted to push up here
It
again.
would be a crazy one. The reposition from him's pretty good.
Second kill right now. The Nightfall could certainly be enough to win this round.
Bang wanted to check the site. It's unclear if he got any information about where Wisey is set up. Okay, the Nightfall.
Got hit all
remains
3.
in the ball. Billy, look at
And then they
that.
swing and they're low HP. Oh my god.
Spray 2 of them down.
I don't know about that
Narrate
one.
has to challenge Wisey here. Blast pack to try and disrupt. Shorty in hand. He knows exactly where his assailant will come from.
Holy
And
bro,
Wisey
2v4. They
drops
wrecked
Narrate like
them.
a sack of potatoes. And 2v3 clutches in an awkward spot where the op still converts.
Oh
is
god.
just
I think Sentinels are in big
maniac
trouble,
on
man.
that round.
They're in
Pushing
big
the
trouble.
waterfall, Adjustment
That
to
was a
kill
great shot.
Celsius. Gets the free sight for the team. And by team, I mean K9. He's the only one. He gets over there. What a win. What a win. Brutal for Sentinels. They're going to force into this next round too when we get back into things, and it's left them with just a stinger for Celsius.
They get wrecked by the
Not
attack up as
ideal,
well.
A lot of light armors.
2 hide from the eyes that maybe they don't think they're out over towards A.
Bilibili, and there's nobody here. It's another round where Sen only have John on this side of the map, and he's playing very far back.
That poison cloud going to go forward to cover up the view from the stairs. Intentions of going through the tree right now. Sen, they're trying to be fast on the pivot. They've got Zek in here.
They got Razor. Yeah, they're hitting it. John's in so much trouble.
Blinded up by the paranoia.
It expires quickly.
Whoa, man, what a play. Oh my god, what a play. What the
John
hell?
gets absolutely saved.
How, bro? Like the first one, sure. I'll give you the first one. Second one's really impressive.
Look where that spike is. That is going to be an extremely oppressive scenario that Bilibili have to fight into. And Dev has to do it by pushing up with the operator.
This round should simply be unwinnable for
Oops.
Bilibili. There should not be
Someone flash for
any
Mini.
way.
Sick round from Narrate. Wyatt, he was the standout. Sentinels in their last game.
Good shot.
Won't be able to do more than 3 here, but should be enough. Okay, all of a sudden, John brought down. Viper's pick going to be deployed by Neff, but he still needs to plant Steel Garden. But he has a shorty inside the pit. Not the worst scenario for him.
Uh-oh.
He'll wait this out, maybe look for a timing to
Guys,
swing
wait
out of
for
the
the-
wall, and he's found Bang! Delsus, oh my god.
Oh, man.
Quells what would have been a ridiculous
It was
uprising from
not
that
convincing.
solo Viper. Sentinels, they
Holy.
managed to claw their 4th round, but it's another costly one. And they get to stabilize the economy, but... Narrate
Wow,
here's
that
able to
second
find
shot
John.
is...
Spike down A.
Second picked up the op at the end of the round.
Oh, it's my god, you could see that clutch happening. Oh my god. Like I said, unwinnable, but Nev made me believe for a second.
I mean, he commits that solo Viper's pit to play from, and he got that.
Is this
crazy
Bilibili
timing
timeout?
After his primary was
Try
jammed,
get a couple more.
finally Zelsis rips that steel guard in and does get the value out of it.
Put
They
the
were in
Viper
an
molly out of
advantage
them as well? Yeah, that's true.
situation,
Viper
but
ult, sorry.
Given their economic state, that was a must-win round. You got to commit it, you got to convert, and they do just that.
Sentinels have conditioned a weaker A-side presence of the map now with consecutive
Bilibili
rounds
looks
of
stressful
just
to play
John
against.
being there and playing
I think
upper
any team when
A-side.
you're like
They might
heavy
look for
favorites
variations
is
that
always
have Narrate
stressful.
come back, play tree.
And they do so much stuff that like you're not used to. Like that 1v2 clutch on B where he just ran through the Omen. Sorry, ran through the Viper wall with the Omen. It's like the best example I can give you. So hard to play against that stuff. Because it's like, who does that?
Right, they threw it to Nev because they wanted YZ to be able to get deep into the site, but Narrate was just a hero. Absolute hero. Specifically for John, who
And the
was
Sentinels only need one more.
doomed.
Maybe. Again, the Vice should have good
Was found.
the Vice should have a good time on defense against this comp.
He was the MVP.
Okay, they get the Odin out.
Team over their win
We got
against
their
Wolves.
own
Got
op
back
out.
into
They
the
rebuy
game
an
with a
op
crucial
back for
clutch
attack here as
honestly.
well.
Phenomenal play from him, and
Everyone's
he's
got every gun.
picking it up for them right now to try and get into playoffs.
Bilibili have reinvested in that op as you speculated, Wyatt. And yeah, early looks.
Yeah, I mean the op's been doing good for them.
Back here with the Odin.
Raul doesn't spot wisely, just ends up going a little bit short, so he wants to wait for this dark cover to fall, hoping that someone is going to go for the common jump peek, and it does happen, but Narrate was not too overexposed.
Uh-oh.
Players do it more towards the middle. He was a little bit
Going
off
a
to
little
that
bit
left
worried
side, and I
there.
think that saved his life.
Really? I was gonna say.
Why is he unable to react?
Vice ult fake? No, okay.
Okay, shield wall.
Just
This way
wall
to
though, but
push
they're close enough
off
to
the
hit
C
that
side.
that one
That's
goes
actually where
down.
Zekken is set up. He does wanna try
Re-clear
and
over
work some of the
towards
action.
A, and they got to deal with an Odin. This
Whether
is
that means he'd
rough.
actually push
As soon as
off
this
and
wall
see
goes up, you should
from
see a
that
spam come in. Should be spamming right now from Narrate. There we go.
All the util coming out from Bang and Narrate here have definitely slowed BLG up. So YZ opts to try and hold a B line.
Flash, nade.
Viper wall will cut him off.
You got a lot to do here, Zekken.
He's going to get that C side for free. Sen try and actually pull back in here. They have a few players near it, but wow, look at this pivot from Bilibili to have to go
Nice
through
shot.
the thorns. Bay wants to swing off of it. Trades coming through, but now the site is taken. Spike should be able to
Narrate,
be planted,
fast,
but
yeah,
Sen
fast
have other
fader,
ideas.
1-2
Now
hits,
YZ decaying
3
very,
hits.
very low.
Only didn't hit the 4th, so they don't know where he is.
Instantly.
Still no plant on this one. Zekken gets a kill with his nade, he gets his ult. That's all.
Actually nets the kill.
Now with the
Oh, what a shot.
in his tracks. YZ with an op shot now. He's in the thick of things.
God, look at him go. No, he's not.
YZ wants to push up with this op.
Oh, man. That's crazy.
Devastating impact from YZ. Almost an ace from him, but Delsus is able to interfere.
He gets the damage through the wall.
Absolutely crazy.
Delsus down
God,
to 10.
look at the plays that he's
Little bit of
making. Every
regen,
time it's
and
over
he is
towards
going to
B.
get out of there.
Let this guy attack
No
up every
cash
round,
left.
man.
Needs to save this. YZ is a menace.
And again, it's just absurd. Operator pushes onto that B side.
Looks hard to play against the op. He's absolutely everywhere as well. Especially when they take so much map control, it's like
YZ with
hard
a
to deal with.
masterclass on subverting expectations. Sen still struggling to adapt.
Chrono,
to this
thanks so
duelist.
much for the prime. Thank you, the 3
In
months.
that instance, too, some of the power that even on attack Vice provides, where it's a denial of the blood. Those thorns being forward made it so that no one could
Great
really
shot,
scale
that
and
one.
try to fight off of the Nightfall.
God, what a round from him.
And I mean, shot onto second, denying the showstopper is outrageous. And then somehow he tops it a mere few seconds later by pushing it to heaven.
Kizviz, thank you so much as well with the prime, mate. Appreciate the 9 months. Thank you.
He will never slow down. He is ruthless as a duelist. Intentions for
Omen
Bilibili
flash
to
goes
take
in. They
him
heard a
out
good
for
amount of
the year.
util, dude. They're just going to straight send it. One
All
away
defense
from the
side rounds is
Razor.
gonna feel uncomfortable for Sentinels, but it is enough.
YZ now just one orb away from getting the showstopper.
3 through the wall. A great flash. Ah, dude, look at this flash. Oh, they heard him close as well. We know he's through.
Zelsis got the dog inside him.
Spike down.
Takes 3.
Yeah, John's having none of it, man. He's just making sure he doesn't give him anything.
He has thrown
Full
the stick in the
respect on
smoke,
this.
so they've gone over the handlebars.
Damn, that player genuinely looked angry. Some fury on the defense there from Zelsis. He looked so locked in. It's all on Rusha in a near impossible situation. Zekin still has Satches to get back in. He can just send it, distract, while everyone else will collapse onto him. They have plenty of options here.
Bang there's having to deal with him in the end.
Big run for Zelsa, so this was good. Dude, they got pissed. They got first pistol and they got 5. A little rough for Sentinels, for sure. That second round, though, that second round eco is just devastating.
You mentioned it. Looked like Angie Zelsis there on that seaside, looking to try and stop BLG in their tracks. It's been quite the series so far, and it promises to be an explosive finale, so stick around. One of these teams will be headed to playoffs on the other side of this map.
That was a fun half, dude. That was really fun. Five enough? I don't know, man. Again, they're up against... I feel like the Vice stuff is hard to go find in default. We'll see. I'd be feeling great if I was Bilibili at the moment. Game after this? Paper Rex Gen.G, yeah. In theory, that's meant to be the banger, but honestly, this one's looking like a solid map. The Viper? I mean, Viper's just great on this map.
First half on Lotus. The Sentinels start on the defense side, get themselves a crucial pistol, and then struggle somewhat to convert off that. Definitely put to the sword on multiple occasions by YZ, and also someone who had a real standout showing by Levius.
Oh, he's in so much Neon on Sunset. I mean, Neon's always been good at Sunset. Look at how Heretics used to play it back in the day.
On the opposing side, Zelsis
Good to mess up a lot of timing on stuff over towards A as well.
Towards the end, shutting down some of those executes, getting a ton of value. I think it's so interesting though with this.
Elias, thank you so much for the 3 months as well. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for that.
YZ was getting from his heavy investment into the op on attack, which is something I wasn't expecting.
And he's still shoveling coal. Yeah, he is.
Don't see it very often on Lotus, and certainly not with a raise when you're.
I'm pretty sure they get into playoffs, no doubt.
Still able to find that bang for his buck, spending it on that weapon, even despite having tied for the most deaths on his team. He's still getting value. The op absolutely paid off, as we saw, and I'm interested to see how much he's going to try to pick that up on defense, because Bilibili, they've won the majority of the pistols in this series, and even this first half when they lost, they won in that round 2 eco. If they get the op rolling for him on defense, that could be the catalyst for them making it into the playoffs, for YZ making it into the playoffs for a second time.
Fez FPS, thanks so much for the 2 months. Thank you.
Everyone
Appreciate the
thought this
prime.
would be an easy road for Sentinels into the playoffs. It's been
Okay,
anything but.
this map pistol 1-0. Overall 3-2.
It's Sentinels' turn.
Double Sheriff. Oh boy. We've been speaking about the double Sheriff. Good win rate at the moment.
But it all comes down to how you can capitalize on that.
Delsky, guys, thank you for saying that.
Let's get rolling, folks. Here's your round number 13.
It was fun to do.
Ball's over the top for this duo of SEN to work forward on C, but when the orb
Very similar pistol to what Sentinels wanted to do on defense.
Crunch through the door even. These two players, Bang and Zekin, could be in real danger. Here it comes.
Like the trap rush here though, cut down by Zekin, who didn't think there'd be a follow-up, and Levius is there.
Pushed up so far that he was
We saw him.
Able to dodge that paranoia. Now SEN, they are pivoting towards this A side.
Wait, he's breaking the door.
Drifted. They are in the right positions at the moment, giving up C. Neff weak though. Backside going to be challenging to anchor against the Horde.
This is pretty quick moves though
44
from Sentinels up on the
HP.
A side. No upper presence yet for the defenders, and Neff gives as good as he gets.
He'll take 1-for-1 with that low HP.
K-Knight now straight to drop.
They have like
Here comes
no
that
map
attack side
control.
fireball now. It's a little bit annoying.
Great
Why
nade.
he can't see past it. K-Knight might need to be activated to disrupt a potential plant. So the paint shells had the intended effect.
Some players getting weak.
K-Knight
Oh my god, where did that first one go?
Player standing.
And they are both very low, below 60.
30 seconds
Zelsa
left.
with the sheriff, but K-Knight thought he had him. Zaddy is home.
My goodness.
Zelsis is determined to win. You can see it from his disposition on his face.
Dude, that
Since
first
that
right
last
click
round
looked
of
crazy, by the
first
way, the
half, he
jumping
is
one.
getting serious.
Hit the
This
guy
is not
furthest back
funny
right.
whimsical Zelsis. He is here to win. He is hungry, especially for this team. After that disappointing finish that they had at the
30
first
seconds
international
left.
this year in Bangkok,
Nice shot.
they want to come back and show exactly what they're made of.
Why are you going here? Why are you going here? What the? Ooh, cut that one off at the right time.
Holy.
2 pistols here for Sentinels on this map.
Oh boy. Okay, 2-0 on the
Nice
Pistols,
side
ends up
absolute
going
bereft
3-3.
Of defenders.
That was an incredible clip.
First half, SEN won the pistol, but lost
That
in
was
this exact
incredible.
situation. If they hadn't, we could be looking at a very different game. Bilibili were able to gain so much early momentum for their economy off of that.
Oh, he's sleeping.
Okay, Zelsis.
In danger, just wants to stay alive. Can't.
Oh, they're chasing.
Ah, he's in trouble.
He's the player with just the sheriff.
The great smoke.
Finally, I think Sentinels have been able to throw enough at Bilibili to cause
Chris,
them to simmer
sound?
down.
And that's an easy call now for the rest of the team to just get into the A side. Zelsis feeling all of that pressure. Should be light on the opposite side of the map.
They are so patient about it. Here's a plant. John gets it down. Bilibili playing second fiddle, just trying to catch up. And now without much more than Frenzy Ghost. Neff will remain tucked here most
Who wants to
likely.
get the
This will allow the
kills?
game to become even.
Second, getting a
Aaron would
few
love
would be
to get
nice.
something for this
Zelsa's
outlaw.
kind of close to his ult.
Some little ROI farming. And he might get something from
Ah, that's...
buddy.
Hi,
Neff,
oi,
though,
oi,
doesn't
crowd,
overcommit.
chill.
Narrate doubles back to the
He's
angle.
like, hold up.
And will handle the interloper. If only just.
The right click almost got him.
There you go, giving a freebie.
Spam is Ekin says, starting to be
Oh, that's
happy,
nice
he's
though.
right.
Raze. Yeah,
3 kills
3 away
with
from
Stinger.
Razor.
Only Levius to survive, only to perish to the blast. And now, we have ourselves an even game.
Second would have loved to have gone for a little bit more. The showstopper on the attack side with his traditional Lotus look.
Chat, stop saying L crowd. It's natural, man. It's fine. It's just part of playing on LAN. It is what it is.
Close call, that one. Bilibili, though, again, the pistol came down to a 1 versus 1. They sort of knew they'd be here after that clutch was lost.
Now can SEN convert on their own bonus. They are ready to fight out.
L
towards this
lovely
A side.
crowd.
Light from Bilibili.
Okay, big buy rounds. Zelsis is a gun that can one-tap no one because they've got heavy armor. We've got a 4-person. Wait, didn't they do this recently and it looked rough?
Bang knows he needs to run.
Sentinels got out in
that looked
time,
nice.
though. Bilibili want to chase this, but just how far will they go?
That looked nice, that looked nice.
Not as far
And then
as
they
what
kind of
we
realize there's a
currently
lot
now
of people
look
here,
as
so they
over
take a lot of space on this one. Pressure over towards B into C here.
Really try to get into B now.
Yeah.
Now they certainly cannot, but maybe they'll
Those
pick up the
Sentinels?
pace,
Yeah, I think they were
continue
Sentinels I
up,
was thinking
getting
of, you're right.
the door into the C side, but they'll
There's a
have
sheer
to
wall.
contend with that
But they messed up
sheer
the timing.
This setup from Levius.
Doggedly, Bilibili been defending, and Narrate's not able to trigger the sheer wall.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. Even now they know it's here, it's still like, it's still a hard call to make with the wall being here.
Now being recovered onto Zekin, 2 away from the showstopper, 50 seconds on the clock. They have no map control at the moment.
They have, though. Look at the util on Bilibili's side. It's really limited. Just that smoke from Rusia. There's a horn for Knight. They've drawn it all out, but at what cost?
So now with the wall down, you do have Rusia with that Guardian on this A.
Doing a world tour, yeah. I mean, they gotta commit over towards A, and as we can see on the minimap, it's pretty good. They spot one out. They got a fast go for this.
What the situation is wisely. Does he try to timing this? He goes to the
This guy's
volley.
pure mad. Pure mad. Mate, it is your big buy round against a bonus round. Why are you doing that?
straight out into the sunlight. And now Bilibili realized, man, we were so active, so good at responding to these early probes. And then they overheated just a little bit, losing to the SEN bonus. Not just losing to the bonus, Wyatt, but allowing it to be a flawless
The
round
red
for the
card,
attackers.
it's
That is
for sure.
backbreaking.
In my books, it's a red card.
Maintain their
I know that
focus
some
over
people would
towards
do
that
yellow for that, but
CB side.
it's just the impact of the
Really weren't able
actual
to take advantage
round
of the low
itself.
clock on account of it just being Russia towards A. As you mentioned prior in the round too, just extracting all of that defensive utility out of Bilibili to the extent they've just had a dark cover.
They've been getting
That
away
was
over the
it.
entire game. Yeah, I know, but
There's not much more that Russia could do except peek out.
I think you got to pick your moments.
Couldn't hang.
It's just great calling from Sen. They work the entire map, get back to that light A side in time. Worked so well. Credit to John. Wisely bold in that situation. It just feels like he needs to help Russia. Hopefully the attention
It's so bold,
on
man.
his teammate. But John was ready for that. And it's made all too easy with the vulnerable.
See, things are pretty restrained. You mentioned it. Zelsa's looked absolutely
Okay,
determined.
nice
to have
early
a clean
timeout though. Yeah,
victory here on
they
this Lotus map.
can't have any more of those rounds.
And unsurprisingly, Bilibili throwing their heads back in dismay, called themselves a timeout in a round where they're in a very precarious spot. Yeah, they can sort of force into this round. It looks like that might be the plan, but it's a big risk to take at this early stage of the half. For Sentinels, though, it's straightforward stuff. No overcommitment. They weren't able to force that shield wall out on seed, right? You see Narrate tried to get it.
Make the slug
It didn't
bigger.
end up hurting him. They just bounced on back to A.
Screen to put this on.
And were able to execute this.
This?
Bilibili just got a little bit too nervous, pushed up too far as individuals. Took to it the Wisey push
Yeah,
over
a
the
little
volley. The
Don't
K9
want to, like,
positioning
take
up
over.
upper A side. Just caught out in the open.
Listen, I'm hoping in this timeout as well that Coach Bale for BLG can hold his nerve, keep calm with the team, and give them the optimal plan, because he was furious after that pistol round loss.
Yeah, hold up.
When we cut to the coach.
Cows are cool. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the
Now they're
13
gonna
months.
have
Thank
to
you for the
deal
tier
with
1, bro.
showstopper
Thank you for the
that second
support.
has gotten up very early in this half. A crucial round
Okay.
for BLG.
Okay.
Big
We
investment here.
have a raise ult and
And already, Sentinels here grouped
Honestly?
on this A side.
it's a weird buy.
Pretty standard. We have Zelsa's obviously watch seed. He's got the Outlaw in hand to punish a push-up. And BLG, do they want this fight again? Zekin's got hands. Russia finds out the hard way. YZ doesn't fancy any of it. He's only playing with a classic here. Such a weird assortment of guns.
Yeah, it is bizarre, right? I mean, unfortunately only
Yeah, it is.
700. Maybe these rifles can
But
make
I mean,
something happen.
we can at least see a little bit what the timeout was
Like
about,
intentions of maybe pushing
right?
out a B, but
So
that's not going to be the case for
even though it's going to be a little bit of a
defense.
rough buy for some of
Seven
these, I
inserted
imagine this
narrate
is an op
over
and they just
towards
think it's a
rubble.
big win condition.
Fight
Considering the
against
first
YZ,
half,
where
it's
he's
hard to
highly
argue against.
favored, far superior gun.
And they're going to use him to try and sell
This is interesting because Narrate's actually like making sound with it, so they got one to kind of realize that it's a fake, but they're actually he did good, man. This was really nice from Narrate. His timing here as well to get back out as the door is closing was cool.
Weaker weaponry.
Yeah, he got him onto the site. It's just, does he even consider someone close? Probably not.
We'll get this at least.
Ah, man.
Oh my goodness, guy! Eyes in the back of his head.
Wait, was that like a bullet that I missed here, or was it just incredible timing? It looked like it was incredible timing.
Into this round, into a realistic retake, but now and after that, it is certainly not the case.
Now just happy to post up here in this seaside. Second challenging Waterfall. K9 forced off the line and low with a Phantom in hand. He likely doesn't want to wager it. And another flawless round on the horizon.
Yeah,
here for
money's
Sentinels.
incredible for them. They can hunt this.
Saving.
Fine.
Spoke too soon. Get away, Narrate. Just obviously on the hunt. This economy for Sen is out of control.
And so it goes. Sentinels.
Still a duel that might go down.
9 rounds.
What?
And again, this next one, a real inflection point. Another gun
Okay.
snapped up at the end of the round. Celsius' weapon.
Or that it wasn't K9 dying. It was Bilibili who really needed to save those there and are able to get away with it. Narrate just turns at the perfect time. I mean, like I said, totally different round if that isn't caught. And now, finally, we've gotten...
Okay, and they managed to save the Razor into it as well, so they're in a very good spot. Another round for Bilibili. If they lose this, they got to eco. Sentinels money is just outrageous, like we just said. Fades ult has to get used here. Anyone kind of close? Narrate 2 away. Zelsis 2 away. Yeah, that's the win condition for them.
It pays off for YZ. That's exactly what they're looking for. The contact move up on B main. No more Vice in the map for Zen. Non-committal though in this early approach to the round. They had the spike left behind. They might feel the need to re-clear a little bit that B area before they head elsewhere.
Toxin screen down.
Prowler thrown out from K-Knight towards B. Doesn't spot anyone.
Yeah, the real question here is, do they pop the ult, or with the money and how close they are to ults, do they kind of just accept this one and do a little bit of damage?
See a world where, you know, Zek and Satchel's in, the rest of the guys.
Oh, he's going for it. He's ulting this.
Rusha's ready with the paranoia. This could get dangerous. They're ready to anchor BLG.
Ooh, over the top. That was nice. So over the top of the Raze ult. That was the kill that mattered. They got the Fade ult out of them at the very least. Narrate, if he gets a kill, it's actually pretty big for next round. Okay, didn't get a kill, so he's one away from the ult. Nice from Bilibili though. It's going to get very close again. There's 4 people surviving, loads of money. No armor rebuy.
As speculated, where that Shearwell not getting procced earlier does kind of awkwardly cut players off. It does force Bang to feel like, wait, I need to teleport up there. I need to get in. And then he's just out in the open.
Bang, yeah, trying to get up on that wall, right?
Just didn't have the opportunity to get the gun out quick enough, actually take the fight. Perfect ultimate usage there. And the op paid off. Everything they wanted to do in that round worked perfectly. YZ is going to mix up the positioning and go towards Mound. All of Sentinels have taken rubble on the opposite side of
He's so early.
Has to play safe, passive in his
not a great peek. Oh, what a great trade though. If I mean, with that, Narrate gets his ult as well, and Zelsis can go pick up his ult. They got double ult to over him over towards side. Zelsis nearly goes down with that. Took a little bit of spam here. That's a great ult. Goes pretty deep on this one. Do they save the Fade ult, or do they...
intentions of retreating for a while, and the Steel Garden ensures that. Billy having to go for the full retake.
Good off angle.
Up so close.
Sees the Prowler now, they know, they make use of that information to get rid of second, but John is there to find the trade. Nightfall for the attack side now, and Knight doesn't know what's coming. Next for the wrap from John. John finds his third for the round, and YZ's op is not the ideal tool for this
dudes. It was big round from John.
Back in front. Back with a burst of
Guy got close though. There were so many rounds that I thought they were dead back of sight when he jumped. I thought it was double kill.
Perfection. Catches onto all of the players, retaking.
Yeah, he TP'd wrong.
Second absorbs some of that. Backs off. John swings up when they're dealing with Zekin. Gets the trade on the rope.
Oh man, he just considered it.
They're all caught by that well-placed ultimate.
They're still though going to have to contend likely with a YZ off by. First it was a push out
1, 2, 3, 4. They should be able to buy. It'll be 2-4 loss bonus.
A position with a couple other players. All of that defensive sentinel.
They still got the attack up. Sorry, defense up.
From Levius, dark covers being cycled as well. YZ, how
the coach, yeah, he's got some good reactions, man.
He's going to post up deep. Does John try to take this space?
This is nice. This is nice, but Sentinels should consider this. Like, you should see this get prowlered off. The problem is, there's already a prowler used. I have no idea where it's for.
John is lucky to get out of that one alive. Limping away.
Yeah, it did hit.
Still keeps his weapon in this round.
And knows that they've given up so much of that positioning that was possible for YZ. Gets away with his life. Sentinels at 45 seconds are pivoting back towards that BC area, kind of keeping their options open as they're activating that door. The sheer wall is still here. They've had a trouble.
2 pass and stronghold, double blockers. Bilibili should be fine now.
Not the right weaponry to sort of follow up on that haunt.
Yeah, this fade I did from B was pretty cool.
Safely clear it to trigger it. They've got to go B.
There's at least no Omen Flash to stop them from going B. They got that out of them earlier. I can do good to like get him through the choke. 10 seconds.
Zelsis heading over towards the seaside, but that shield wall's going
How did they didn't clear this?
either way, and Neff will be waiting. Narrate steps up, and
I don't even think they had time for the plant anyway. It would have had to have been, he would have had to have gone to site and then thrown it over to him.
Haymakers to try and close the map.
Keeping each other
Yeah, I
honest,
think
that
Sentinels need more
BLG
map
round
control
was
than this.
Critical after reinvesting into the operator. That would have been presumably worth 2. That would have put BLG on the eco. But they were in the right places in the right times defensively. They do a good job nullifying the attempt from Sentinels to get back into that B site. Zekin in the air, shot down.
Yeah, it's a good timeout. They've either got to AD fault early or they got to find this wall. Like they can't try force into the wall.
Earlier, and they're fearing late having to go into it when the clock is getting low. There are those thorns on the ground they have to deal with. Players getting caught off by the sheer wall. You know, you can try to timing it where your Omen can TP top box, Zekin can get in, but it's still challenging.
But what is it that forced him to C in the first place? It was YZ pushing up on A, getting aggressive towards Rubble.
And that's exactly what you want to do with this operator. Once you've got it rolling with the Vice on this map, you take control and you just want to force the attackers to have to deal with that powerful defensive utility. You want to just route them into that sort of trap that you have laid on the opposite side of the map, and they pull it off there.
Best game so far. Now this map is really open, man. Yeah. And considering the Sentinels won double pistol, it's pretty impressive from Bilibili. I know they got wrecked on that second round though. The defense op has been, I mean the op in general has just been owning them. Vice or double Omen or one away from Viper ult, but like nothing really to get them over towards the sites unless they want to try something set with the Omen ult. Yeah, you can see Bilibili pinging over towards the spawns. This is probably the most likely one.
Look at BLG. They had that Steel Guardian, but they're so close to 3 other ults. And realistically, the only thing that Sen can have on top of the From the Shadows, which isn't all too viable unless you're going for one of those fast, deep teleport executes.
Yeah, so looks like they've been told that they need to actually like trigger the wall.
But even at that, you use the pit, you have to stay in it. Easy Steel Garden. Sure, maybe you have the short in it, so there are counterplays to the counterplays that are
Dude, look at this, 3 passing.
Like that. But as of right now, it's Bilibili again, posting up, taking A control with that op line deep.
Oh, dude, Bilibili might be a step ahead on this. We've got a 3 pass and A hold with the contact of op, with Omen Flash ready to go.
First is the Prowler. YZ's far enough away that it actually doesn't need to be shot at. Now the second wave, Paranoia thrown in. This is awkward. Zekin not affected by it, but the rest of Sentinels are. Now though, time to burst forward. Wall comes down.
Oh boy.
So does YZ. That's the
yeah, and Zekin has absolutely sent it. Took so much space there with this one. Oh my god, that guy's crazy. Crazy. I think he had no idea that Zekin just tried to take all the space.
Well, available to Sen to scale.
He thinks he can get in way earlier than that.
Yeah, he had no idea. He had no idea they'd sent it up.
These rounds here and there, but because there's been a patchwork of back and forth, it's much harder to justify throwing themselves in a 3v5 scenario with no control of the site and with no duelist to work with.
If that position from YZ got really messed up in the moment, it's tough to play around that Viper's wall close up. It feels like you either need to be in front of
save. I mean, yeah, at this point though, you got to be looking at the Sentinels' money and just think that it's not even worth them hunting. Just focus on their own econ at the moment.
Multiple players on multiple
Especially when you got to look at this as well. 2 of the people that are left alive, if they get a kill, they're going to have their ult.
You can see him trying to adjust. It's just too much. There's simply too much for him to try to.
And with this guy saving as well, they don't have money for an op.
We'll have a much easier time dealing with him. I mean, look, he's just wide out in the open.
And that's how Sentinels realize they can take control of that operator held position. Use control of util to close the gap on them.
Really good round,
Hop when that wall comes down.
Bilibili with those saves. Forza can buy again. They do still have the Steel Garden. YZ's got on the show.
The op, I mean, he just went in the middle.
Kane 1 away from the Nightfall, 1 away from the Viper's Pit. They could get so many ults in this round, which they need desperately a couple players on.
Okay, similar thing for Bilibili. I mean, just a similar round in general, to be honest. A control on defense, C control on attack.
This poison orb is set up to make even just trying to trigger the sheer wall potentially
Narrate
for Sentinels.
Picks up the orb, he's now 2 away from his ult as well.
And make it come up.
And are we going to see the same thing? Re-clear of A control?
BLG, they do have that forward position over towards Rebel again. Same two players stacked up. Kind of done a nice job re-clearing them though. Realizing that they're finding more success just working this A side of the map.
Dude,
and
Bilibili have really good ults. They should be winning this round.
Is the defensive showstopper play on the table for YZ here? Crowder out, looking the same as last round. Russia now with a bit of spray.
Second is fully committed. He's able to get
Oh
out,
my goodness, that was close on this one. Do they try to take a timing over towards B? They got 40 seconds left for this one, and they know they stopped them from hitting over towards A. Ah, dude, they didn't rotate really. Oh, how, dude, how?
The opening of the door is so big for Bang. He paves the way for a firing line of Sentinels to look at the seaside defenders. Now they've gotten in once again with a two-player advantage. YZ might have to entry this with a showstopper, but Zekit is waiting for him to make his way out of that B connector.
Oh, the time is crazy.
Bring me another, he says, and YZ acquiesces. An easy pick up.
Dude, how did he get double?
And it is a dastardly scenario that Russia has to find a way to unravel. And with this Guardian, he's got no choice but just to go for it. SEN encircling him to get away from the blast.
How does he get one? Yeah, honestly, how does he get one?
Bilibili might have lost their biggest opportunity.
Chat, I'm not wrong. It was a higher lower, no?
Russia lucky to get away with his life.
Next round, Bilibili, of course, going to have to force up with
I do.
everything they've got. They still
I
have
gotta see it, man.
That could turn the tide on a bad buy round to stay in the game. This is Sentinels on match point. One round away from making the playoffs.
No trade here.
Going 2-0.
Oh boy.
This tournament after an 0-2 at Bangkok, finishing in disappointing fashion. Playing with a hunger today. You can see it on their faces, especially. Celsius in this game.
It's rough for that one.
Second back on the original agent.
Three goes at it, and you got a lot of people that are close to their ults though. Bilibili still have an okay chance just because of their ults on this one. It's the first time they don't go aggro over towards A. And we got a smoke for him to TP in, so they see the smoke though, so they know he might be out. Yeah.
It's that barrel. The Guardian he maintained from the previous round pays dividends. That showstopper will be avoided.
Sure, they still got the ult out of them though. Problem is that they lost their main smokes. So most likely they end A.
A little bit off to the left there from YZ's perspective. Again, this is a situation where you do
they still have oh, okay, they still have Viper smoke.
Controlling the space, ensuring that no one is pushing up. Viper's pit here now, going to make a potential execute there. And
dude, I don't even know what you do on this one. End B and hopefully smoke this.
Don't have those big initiator ultimates to work with. Don't have a showstopper quite yet. Just inches short in all of those categories.
Maybe if they had the Nightfall, then
dude, look at the next round for Sentinels if they all die here. Razor, Viper ult, Fatal.
So is it a hard force? Hoping to catch a player positioned far forward like we've seen from YZ in the past, but BLG are actually giving a lot more map control over
30
here.
seconds left.
Now SEN are going to run into this.
YZ, does he dare jump up?
Shot through the box, he needs to see over this wall and can't quite, so that's tree access now gained by Sentinels. Russia though is ready. Pure stopping power. This time it's a Guardian shot to John QT's cranium.
Honestly, just all go down here. It's just worth dying for the odds. All that. They have time to plant. Oh, dude, is he gonna ult?
For the series.
Okay, you don't ult now. Just accept your fate. If they get a kill onto 2-on-2, then maybe he raise ults, but.
Celsius is going to be jumped on in trees, got nowhere to go. Primaries are available again! And back-to-back! Zekit and Celsius!
How, bro? How have they won this one as well? Oh my goodness, how did they win? No way. It's two absolutely devastating rounds for Bilibili. Okay, nicely done for Sentinels. Take down Wolves, take down Bilibili. First team in playoffs from groups.
Up over 300 ACS,
that was close though. It's close. Rough rounds from Bilibili at the end, those two.
Nobody thought that they would be in this game. Expectations were for Sentinels to make it. People thought this was certainly
Bilibili played poor. Just right at the end though, right? That was like a nerves.
What's the expectation? But in this
it was like a nerves thing.
I don't know. Bilibili made a serious go at it. That Icebox game from them was stunning. Individually, YZ had some unbelievable highlight reel moments.
And that was definitely the stumbling block for Sentinels, controlling that star player from Bilibili, who we know is always a problem for teams such as this. But in the end, they figure out how to answer that A-side operator play. They get that controller util up. Eventually, they can push YZ over. Let's send it down now to Gen.G down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with John QT.
And it's going to be Sentinels in the playoffs! John, if I may have you over here. Yes, for a short interview. Lotus was a nail-biter, no?
Definitely, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on making it to the playoffs. I mean, first one since Masters Madrid. You gotta be excited.
Yeah, definitely very excited. That was the goal coming into the tournament. Kind of beating our demons that we had in Bangkok because we got grouped, so very happy of our result.
Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in between Icebox and Sunset? Because it felt like after Icebox, you guys locked in.
Yeah, we realized on Icebox we just started super slow. They were just like running us down. We were not winning our fights and stuff like that. And we're just like, okay, guys, like let's give them a statement game. We're gonna 13-5 them on Sunset, and we did so. So it worked out.
Well, speaking of demons, we have other demons waiting for you in the playoffs. Who would you like to face for the first round of the playoffs?
To be honest, I don't care. Whoever dare to pick us, I'm down to play them. We're coming in very confident, so I'm pretty sure they don't want to see us.
Plus, you just avenged Energy. How are you feeling about that?
I don't really care.
Yeah, I thought you would say that, but congratulations
Don't
once
really
again.
care.
John QT, everybody!
Okay, chat. We have... Dude, that was a banger game, first of all. Banger game, and then we now have Paper Rex Gen.G, which should also be a banger game as well. Train, yeah, get the track by tracks going. Gen.G looked so good yesterday that this should be... It should be awesome. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Mirror, mirror, wipe my eyes so I see clearer. Over here you tell your friends I think I need her. Dreaming about the girl you want, but I can't be her. Sabotage is on my mind, cause you're a keeper. No, it doesn't work, no, it couldn't hurt. But what if I'm the first one who sees a curse? Barefoot on the floor, I won't shut the door. Cause how could I be sure, never tried before. Looking in the mirror and I close my eyes. can't take it, I can't fake it, I won't make it, so I won't say it. I would hate it, I would break it, I can't shake this, so I won't say it.
Hello everyone and welcome to Compliments from the Wheel. I'm joined by Texture and Karan, and here we are today to create an authentic, wholesome atmosphere here in the venue by having them spin the wheel and say something nice about the player that the wheel lands on. So are you guys ready? 오늘 뭘 할 거냐면 알아들으신 거예요? 착한 거 말해주시면 돼요. 칭찬. Okay, be nice. Right. Shall we? Texture.
없어 먼치킨은.
Okay. Monyet.
몬jet은 이제 착하고 밥을 잘 먹습니다. 일단 밥을 굉장히 잘 먹어요. 맨날 뭐 사달라고 그러고 내가 무슨 지갑인 줄 알아.
Okay.
근데 하여튼 아주 착하고 밥을 잘 먹는 친구입니다.
Okay, Monyet, he's a sweet boy and he can eat a lot, has a great appetite, and he always forces Texture to buy him food, but still nice, sweet boy, and he can eat a lot. Okay, thank you for the compliment. Kara?
Yeah.
Oh, Bolster.
I like him.
보스터 일단 되게 뭐라 하지 이거를
유쾌하고
그러고 이제 모두와 이제 잘 지내려고 하고 일단 K-팝 좋아하고
아이돌
춤을 또 이제 잘 추기 때문에 이게 확실히 스타성이 좀 있지 않나
아무래도
네 그렇게 생각합니다.
Well, Booster's really funny and he gets along with pretty much everyone here in the venue and in the Valorant community. He also loves K-pop and the K-pop idols, and he's a great dancer. So yeah, great boy. Thank you guys so much for joining me, and good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome to what seems like our monthly scheduled Paper Rex versus Gen.G showdown. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Mel and Ender. Sentinels have booked themselves a ticket to the playoffs already. And Mel, next team that could lock themselves in will come down to Gen.G and Paper Rex, and this is a difficult one to call.
It really is, and I feel like even more so given how dominant both these teams were in their opening matches. I mean, 13 wins across the board is kind of insane. Just makes it that much harder to predict.
But it does mean we're guaranteed a Pacific team advancing here 100%. And honestly, when you look at when these teams have faced off against each other, it has been so close for so long over the course of these teams' history.
Yeah, and they have faced off against each other 8 times in VCT at this point. Today will be their 9th, and because the scriptwriters are so nice with it, it's 4-4 apiece right now, and this is the tiebreaker.
It's the decider match. It's got to be good, right? But looking at it most recently, last 2 times it's been that face-off, Gen.G have taken it once this year. It was a very close match between the 2 teams. It was a 2-1, but can I just say, Karen absolutely fragged out of his mind in this match. He was a demon.
I mean, if we're following the tournament storylines here, I'm gonna assume he's gonna pop up again with how great the controllers have been thus far. But yeah, I mean, some would argue Paper Rex is due for a win if Gen.G has taken the last 2 with how close it was.
After their opening match, Mel, is
Winner
it
plays
still
Sen?
even
No,
copium
Sen
to
are
say
just
Paper
through,
Rex could
and then
potentially turn it
the
around?
top seeds from each region get to pick who they play
A lot of people are
out
expecting
of the
Paper Rex
4.
to win this out, considering how much
I don't know how they
momentum they've
decide
gained in
the
past 4 to 6 weeks with all these wins.
I don't know how they decide who
including
goes
Captain
fast with the picking.
I wouldn't be surprised if Paper Rex. I think it'd be. I'm personally leaning into Gen.G, but it would be
in the
such
mug,
a
just
close
water,
game.
mate.
Like
Nothing crazy.
51%,
Don't worry.
49% in my eyes.
Yeah, and especially because it is a regional matchup. It's such a different beast than comparing like two teams from different regions meeting up on the stage for the first time. Like there's so many different layers of mind
Boxing
games.
match
You know
to
the
pick.
tendencies of
Dude, that'd be
all the
sick.
other players on the other team. You know how they like to call as well. So the anti-game.
I was
that's
Sentinel
coming in here is
Sunset,
gonna
pretty
be
nice.
Really high level.
Or could you apply it for the other way around as well? Maybe you have to get even one layer ahead, you know? You have to think
Sentinels?
about what they're doing to
I mean,
you
they
or
got
what
caught
you're
off
doing
by a
to
couple
them,
of
but you
rounds
don't
as
wanna
well,
overthink
so
I mean,
they
that's
might
the whole thing, right?
they might
is like,
feel
when do you actually
more
stop it,
might feel
going
comfier
down? But
playing
no, I
against a
think
team that
IML, you can certainly
doesn't
speak
throw
to
as many
this, that, like,
curveballs.
Mind
Also,
games.
there's not as many
when
teams
you
that play
a
like
team
attack
in
op like they
every
do as
single
well,
match
so
frequently, like,
it's a
you do just have
hell
that
of a lot of a
natural
different
read.
style
I think
that
when people
Sentinels
imagine
just
the word
came up
mind
against.
games and how the prep looks like coming into
So
these
they might
repeated
look better
matches, they're
against
probably thinking the coaches
a
are in the
more
back
drilled team.
12
I'm not
hours
sure.
after the match, looking at every single VOD, looking
Like
at
I don't
every
feel
piece of detail,
bad
every small detail,
for
every
Sentinels,
single
but I don't
little
feel
read.
like
But-
great
and that is
as
true,
well.
but it also
Like I
comes
still
from
think
the
if they went
moments
up
of
against a
ultra
Gen.G or a
instinct
Paper
that
Rex, I would
kick
always
in
pick
when
the other
someone
team.
on the team needs to make a call just based off of what they felt playing against these teams before. Sometimes the prep does go out the window because of those mind games, and it can come down to like a microsecond instinctual play that can make or break these rounds just from how many times.
Sideshow? No, he doesn't have a
Now,
ticket,
one
man.
of the
Come
players
on.
that haven't actually tasted
we're not
what it
giving
feels
this
like
fraud
in
a
this
ticket.
matchup will be Patman, and this is what he and his opponent.
If anything, his
to
disbelief
Munchkin
powers
said
us.
to Gen.G earlier.
Looking
Hey
too
guys,
fast
Gen.G
yesterday
here
as well.
with
Yeah,
Munchkin
for sure.
and
Victoria,
Paper
hello
Rex.
as well.
Now,
How you doing?
let's face it, we don't really like regional matchups, but you haven't played against Gen.G yet. So, what are your expectations?
I'm sure it's gonna be a tough game, but I'm also happy that whoever wins among both teams it's a Pacific team who's going to proceed for the playoffs. So I'm happy.
Okay, now Munchkin regional matchup. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
This Toronto warm-up, we play a goal, right?
Oh, this is just a warm-up for both of you. You guys are going to make it to playoffs anyways.
Yeah, I think
well,
that is true.
Good. Thank you, and good luck.
For those people that have never seen Munchkin in this environment before and in interviews before, he is always like this. He's very confident, he's a little bit cocky at times, and Endo, I think he's earned the right to be.
Yeah, when you've been this good for so long, you absolutely have. It's so fun to watch. And honestly, with the opening showing that both these teams had, you've kind of got to believe his words as well, that they're both going to make it through regardless of what happens today.
I always ask this question when it comes to this matchup, but is one IGL better than no/5?
It's hard to say. I feel like we have seen,
No/5.
I mean, this might be a little salt in the wound, but for the Paper Rex fans, they have gotten second so many times. So far up to
The
this
APAC
point,
teams,
I would
yeah,
argue
they're
having
playing
one
late
guy
as
be
well,
the person
I guess,
that
for
can
that
make
time
those
zone
clutch
also.
calls at any moment,
But it makes the most
whether
sense to
it's
give
12,
Gen.G the
12
most
in
amount of
OT, or
time,
it's like
otherwise it's a
up
little bit
8-12,
rough for
you
them.
have to secure the match. I would argue having one IGL is better. But
Oh
Paper
yeah,
Rex,
sure. The
please prove me
IGL
wrong.
says that
Please
for
prove me
job
wrong.
security.
Do you disagree?
No, I also agree.
You're up at 3 AM for this one? Oh boy.
But I did do some recon. I asked for
Chat, what's the most outrageous time at the moment for people? Most of you 3 AMers? 1 AM?
All of you, and he said, yep.
12:30.
So there we go. Yeah.
I have a feeling though that I wanna believe
3
in
AM?
you guys can get on
Damn,
board
dude.
with
2
it. I think
AM.
Forsaken maybe
5
might be
AM.
astray a little bit, because Minnie
He
did
would never
say
lie.
on his stream that he's been trying to build Forsaken up into that IGL role, so it could very well be a ploy to distract you from the real mastermind on Paper Rex.
When you said this to me last time, Minnie was Watchpartying,
Really?
and he said he was like, I never said that. Mel
Oh, I
is
hate to
chatting
break it to
rubbish.
you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I was
I
like,
know
there's
what I
no
saw.
way. I said the same. I was like, there is no way I'm taking Minnie's side over Mel. Mel's never lied.
No, why would Mel lie?
And Minnie has lied multiple times.
This is also
That's true.
true. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something that is not a lie, okay? Jing freaked out in his last matchup. This guy was so sick. His entry pathing, both on the Raze and the Omen over on Icebox, was so good, Yin. So, I mean, just look at this. Mixing up his diving into backside. He had nice just movement, like in terms of air strafing as well, to get on top of the box in the previous clip. I just really liked what we were seeing out of him consistently.
I think his aggression has just always been unmatched. It's honestly funny to see.
What
He's
maps
been
do we get
doing
in
this
chat?
for years, and yet still
We
it
get
takes people
Gen.G,
off guard every time just because of how explosive
Ban
he is, and
Icebox, Paper Rex, ban Haven.
Yeah, and there were even rounds in that Icebox game where he's just instantly, like, round start, teleporting up on the attacking side, up into Pike.
Gen.G,
Within
pick.
like 3 or 4 seconds, he's getting opening kills. He's playing Omen like I've never really seen someone play on that map.
Just a cheeky 10-1, you know, in
SEN?
opening engagements against Team Heretics.
Maybe?
Wild stuff. And it gets even wilder because if you look at Forsaken's performance, somehow he
I'll
matched
load to
what
Sunset.
Jinx was doing on Astra.
Yeah, and he was playing
There's no way Gen.G picked Lotus though, right? Who are you saying picks Lotus then?
Rounds got down to like 3v3s, 2v2s, things like this, and he would just,
Gen.G,
like,
yeah,
sit around
I
on
could
the
see
late
him
work timing or actually
picking
pushing
Ascent
front
more
of
than
his walls
anything
and
else.
smokes at times. He was just
But again, we don't really know what they've been
Especially
doing with their
this round
maps.
that's on the screen now was such a beautiful play by Forsaken. I mean, obviously his aim is incredible. We all know that. But it's his ability to absorb and retain all the information. And
Haven,
the best
I'm really
plays you can
confident
make
Paper Rex will ban
on
Haven.
so many different agents. There's a reason why we don't see it so often in the pro scene because it is so
They banned it
difficult,
last
yet
game,
he
and
makes
last
it
time
work.
they
Yeah,
played,
and
they
the
got
stats
wrecked on
here,
Haven.
He does this on every agent he plays. You know, it doesn't matter what kind of agent, what role, initiator. You know,
I think Gen.G will pick
he can
Lotus.
do
Nah,
this.
I don't think so.
But here's the thing, Mel. How much do
You might
we
get a third
read
map instead of the
into
Sunset.
The Paper Rex victory against Heretics, and also the Gen.G victory against MIBR? Because if you take that at face value, they're the two best teams in this tournament right now.
I think we can definitely read into it. I think Team Heretics, I know they had an insanely, you know, like I will say poor performance, but Paper Rex did make it look so clean. And I wonder how much you can fault Team Heretics for it, because Paper Rex brought so much energy and so many good game plans and so much good like kills and highlights that, I mean, to get a 13-1 like that, you do have to give them credit. Like there's nothing else you can say. And the same thing
Heretics
applies
for
for
not to
Gen.G.
ban
Having
Paul.
that 13-1 against MIBR, mind you,
Yeah, a
has
little bit.
Ospas, a guy that shows up to internationals and makes him look
I think
not
every
nearly
EMEA
as
team should be
dominant
banning
is an
Paul,
insane
to be
feat.
honest.
So you 100% need to give your credit to both of these teams.
Yeah, would you agree? The Gen.G MIBR puts Gen.G as the front runner at Swiss stage?
I mean, again, it's so close between the two teams.
Obi Macaroni with the
Gen.G,
Prime.
though.
Thank
I
you
just
so much, dude.
thought
Appreciate
they
the
were
whole year.
Completely lights out in the way they play, and honestly, in some ways,
Gen.G might pick
disrespectful
Split.
to the fights they were taking against MIBR, especially
Yeah.
once they got to a numbers
Yeah.
advantage. They would just keep re-swinging into lines and just outperforming, out-reacting, out-aiming their opposition, which MIBR is a completely stacked roster in terms of individual talent. So the fact that like Gen.G was dipping them to the level they were in server just speaks volumes to their own talent.
And I don't think you need to understand the Pacific region. You could be from any region, watch a game and understand how Texture likes to play. Surely at this point, I know we haven't seen the first seeds yet, but is it too early to say best operator player in the tournament?
I mean, the best operator on the Neon for sure. Look at how quick he's rotating, and this is what I mean. The disrespectful refights. There, he's got the stun beast coming back into the line a second time. He goes for a third
There are
one as
chance
well.
Fnatic
He was
pick
feeling
Paul.
himself.
I think they perma
We
it.
think jet players.
It's normally how they roll.
Take their one dash out, re-peek, but he makes the Neon off look so seamless. His movement, his ability to immediately go into the
Why don't
either
people play
running or
Deadlock more?
dropping
I
a
mean,
relay
Teo
bolt
was
on the ground to
super
break the spacing.
must
It's
play
so
meta
skillful. It's so
when
beautiful to
the
Yeah, during the press
buff came
conference,
in.
you know, a question was asked to him, who would you like to play after this game in the future?
You'll see
and
it a
he
lot more this
basically
year.
said, it really doesn't matter, I'm the best opper here, and I really don't think he's wrong, you know? Kankan didn't make it to this tournament, that probably is the only guy I can
I'm not
think of
worried
that can
about the
challenge
lower
him.
bracket
So
run.
how much work, Mel, will Paper Rex have to do to make sure they don't make the same mistakes as MIBR?
I think they're going to have to match
One
his
Paper
energy
Boy,
with an
thanks so much for the
operator of
Prime,
their
dude.
own in
Appreciate the 2
something, in
months.
my
Thank you
opinion, but also
so much
be
for that.
really
Thank you.
diligent about the anti-op protocols. You cannot be lazy. You need to track where the opper is or make good assumptions and good guesses on where they can be.
And that's where I'm a little bit worried for Paper Rex. I'm not sure if they actually have the ability to deal with testers.
Minnie's watching. Do you not want to watch party with him? Oh, I can't think of anything worse, man. I hear him complaining every round.
Gen.G are going to be playing, and when you compare
Humble
this
good.
matchup to something, obviously something, very talented player in his own right, but I feel like Texture has just been in a league of his own so far.
I almost think a lot of these times you just have to out-weird them a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, throw in some curveballs, don't...
Get funky with it?
Yeah, or you do the 2021 CNED strat, which is you find Texture, oh, he's here, run. Get out of here. Go to the other side. Is that a viable game plan?
Yes, absolutely. There is no shame in doing that. Avoiding, I mean, the op is such a powerful
Yeah, especially when the op
gun. It is totally
not good to
valid to
retake.
try to book and run, but here's the thing. If you aren't running into texture, you're running into Ash. He is solo by himself, rifling, and he'll take down.
Yeah, Ash played so well yesterday. This was probably the best best of 3 I've seen Ash play.
That clip from Haven, where he's just getting a 4K out of seemingly nowhere. It was just insane seeing what this guy can do on the global stage.
But also, like you guys said,
It looked like his best tier 1 game.
Might be able to bring a game plan that works, might be able to find a solution. It is an opponent that you faced many times, and just on some of the rookies too. And it doesn't even feel like they're making a
his hair out
global
watching
stage. They look
Heretics.
so unflappable.
They seem so.
Yeah, I bet Many's been more than a couple. We had some rough games.
MIBR, but it's a game like that you know brings.
We've had some rough maps, I would say. MIBR's Haven was pretty rough. Heretics' Pearl was pretty rough.
Confident now heading into today's matchup. It's like you've been here a million times before.
It's so cool
Bilibili's
to see,
Haven was pretty
you
rough.
Join a roster of people that have won so much before. When they've made such deep runs and they've won a Masters, I can imagine you feel the pressure that you want to not only make yourself proud, but make your teammates proud of you and earn the trust that you deserve to be here. And the fact that he showed
Start the game, mate. What am I meant to do? Look at the top left. There's timer.
And for me, though, it'll be interesting, Mel, to see what happens when they're down, because neither team have even faced any challenges so far on this stage.
There is a lack of adversity for both teams. That's a great point I hadn't really thought about, but I'm really interested to see how they will come
Should we
back.
update
What
this?
Are the game plans going to look like? What are the changes we're going to see? And the
I can't be bothered to do
predictions,
everyone
of
else's.
course.
I'm literally in the gutters.
It's tough for you, but honestly, I was interested. I was asking all our Pacifics colleagues. So like, you've got 2 for Gen.G with Achilleos and Gen. Paper then went for Paper Rex. Makes sense. It's in the name, but honestly, none of them feel very confident, and I don't feel like this is a matchup that can really go either way.
I think out of all of the matchups we are
Achilleos? Nah, he's never been on the train, man. He's been anti-train the whole time.
Of course, today will be the 9th time we see Paper Rex take on Gen.G. So without
No one
further
that's on
ado, the
Platchat has
players are already
been on the
backstage.
train.
Let's send them down.
Maybe
and
Shio's been the
bring out the
closest to anyone that was like willing to listen. Chobra comes on for like 1 game.
Versus Gen.G.
This is one of the most competitive rivalries in Valorant we have never seen. Today will be the tiebreaker, and not only that, the winner will be advancing straight to playoffs.
So much on the line.
Damn, even Bacon's off the train. Look at him. Gen.G will be the bus on the tracks. 2-1 to Gen.G, Bacon says. That's crazy. Are we kicking him?
It's interesting, both teams have cores that have such great
SEN
runs in
Icebox
tournaments, and
split.
both have rookies on the team meant
SEN
to breathe new life into
Icebox
these teams, and I just can't
split.
express how excited I am as an American.
Because Gen.G decided to ban Pearl.
Normally we're up till 3 a.m. watching it, but being there, experiencing it live is a whole
Sure,
other feeling.
we said this might happen.
Looking at the Omen map selection,
Wasn't
it is 3
wasn't
completely
thinking this would
different maps than
happen.
the last time they faced each other, and I forgot to even mention
And then
Suggest
split
was
for last.
playing the last
Doesn't look
time
too bad for
they faced
Gen.G.
each other, which is a bit of a throwback here. But what do you guys make of the map?
Surprised that Paper Rex wanted to go for split instead of Lotus, but
Team Heretics.
I thought that was one of their stronger maps. But who knows?
Seeing things start on Ascent, this is a map again.
Gen.G banned the sunset. Yeah, but there was like a... The problem with their sunset is as soon as that demo's out there, it's never going to hit as hard. Like, you can have a pretty good plan against that.
Exactly, and I think Ascent is a
So,
map
Gen.G again, I imagine Gen.G on most of these maps have a couple of maps that have so much good thought process. The first time they play it, they should win. And so for them, try and get that 2-0, I think it's worth to just try and bring out some of those
I'm interested to see
wild cards. Disco, thank you so much for the bits, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Slow rounds, and what does that mean?
Yeah, it felt like a little bit like Gen.G might have been in control of this
Through the roof. So winning pistol rounds, setting up your econ
map
early early on in FAP, getting that into the hands of Texture, and you can run away with the map.
Now, I don't want to read into anything, but when Paper Rex did experiment here outside of VCT recently, they ran Deadlock Chamber. Is that something you think could work perhaps on the global stage against Gen.G?
I think it could, given that we were talking about so much about the op prowess and having a chamber player, you're pretty much setting
I'm
them
interested
up
to see
onto
what
these lines
Paper
and
Rex have for
getting
this
the
one.
operator in their hands as soon as possible. And having that extra trip, I mean, you're never going to complain on the map like a SEN.
I mean, that would just be the ultimate matchup, right? Of the classic versus the techie off-the-wall Paper Rex style. Would definitely be a fun clash to see.
I'm hoping we see something funky because, again, I don't want to read too much into it. They've had a little bit of time since
It's my prediction. I went for Paper Rex, obviously, but this is probably the least, or like the most scared I've been for it.
I'm happy that the first time we see this,
because they looked very good yesterday.
And I'm honestly looking towards Gen.G because so far we've seen them really lean into Viper. That has been their
coaching staff has got some they got some nice stuff on Gen.G.
Double controller into a lot of maps, and Ascent normally isn't a map where we see a lot of double controller, but if any team is going to make that gamble, I could 100% see Gen.G doing it.
You don't see a lot of it nowadays, but it is playable on the map, and you think like through the history of the game, there's been a lot of teams that have experimented with it. We've seen Loud play styles like that. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, there's a lot of cool things you can do with a pick like that, even in terms of like denying an enemy offer on the attacking side as well. So I don't know. To me, Gen.G, they're still in my head, this team that plays these older styles, but with us seeing
That's
more
a good,
and more of
good train drone.
double controller, there's certainly some options.
I'm not going to, I'm not going to deny a Korean team playing the Korean comp on a SEN that they invent, the stuff that they invent on this map. We still, everyone else still copies this. So if it works, if it ain't broken, don't fix it type of vibe.
Yeah, and that's kind of Gen.G's way. I feel like they've just got such a keen understanding of how to play the maps in their pool, both from a calling way.
Winner qualifies to playoffs.
You have to,
again, any Heretics fan, you want Gen.G to win this. Because then Paper Rex go down to the 1-1 game,
I want to say Ascent was the birthplace
that
of
means
that really true combination of firepower and understanding.
you don't have to play them in the 1-1 game, basically.
I remember in the off season, people were watch partying Paper Rex's games in their off season tournaments and be like, "Whoa, they're using this on Ascent. They're waiting for their drone." And it sounds crazy to say, but Paper Rex of the old was such a dual heavy team, and I really feel like this was the birthplace of when we started to see Paper Rex. Are we getting a shoey on
Red Bull shoey?
That's crazy.
So why are you saying "oh no" as if we're not gonna make you do one of those, Christy?
Are we?
Because there's no way you could make me do that.
When you say no way, there is always a way. Everybody has a price. What needs to happen for us to get you?
Not out of a shoe, sorry.
What if it was a clean shoe? Brand new shoe.
Yeah. What if it was? Who's your favorite player in this tournament?
No.
What if it's
That's messed up.
Worse. Absolutely worse.
Oh no. What about you, Mel? One of you two. One of you
No
two.
rematches? Yeah, no rematches on this. Okay, what kind of mad comp do we get?
On more important things here with Agent Select.
If we get a double chamber head-to-head, I'll do it. You know what? I'm not going to back down.
There is a 0% chance Gen.G play chamber.
Well, Foxy and I is hovering it, and if this somehow happened, I will do a shoey in the crowd. And if this is, evidence that I would do it. But they're all hovering right now. Nobody has locked in. They're teasing us.
They're just keeping us on our toes.
All 10 hovering.
Yeah.
This is different.
And if a chamber does get picked, I want to say it was Divide that played the chamber, of course, before. So if it goes over to GENG, I'm not going to complain. But it doesn't look like we're going to get the chamber versus chamber.
Oh man, I need
surely someone lock in.
Anxiety was through the roof. I have anxiety, y'all. Okay,
we got a KO. Normality has returned. Yes.
Almost too normal.
Yes, the agent you must play on this map.
Yeah, it's too normal. Look at the other side of these hovers. The hovers on the other side tells a very different story.
Oh, it's Viper.
Viper.
A Viper out of Paper
It's happening.
Rex.
Oh my god, they've lost.
Whoa.
They
go no info Sentinel.
Who I thought was going to be picking Viper. This is insane.
But again, I think Viper is so cool. They're starting on defense, unfortunately, but once they move to attack, you can do things like put mid orbs, you can put mid walls as well. There's a lot of different additive smokes you can make to just make the Jet's life on the other side really difficult with the all.
You know what I was saying earlier about Ascent 10. What's there to be seen is out there,
boy.
but this is completely subverting
And they start on
everything that
defense.
I've laid out
Sure,
before.
let's see how they do this. A lot of aggro play. They need to shut down mid early. They can be very proactive on defense.
I knew I seen it
They
somewhere
can play heavy
before.
retake, I
It's
guess, on
time
some
to
of the
throw
maps.
this over to your casters,
Like
making their debut.
B, I guess, with
casting
a good wall.
Gen.G versus Paper Rex on the global stage is a
Good news is that maybe, I mean, there's no way that they would have played against something like this.
Here we go. It's the first time that you and I get to cast these two teams up against each other at an international event. And we're still getting weird stuff. Paper Rex continuing to iterate. and
Mini,
to
yeah,
develop.
Mini would have asked them to not play this comp.
Is
It's
this
not a mini
work?
comp,
Is
I know
this
that
going
much.
to be delicious? I have no idea, but they certainly have.
Okay, let's see what they got for us though. Again, if you got enough good thought process with a new comp, normally you can win it out. When you don't have an info sentinel though, it does mean that defense is going to be pretty hard. Probably going to see them go very proactive over towards middle. They got to cover up somehow. Paper Rex on defense, Gen.G on attack. And both of these teams at the moment are 4-0 on pistols, I think.
Direction. The one way there from Forsaken to slow it down just a bit. But this has been looking A all the way for Gen.G. And they're just doing a little bit of diligence, checking wine with the knife, making sure that that's going to be clear for this push forward. And some pressure going to be put potentially onto Patman early, but they're not really quite reading this just yet.
Good vibe from him.
Forward smoke here.
Oh, it's a nice,
Well going to be invested, forces to buy away, so can't stick around to try to
nice
spray
kill
through
gem
that
on it as
smoke.
well.
Minor amounts of damage taken here by
Keep an eye on the lock over towards short. Do they even consider this a 1 point? Fast flood retake. Oh wait, Omen flashing everyone.
Forsaken is just running at them. Managing to find one. Ash ready to get back. Forsaken with a second. Something can get a piece of the pie.
Last player standing.
And suddenly we find ourselves now in the 1v1. The tap's
Oh,
coming
that
through,
is
but
close.
Foxy
22 HP,
finds the
my
headshot.
goodness. That was a mad pistol. The fast flood Omen flash was
Continuing
nuts,
his
by the
pistol
way.
dominance,
Hit all
did
4.
drop one yesterday. It looks like they're looking to stick to the same script here.
Just kind of a rock, paper, scissors in the game plan there. Paper Rex looking mid all the way. Meanwhile, Gen.G just thinking A. And the retake looked pretty good initially for Paper Rex. They throw in a paranoia. They're using the fade util to force all the players into hell. And they have a real good chance. Gen.G quite find the shots though with the Sheriff. And that forces Forsaken into the 1v1 after he cleans out hell. Can't quite finish the job against Foxy. Close. But Gen.G comes out just ahead in a very important opening pistol on their attacker's side.
A full investment, everybody with a weapon beyond the pistols here for Gen.G. With that Guardian, Foxy 9, Marshall in hand, waiting to see if there's any kind of big push out of the A site, but Paper Rex, they've already rotated.
Well, they got a lot of numbers here. Flash goes out. Want to fight this.
Chasing, finding one, but Munchkin answering back in reply. That Stinger able to find 2 quick kills. The Spectre as well. SMG's coming out on top here. So still
2
gonna commit
armors.
to the pivot across towards that A site, so still maybe an opportunity for something to get the jump and find a bit more damage.
A send free to playoffs now? Yeah.
Footsteps finds the
Ooh.
headshot instantaneously. He out dodges. Now finds himself with a weapon in hand, but Foxy 9 will be able to get the shot. So a
Not
bit
too
of
bad.
damage going to be suffered here,
Not
but
too
Gen.G
bad.
managed to get the 2-0 start.
Yeah, they're going to keep a couple of those Guardians over. Very potent weapons in the hands of those players. Paper Rex had a couple Sheriffs in there, but mostly going to be up with rifles, a few half armors, regen shield for GENG. Off the rip here, Forsaken just
God, people are getting
playing that
so good with
corner
Stingers now.
Batman
I know there's no armor on this, but
Carter Munchkin not having much of it. Foxy 9 reliable on the back end in 2 rounds in a row for Gen.G. Things getting scrappy between 2 teams.
Okay,
who
change
know
up of the
each
wall
other
this
very,
time.
very well. Last year in Pacific, of course.
But still very strong hold over towards A main, and you're probably going to need to see this all the time, them kind of like fighting early. Again, they can't really get much info. The longer the Gen.G play, the better as well, because there's more chance of them potentially going through middle into any of these avenues. They can definitely slow play a lot.
Timing on the flash, no one there to receive it though. Forsaken go for a couple straight shots through here and does nearly find some damage. Just a pixel out of place there.
Sight Valor, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you for doing that.
Try to convince Paper Rex to maybe try to rotate
Okay,
out.
the re-clear goes out. Wingman is so committed. They ain't getting him back.
And this is something back on Gecko. An agent he played quite a bit previously. Foxy 9 trying to create some attention over at the B site, but that is going to pull Patman over a little bit, it looks like. Forsaken now Uses the paranoia to stall just a little bit. He's going to try to fight this, maybe.
Oh boy, they look rough. Yeah, and again they got this molly to stop them flooding out. Dude, this is a nice molly. Every single time he's throwing this molly from over towards middle, so he has impact on the side hit, and then he can kind of lurk over towards B. It's really cool. It's an important kill though.
Take some space up in towards heaven. Along the wayside is Patman. The pre-fire is able to find one. Karen now going to be dead as well.
Keep an eye on the luck all the way through spawn. Ah, incredible with him. Damn, dude, they're so good with stingers right now. Yeah, this is nice. Foxy9's having a lot of impact, dude. A lot of impact.
This is just
the Apex stingers, yeah. Doesn't get mentioned that much.
They want to call it, of the way that Munchkin likes to operate on any map. Doesn't matter where they are. Let the Sentinel player do some lurking. Find your moment to strike. They do a great job of being patient in the early part of the round. They don't fall into the little trap that Paper Rex is trying to set up in A main.
Let's go, guys! Let's go!
Ever the hype man.
Yeah, he's very fired up. He's been
Force him down to Nico, no armor. Everyone can get one shot by the Outlaw.
GENG.
Blow the whistle, mate. Tell what, everyone to jump off the train.
Right around there.
We haven't stopped moving yet. There's nothing's going on.
All 5 players from Paper Rex on the stack.
Not looking good. We've got no. It's the equivalent of an info sentinel on a train. God knows.
Open side of the map for a bit of time.
No fire alarm.
Ready to come through.
Got no fire alarm. We got a lot of fire going on.
One kill does a decent amount of damage though. Devi and Padman both are tagged up, and Texture's got the read, knows exactly what Forsaken's going to try to do. Gets him through the smoke, stops him from grabbing that weapon. Jing's going to try to blast back across to get it.
The Texture's looking nice though. Oh, the Texture's looking really nice. My goodness.
It's fantastic there. Great patience from Gen.G, and just understanding how hungry Paper Rex was going to be.
Okay, really rough start. Paper Rex getting the timeout in. Something gets that off out.
Do a quick operator here for something. 4 in a row to start this attacker side, but this is the part of the map. Think back to Gen.G versus RRQ. In the stage 1 finals for VCT Pacific, this is where they did their damage, was on the attacker side. This is where both teams did their damage, was on the attacker side.
Yeah.
So certainly you feel like this is going to be the better actually side for both of these teams. This is Pacific. We don't play like the other regions. Ascent isn't as defender-sided as you think.
It depends on what Devi is going to have ready to go when it comes down to that Viper, but quick intervention here after the 0-4
They're straight up
start.
ignoring mid. I mean, the longer that they just wait, there's mid pressure anyway, no matter what. What they're going to do, just hold to one perma mid. The sides will be weak anyway.
Course correct a bit here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just feels like right now Gen.G has a really good idea of the way
We
that
need
Paper
sacrifices
Rex
yet,
wants to play,
mate. We might
especially on the
just
eco rounds.
have
They've
to
done a
accept
good
this
job
map, to be honest
of
with you.
reading these B main pushes. They've sensed the A main push as well on the first rifle round for Paper Rex on Gen.G's bonus. So it seems like every kind of call, every decision has been really well thought out, really well understood. So that's going to require a pretty big change of game plan for Paper Rex and a little bit more creativity.
Yeah, it might be worth saving the sacrifices for next map.
Now, Gen.G seems to have them pretty well understood, every twist and turn. And this operator has to get effective, has to be impactful for Paper Rex. And they're going to try to get something
Okay, and
done
what is
right
this
off
one?
the
We're
rip,
ready with an
potentially.
instant omen flash? Because it kind of looks like the Gecko wants to send it
Right outside A
with
main.
an op.
One away from having that thrash at the ready. The push for the flash, connecting and Texture mowing down 2. It's already a disaster.
Oh, whoa! Ow! Wait, what? Wait, that was actually nuts, though.
Still going to be there for the side of Gen.G.
That might have been one of the craziest clips ever. How did he get double here?
Up towards top mid. The moment it will not be one.
Planted.
It's a cut across. Both players going to be joining together here at Tree. Their work cut out for them.
Maran, quick glimpse. Bye.
It's the TP to reposition right as the snake bite comes through. Patman just desperately trying to find anything that he could possibly get. Because it's a 2v3, they feel invested here in the round, so going for the save is not really going to be the
look
play.
nice though.
Patman now dead.
Yeah, I mean they just completely owned it with the fast A here.
Now, which is going to be the one weapon save, the timeout not leading to a round win. Gen.G streaking out similarly to what we were seeing yesterday versus MIBR.
They're so locked in. Forsaken there catches him a little bit off guard, gets a couple kills of his own, makes it at least potentially doable for Paper Rex, but
Do something, mate. The engine's not working. What do you want from me?
no counterplay to that at all. The Moonbot lagging just a bit too far behind. His Texture quick with it. With the Phantom finds 2. And then Ash still really crisp with the shooting. So kind of one of the other big storylines you could be following today with these two teams. You have 2 new players.
What do I think about the Paper Rex comp?
And Patman on both sides, new to the international scene.
I really don't like it.
So far,
Even if I ignore the fact that we have no info Sentinel, I then gotta look at the fact that our solo duelist is the Raze, and I think it's so hard with the solo duelist Raze on this map.
He is up close and personal. Tuck position though for Jing.
Like I'd rather have a solo Yoru on this map.
Always made. Jingle out, Jing not quite spotting him there.
Obviously Jet's the best, but
None of it. Dizzy at the ready. They're gonna look to try to get a pinch here, but it's gonna be the one spot out, I believe, over towards Foxy 9. His Texture on the re-peek finds Patman. Gets a spot out on the Forsaken. Identifying the position at 3, killing 1. And again, fantastic value off the rip here for Gen.G.
And every time Paper Rex looking for those advantages.
Paranoia does not connect.
double lineup again, dude. Texture has so many kills. We're on the 6th round. It's 11-4. My goodness.
Better slow down here, Texture. You know what happens when you get those aces.
Jing's trying to
Dude, look at him smiling. He's ready.
Find me, kill me. Up and over the top, and Karen.
Whoa, Karen took it. Oh god, this is gonna be a good replay.
That is devious.
That's
but
classic.
for the
That's so
Gen.G
good.
in the crowd, they can breathe a sigh of relief.
It's just classic Gen.G. Deny Texture the ace when he's got it just for free.
There's no commentary that I can
That's
add
incredible,
that
man.
it's
Okay,
perfect.
fast vision strikers for Paper X. Split over towards B main. Instant reaction for Gen.G. Just push over towards site. Free site.
6-0. Texture 12-4-0 here at the moment. 2 kills per round thus far. With no real signs of slowing down. Full buy is back in here for the side of PRX. They've got some ults to work with. Nightfall will go out first and foremost.
You should run.
Playing tucked here on the side. Nate able to find one.
This guy's an actual raid boss, man. Someone take him down.
Foxy 9 at hell.
Out of charges.
Just tears them to pieces.
Oh god.
Jing now trying to back away, does get detained. Munchkin gonna try to close the gap, try to get this kill, doesn't spot him. Foxy 9 will.
Oh god.
4K of his own.
He just used a killjoy. He's halfway to another.
Well, this is pretty crazy. I mean,
Yeah, it's
Paper
gonna be the
Rex
next map,
continues
man.
to try to make hard reads off the rip, leaving one side of the map relatively undefended. And Gen.G's been able to either anticipate it and play against it, or just find the open space and quickly capitalize and set up for these post plants. And
It
even
looked
with
nice,
all those
though.
ults invested,
I mean, we get to
Paper
play Mini
Rex
for a
could
comp.
not
I heard us say that he tried to
They're gonna
veto it.
go for the second time
I mean, he
out
would have tried to veto
already
this.
here. Really feel like they need to get more rounds on this defender side. They can't let this snowball out of control.
Yeah, certainly not. Looks like they're going to be investing as much as they can. Not much cash there for the side of Patman. We'll see what he ends up landing on as far as a buy is concerned, but 7-5, obviously you'd say, okay.
Sacrifices, dude. No, don't. Save them, chat. We'll need them for the other maps. This one's too far gone, I'm telling you. There's no recovery for this. The comp doesn't work. It's not going to get much better when they switch sides.
That one ends up being quite costly. The Nightfall used, the From the Shadows, the Thrash.
They threw everything at that retake, and it just did not phase Gen.G at all. And they had the lockdown in play, so you know that has to be quick. It has to be.
Get the train under control, mate. It's not moving. What do you want? Like, what do you want?
Get that done. And there was just no hope. Foxy 9 from hell just absolutely ruined it. Just some clean phantom shots.
8-0-0.
Calling my bot.
He's just
only one in the lobby that has not died.
I mean, he hasn't been pressured much on a lot of the times where he's playing that solo position.
Gets trained on the track fast.
Gen.G, and
man.
he's done a pretty good job of just avoiding any disasters and then being that last guy.
I don't know, man. I felt like Paper Rex, didn't they start getting their ascent down? And then they decided to experiment a little bit again?
But you can just see how wary Gen.G is of some kind of trap play. It's been round after round after round of Paper Rex trying to catch Gen.G in a position where they can get them in a crunch, get them some early advantages in the kill count numbers, but every single time Gen.G's come out ahead and they're working the map incredibly well. Munchkin's going to stick around though over at Gelato.
Peek about to come through, something needing to hit this shot.
Okay.
Okay. Follow-up, Karan going to be taken down as well. Best start, best hope here for Paper Rex to try to get themselves on the board. Here in round number 8. Mosh at the ready to try to buy some time here. Further delay. Starts healing back over onto the site. Something does eventually get flushed out. Player advantage still there for Paper Rex as rotations start to come through. Take on the TP. Now to be pushed forward.
Jesus. Forsaken's aim is kind of insane though, fair play. Don't know how he's getting into these situations. Oh, what happened to the tether? Wait, did it land on his head? Land on his head and go all the way to the back?
Yeah,
It bonked
this
him.
is just a nice hold from something. Really needed to come alive a bit there and desperately needed this 2K. Give them that 5v3 advantage. Forsaken, been pretty sharp. Most of the map actually. He's been finding his, and he's got to get.
Yeah, he's trying to get him hyped up a little bit though.
He's been the emotional leader now for Paper Rex. He's the one popping off. He's the one standing up.
Let's see.
He's the one who's vocal.
Make sure you buy a gun.
And
First step.
he's gonna find a way, hopefully get them back into this. Gen.G though, sitting on some big ults. Ash has that hunter.
Okay, they got Razor. Where's the Razor? They go fast over towards B, and the Razor's here. Hold up. Might have a second one here.
Go for the stinger here, so likely going to be reinforced by the Blade Storm.
What is it? Contact into Satchel up, Razor. Oh, dude.
Bit of a pacier hit here from Gen.G. Already storming forward. The
Lovely.
showstopper up and over the top though. GENG investing it at the right time.
Whoa, what a shot. Bro, everyone's an absolute monster.
Spike stranded. Used his ultimate, the TP in towards boats, and now needs to find his way back into B main to try to recover this. Which would take it down to a 1v1.
He gets 2 1v1s. Oh no.
Karan reaction time, he absolutely does. Finds the shot. He's not even strafing in to try to go for the spike. He's really suspicious about Forsaken's position. There's no way to know though. He still has time to work with.
No info. Forsaken gonna send a smoke over towards Alley to try to fake that he's coming from the other side.
Starts favoring Forsaken because now he's gonna have eyes on this spike.
Still has the paranoia too.
It's gonna be a bit of a standoff. Forsaken can basically just end up playing the same position that something was in.
Oh, this gets weird.
Checks back around over towards mid to make sure that there's no big re-wrap through bench and pizza.
Did the long angle there.
30 seconds left.
Sets up the smoke. Karan reading this well.
I have the spike.
Spike picked up, just continues to play it quietly. 20 more seconds still to play with here. How quickly can Forsaken try to get on top of him is the question. TPU's not taking any chances whatsoever. Forsaken starting to move forward.
Forsaken has Omen flash off of the sound of this. That smoke from Karen's really smart.
Gets the spike planted. Right in here behind Karan for the moment. Just trying to spot him out. Considering a pre-fire. Drops that into the
Holy. That's a great try from Karen, man. My goodness.
On the road to recovery.
Yeah, tremendous patience being shown here by Forsaken.
Nicely done.
Using his utility wisely. Those smokes to buy a little bit extra time. Great up and over there by GENG. Kind of one of those things that maybe don't anticipate because you don't play against Razors too often on this map. And it works a treat. Paper Rex has 2 in a row. Can find a few more now. They can definitely make a map of this. Again, attacker side is where these teams are going to be looking to do damage on this map, but
Okay, they go for their Vision Strikers again, as we can see only one here. They're going to get so much info that's going to be sending it over towards Divide. Divide has ult, Insta-Popper ult. Okay, it's not too bad. They're really going to force this ult. Dude, Divide could kill so many here. Nice shot.
Didn't know where it was going. Ends up falling. It's going to be a player advantage.
Okay, kind of nice from Gen.G though. Insert one over towards the right of this, but shouldn't change too much. Uh-oh. Patman?
That's a nice pickup for Paper Rex. Patman is so deep.
Deep into the spawn here.
Uh-oh, dude. You're on that corner.
Not going to connect. Texture chasing forward. Getting rewarded for it. Is he ready for this peek from Forsaken though? The answer is no.
Oh.
Gets the kill. Jiggles back out with a TP.
Oh my god. I swear there's another one.
In the hands of Paper Rex.
Okay, feels kind of comfy because his mate's watching top mid. They got the wall to block this as well though.
Suspecting that somebody's going to try to back him up. Ash cut off Jing.
Ooh, nice little 1-2.
Pushes out, barrel stuffs.
God, they play so weird, man. It's so funny. I'm not this guy again though. Dude, Forsaken's doing great though. He's got so many multi kills.
That's 3 in a row now.
Why am I starting to believe they have no
these are some
Killjoy?
nice calls
They have no info Sentinel.
Putting the team on his
Be
back
hard.
now.
It should be impossible.
In the kill count, the only one that's positive in that department. And he is setting the team up nicely. Just plays that angle again. So patient on the Omen. I'm really impressed with his ability. I mean, it shouldn't surprise anyone. He can play any agent at the highest levels because he is who he is. But he looks really good in these last couple of rounds, just showing tremendous understanding of
timeout out of them. Okay.
How to use his utility, how to maneuver the chess pieces around himself. And now it's going to be Gen.G's turn to call a timeout.
Forsaken, yeah, he's pretty much getting the train moving on his own, man. Just at the back pushing it.
Yeah, it's still advantage
And seriously
to have no matter
gymming.
what, given the 7 rounds racked up, but seeing the streakiness of Paper Rex starting to build up, they want to try to slow the roll a little bit here. Close out with
How much do you think they need on defense? I think they needed like 7 on defense. Because on attack, surely the Rays can't do that much solo. Like, surely Jing is just going to go in every single time. They're not going to get through the choke, and then they're just stuck.
on the edge of losing the rounds, or at least the 2 previous
What's the Viper? What's the Viper walls?
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what they want to do with the
You
Hunters
got the
here
Loud
from Ash.
B
It's
one.
been tough to find opportunities to use it.
You got the Fnatic A one. I don't think it helps so
Paper
much.
Rex.
Unless they got some like cool idea with a smoke where they're like satching into the Viper smoke. I don't know.
Stand back and let
Women
it
smoke
rip.
maybe. You need Viper
Challenging.
wall.
Paper Rex
I don't know. We'll
gonna
see.
try
Maybe they got some
another-
genius stuff going.
Maybe another
I still think they
teammate
need
hit here,
these.
and that's where everybody from Gen.G is.
Dude, they go. Oh, we're going aggro again.
Here we go.
Gonna go for it. This time not up and over the top because he does connect onto one. Texture at the same time.
This is nuts.
Able to find 2.
But they don't have the
Spike
spike again. But look at Forsaken. He's just in the middle of everyone.
Once again, Gen.G find themselves in a spot where they're gonna have to try to refight.
What a shot. Dude, the aim right now is insane.
Taron just eating the stun. Divine out. Finds himself very much alone.
Spike planted.
Forward trying to divide and conquer. Finds the first, but Texture
Nice
right
shots were
there
hit.
with the trade back. Gen.G stopping Paper Rex in their tracks. They get themselves up to 8.
Yeah, this time the tiles crunch doesn't quite come through. It almost works. Forsaken finds a couple big kills. This is Texture. He's able to just get around that corner using that updraft and dash. Catches Patman.
Yeah, I did win that too.
He probably thought there's... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and his mouse bug maybe.
Kind of panicked a little bit there.
There for not the result that you want to see.
But it's all because Texture gets around that corner like that. Otherwise, that's probably Paper Rex's round. Now you got an operator again for the last 1.5.
Yeah, they go. Aggro managed to get Fatal. It's not too bad. They got a lot of ults. I just don't think the fall's enough, though. And they still haven't won this round yet.
Didn't work out for them on that A site retake several rounds
We
ago.
just use the default comp.
See how they fare this time. For Gen.G, 1 away from the null command, 1 away from a lockdown, getting Foxy 9 this orb.
Ascent's always such a roller coaster with Paper X, man. I swear, in the last year, they've used so many comps
Paper
on
Rex
this
really
map.
spread the map, run a bit more of what looks like a default for them. They're starting to collect themselves around short. That's where the pings are coming through for Gen.G as well, so they seem to have a decent read. They're going to use the Thrash on the other side. More info gathering than anything.
Yep, scouts out, doesn't see anything.
Uh-oh.
Man now going to be coming through Paranoia over towards Forsaken's position. Up and over the top goes Texture. It's waiting on top of something. So can't try to reutilize that thrash at all. Device still going to be tucked over in wine, but the 0 point. That should have told them everything that they need to know. That being said, he's still managing to find a backstab. Looks for a little bit more. Gets himself a third. Defy turning the tides of this round. Foxy
Damn, bro. It's nice aim.
It's Karan now trying to get his way back through. And how has Paper Rex done this?
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's just individuals, so a lot of it.
And it's not going to end with a bang. It's not going to end with a clutch. This round is going to be done due to time. Karan will find some nice kills here at the end. Needs up the 4, but the damage is
Well, he got some good stats at the end.
Yeah,
Gotta give him that.
run out of sand. 8-4 at the half.
My word.
Gave him a little bit of confidence.
Start to this match.
Starting to get a bit more of that chaos that we were hoping for here at the back end of this half. Let's see what happens in the second when we come back after halftime.
That was nice from Dubai.
Spike down A.
Okay, honestly, with a pistol, I'll stop believing. I mean, if they get a pistol, I still think it probably shouldn't happen, but... Wait for the bonus now, we'll get on board early. Karen just looks unbelievable. That 1v4, well, I guess it was like a 1v3 when he was back at B site. That was insane. Like his aim for every single jaw was just instant headshot, and it was like fast, so fast. Why is the raise satchel worse than the jet dash? It's just the fact that you've got no safety when you go out. Like, where are you meant to satchel to? You've kind of got the same pathing as like a Yoru does, and then even then you don't have that too much safe pathing. You just don't really have anywhere to go that's like super safe. By the way, Waylay kind of gets a little bit wrecked on attack on this as well once people have kind of seen where you double dash into. The APAC aim? Yeah, it looks disgusting, right?
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into this second half. 8-4 the scoreline at the moment with Gen.G out in front.
Yeah, this is just crazy here as we look at our Coinbase Econ report. Texture at over 100 there. I mean, you could see it, folks. He was putting up so many multi-kill rounds. 19 kills total in that first half. He was absolutely electric. And look at that, just never dropped, other than that second round, never dropped off. Just was to the moon.
It's been damn clean for him. He and Karan kind of doing the lion's share of the work here, the lion's share of the fragging for the side of Gen.G.
You crazy to think whoever loses is still guaranteed to make playoffs? I wouldn't say guaranteed, but I'd definitely say heavy favorites, yeah.
Which certainly should.
Yeah, I mean, he dragged Paper Rex through some of those rounds. Just absolutely some
definitely the team in the 1-1 that you don't want to play.
Even in the beginning, he had a few.
Okay, Karen's playing so good they raid boss him.
Off the back of it. And now you're going to need to see him really step up, along with Jing for sure. You're going to need him on those entries to be really impactful with the raise. And it's like we're watching the same first pistol. It's almost the exact same setup.
Gen.G love doing a mid wall.
Wall over towards mid, smoke over towards door.
Players clustered up.
Door or heaven.
Lone contact here.
I mean, they picked the right site.
Cycled in, Nano Swarm. Holds him at bay. Gets a decent little
Ooh, they go for one-way shot. With this one-way, you have to do it on the left side of the door here because there's nothing on the right. So it's like goes up and goes on the door itself.
Doesn't even get all the way down.
Spike planted.
Quite scout onto
Good
him.
omen flash for the retake here. Oh, that's a good omen flash, man.
Sheriff in hand here, something in Jing able to find.
Great flash. Bro, the fact that Texture can do that is insane.
Still not
His
dropping a
crosshair's
pistol here
all
in
the way
tournament.
up here, and then he goes back down and insta-gets the kill. That's nuts.
Who wins this pistol with a very similar start, right? Like, both teams weren't playing on A. On
Gen.G,
the defender side.
2-0 on the pistol.
It's the
They are
nano
currently
squad that buys
6-0
that
on
little bit of
pistols
extra time.
altogether, by the way.
Clear out the door
They haven't
here
lost
for
the pistol yet.
Foxy. And then the util flood is great. They're catching Paper Rex when
This
they're
was
not
crazy.
able to get set up into
It
those
did even
post
hit that?
plans, and
Or
they're
someone
just
else
ripping
hitting
them
that?
apart. I mean,
Looked
Paper
like it
Rex
didn't hit,
fighting
but...
back. You know, something Divide getting involved, but it just isn't quite enough. That extra layer for Gen.G comes through once again. It comes down to that last player. This time it's Karan. And that's got Foxy9 fired up as well.
Had a little bit of a slowdown there for him. From 8-0 to now 9-6, I believe. Solid start. Gen.G, an anti-eco win, themselves up to double digits. Not going to be seeing any kind of force here from Paper Rex. It's just the two sheriffs.
Yeah,
in the
it's
hands
trying
of
to get
Divide
that
and GENG.
official nice and early on.
Go
So they got a
ahead.
good plan with it. Double
Continue
up
to play
default.
Pac-Man, getting the orb collection to try to fast-track this thrash.
Yeah, Forsaken's been over here making sure that A main is under their control, so they can try to make some kind of move. It's not going to surprise Gen.G too much here. The tap of the second orb. There's one sheriff, or two sheriffs floating around for Paper Rex. Divine and Jing. They're going to think about a different direction, and for Gen.G, it's just play defaults the whole way. You do have Karan sliding in towards short to help out Munchkin. But pings come down. This might be a setup for a paranoia into a hit, but Karan's got to judge.
Playing this close to the door, the paranoia
Oh,
wouldn't do
dear
too
God.
much of anything, but still have enough vision, enough range. Maybe a prowler to check, and now they know that there's going to be a judge in play. He's eating damage through this smoke.
30 seconds left.
There's one shell left, has to backpedal away. Push forward. Has managed to find one, something going to be taken down, but now they are going to be contained. His texture
One enemy remaining.
is going to kill. Jing answers one back there with that sheriff, but now Forsaken, noted, spotted, just playing around with him, showing the gun barrel. Like, can't kill me. You will swing in to try to find a bit more damage, but it's going to be Gen.G now up to 10.
Yeah, that's just a really good read here from Gen.G, having that judge right where it needs to be, where even if there is a paranoia that hits him, you can't really, you know, there's nothing, like you said, that can be done about it. From the side of Paper Rex, trying to fight their way through, trying to spam in, but not able to connect, and then it just turns into a meat grinder. Smoke's dropping. Now Device smiling though. He's having a good time, and even for Forsaken smiling. So
I mean, at the end of the day,
are still good.
At the end of the day, these guys know each other
Yeah,
incredibly well.
Yes.
It gives them something to laugh about at least. I think as well it's going to be an easy reset.
Going on.
I just, man.
Aggressive space control here from Gen.G.
I don't know. This is always Paper X sometimes. Sometimes we've got a mad comp on a map.
Uses the tailwind.
It's all part of it.
Still re-swings out, gets a shot across on it, Forsaken, but cannot find that kill. Extra dead off the rip. Let's Paper X in a good
Who won? Sentinels. Dude, it was kind of close
another
though.
bonus conversion from happening.
Man, Jing pushed all the way up by himself through mid. Devi.
Wide swing.
Ooh, good recovery.
It's a good readjustment. But Ash will be able to get that kill in the end. Grabs the gun. Backs off back in towards the site, but like you said, Jing continuing to advance. Takes a peek around over towards that defender spawn.
Shot. Absolute shot.
Spike down B.
Great flash.
A solid check there.
He's so much for him. Wingman, such a swing, and we got Omen flash.
From having that showstopper at the ready. As Munchkin now see what he can get done.
He's going to scoop up a rifle though.
Forsaken's low here around the corner.
Ginormous, thank you so much, dude.
Smoke and wow, very crisply will be able to find Munchkin in the head. There you go, Paper Rex getting the bonus conversion.
Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for that.
Win rate just to tie things up.
Yeah, just good anticipation there by Forsaken. Devi just gets a little bit overstacked. Karan hit a headshot into a body shot at range with the Sheriff. Absolutely nasty. Forsaken though, showing a little nastiness of his own. Cleaning up when he's on low health, keeping that gun, keeping that economy going. Yeah, and
now
there
we
it
have
is.
the operator in play.
Yeah,
the desk was talking
the
about
op.
it. How do you try to deal
I mean,
with
honestly, the
this
op
in hand?
Where he's at.
might be a little hard to actually kind of get opportunities. We'll see.
Well, fortunately for Paper X, they don't
Prowler
have a kill
goes
point.
over towards middle. They got wall to block vision as well.
Less of a concern for them, but it's going to be a thrash coming
Straight up B split with the fish. Big jaw on B. Ooh.
Not hitting the flick.
Big miss. Omen flash in as well. Dude, how's he alive? Still got 2 on site though. Keep an eye on the luck over towards short. Oh my goodness. There's so much util.
And this flank is even noted by Defy, who's holding down mid. Cowan able to go ahead and get a kill back.
Wow, they used their ults on the right round. You got to give them that.
Still looking to advance forward to try to run this back. The gap now just about to be 4 rounds.
Comp good after all. I mean, they used double ult into it.
Yeah.
It was a nice round. There's no doubt about it. It was a nice round util-wise. But it's still double ult.
Going to scoop up that operator from Texture's dead body. Just hold down the angle. How aggressive do they want to be with this, though? And that op is quite a nice prize, especially for Paper Rex. Something would love to use that to control some mid space or just try to outduel his opponents in main. Is Patman gonna make a go of this?
Got the op on attack.
We'll be able to retain this one, so just the one rifle gonna be carried over here, but Paper Rex now
this is
shrinking the gap down to 4 rounds, and yep, something is gonna keep that operator.
This is just a beautiful round. Forsaken gets a little lucky on the wide sling. I'm not gonna lie, it feels like Texture's usually good for those, but it's the follow-up in mid, using the thrash to clear space.
It's so funny. And then after that, Ash had to shoot the Dizzy that was really high up in the air as well.
That's really,
This
really
felt like the most Valorant round ever.
And then using that util to make sure Ash isn't comfortable there. Little things that they're doing on the fly are so impressive. Their coordination
Okay, one
is
hero
just
gun over towards middle.
so good when they're in the heat of the moment.
Oh. Nice shot.
0 point getting the reveal.
Yeah, they got the gun down. Can kind of hold this for a little bit as well. 10-7. When do the ults come up? Ah, excuse me. Why is no one else helping them out? Still good.
Into the A site, but quickly will be felled.
Recalling my bot.
2v4 here for the side of Gen.G to try to pull off a thrifty. Paper Rex in a good position to go ahead and get themselves up to 7. Door to be broken. Divide just there around the corner. Forsaken spotted, but quick trade does come through.
Oh god, man.
Shot across on the GENG. Comes back in, eats a bit more damage there from the paint shell. And now is going to fall to 13.
Yeah, and you know that the op's over towards middle.
It's noted by Gen.G as well. It's going to be Ash's job, yeah.
No way. He's going to be able to recover this one for him. Have to dodge every single bullet, kill every single player.
Divide didn't hit any of them.
Will go ahead and take it down. 3
Okay, this is the
rounds
round. They pick up the op as well. They want the op back.
3 rounds separating.
Yeah, this is getting a little dicey. I mean, you already conquered one of the big hurdles that you're going to face on this half, and that's Texture's first operator. And now you're kind of in cruise control. And when, oh when, if this keeps up, does Gen.G pull the trigger on another timeout? A couple away for
They still don't have the good ult yet.
One away from his, Ash one away
Close.
from his, 2 away for Foxy9. Texture could get the Blade Storm. These are going to be the big ones to speak of. Divide could get a pit. Try to utilize that, but Spike's going to be in the back. Paper Rex looking for some contact plays. There's a lot of util to clear this angle.
He knows.
Bring the op forward. Here around the corner, drone. The check quickly gets cleared. Now there's where something's at, but outside of that, not much other information going to be gained here.
Just trying to get a feel for how many players were there at B to see if they could make their entry.
It's at least a question mark over
really
towards B main.
All you know is the Sova's there, and that's
Recon
not
bottom
very
middle.
surprising on this map. So,
Up takes 2, Jing up and over the top, Caron eating some damage.
God, that kill would have been incredible.
Considers going refill this space.
We got my lurking gecko with an op over towards B. God, we done with such an infra here. I haven't seen this since 2021. Give me this POV, it's madness. Oh, he had 8 the Omen flash, so didn't go for it. Now they've got nothing to get through it. And they call for a cancel and hit B at 30 seconds. Okay, we're going short.
time. This might have sold it though.
No, they actually think they're going B. 15 seconds. Spike's going through short. Smoke's here to cover the cross. Okay. 10 seconds. Nice shot. Please plant.
It does not let up. GENG finding the kill, the jump up.
Oh,
He'll
God.
on to 3. That might have just cooked up his texture. Pops the knife.
Whoa.
Tries to throw him back out, but GENG does manage to find a punish now. Has a
Razor, man.
showstopper.
Do it.
As something is flanking
Razor.
around towards window. With an ready for the rocket.
He popped earlier.
Phantom picked up the headshot down. Ash dead. Foxy9 gonna try to challenge it, and he wins it out.
Don't interrupt.
God, this is the craziest round ever, man. It's the craziest round ever. It really is.
One that Gen.G barely comes out on
My
top
fault? That's not my fault. He's got to pop that Razor earlier, dude.
It is heart pounding for these two teams. I mean, just oh so close. It looked like Paper Rex was maybe going to get this done, but this ping reveal and also catching Forsaken on the TP on top of Gen. Nobody's checking heaven there for Paper Rex, and that cost them big time. Extra catches them completely off guard. Ash able to shut down the showstopper, and Foxy9 once again comes up clutch for Gen.G. And yeah, okay,
At least Alex is laughing. Yeah, I didn't know what face I was going to see after that, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy. Well, multiple ultimates gone, and playing off the Prowler. Texture dead to the spam.
Gone here.
Great little setup there.
They got so many
He's
ults.
not ready for that at all. Swing in, Ash taken down.
That was
Clear
Ashton.
off the turret. Foxy9 still maintaining control here of B. Has been his domain.
Big Prowler. Big Prowler.
Making a lot of noise, no doubt about this.
They are. They have the Prowler to go ahead and sport forward. Swing in, Karen on the reposition, tries to get the readjustment. Cannot find the transfer. Right click, set,
Holy.
gets the flash in. Spike now on the ground. No command immediately popped here as Munchkin. Just for the rotation. Foxy9 to join in. Door shut.
Ooh, nice shot.
Patman finds the headshot, puts the robot
Yeah,
down
gets
the floor.
info though and can calm this the whole time.
Foxy9 do it again.
This is a lockdown, but does he want to send it? Looks like the answer is
Ooh.
yes, he does.
Why not?
Vincent re-wraps.
Spike
That's
planted.
going to be something saying,
Player
okay,
standing.
I can push in and I can go ahead and clear this.
Lockdown destroyed.
Eats the haunt reveal. And cannot get
That's
the
a
shots
nice idea.
adjusted. The double face from Paper
Hold
Rex.
up. Hold up, hold up, hold up.
Hits them
Chat.
heavily.
They used a lot of
Bring the
ults
gap
into
to 3
this.
once again.
They used a
It's
lot of
just
ults
crazy.
into that
So many
round.
of these rounds
They've only
just
really
come
got a
down to
silver
split
ult, right?
second
Silver ult,
decision-making.
Omen ult, I
It looked
think.
like maybe Munchkin with that re-wrap over into A main would maybe be able to turn this round on its head. GENG with that opener, with that 2K through mid, gave a huge advantage to Paper Rex. A great flash around the corner. Divide not ready at all for that re-wrap, but steady hands there off the back of the lockdown, and Foxy, yeah, couldn't quite get it done that time, but he's been very solid for Gen.G this map. They're back on the Sheriffs, though. Economy.
Send me in.
Still have the Hunter's Fury, though. Batman has
You know,
a
it just
Nightfall.
still shouldn't be possible, but
Closer to the
I'm just
showstopper.
watching the rounds thinking how. Oh no, not like this, guys. Not the 4-person stack.
So damn good. God, it's so damn clean. Texture. Just take something's head clean off. He's the only one that was in the sight. No one else pushing alongside him, and that's just delivered a Vandal into the hands of Munchkin.
Something went wrong there. Nightfall wasn't even sent. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication for Paper Rex. Leave Divide tucked into Wine. Trying to find some open space in the mid, and now Gen.G's gonna flex out on the map a little bit more. Munchkin had a great read on this round.
Volunteered? Yeah, I still think you save it. I think you save the
Counter that,
sacrifices.
Not surprising to anybody, but
The rounds
win
they
some
won have
battles
not
here.
been convincing.
As Paper Rex, GENG continues to push.
They got some confidence here, though. That's the main thing.
He is.
Gun here. Cover going out.
A weapon on offer here. One of his teammates is
Oh,
on. What in the ever-loving
Jesus.
30
hell?
seconds left.
So damn crisp with that shot. The follow-up going a bit wide.
Oh,
Wide
that's
will be able
fast.
to flush him out. Conquers his demons.
Oh, he really went for
Nightfall
it.
does connect. Hit now invested. Spraying through just a hair off. The push down with the body. He's exited the pit.
He went for the early transfer. Oh,
But Batman hits the transfer. He versus Texture. The swing out. The headshot. Batman gets
nice
the
1v3, man. Nice 1v3. He was having a little bit of a rough game. It was an
don't
eco, though,
understand.
chat, and they had to use double ults against the eco.
It seems like somebody's got an advantage, and then it goes away, and then somebody else has an advantage, and they rip it out from the other team's hands. I mean, these are disgusting sheriff shots, as you expect from Gen.G. This is what kind of part of what led them to win a Masters trophy last year was their unbelievable eco rounds. And they almost do it again, but just barely. Patman, the new player to the stage, comes through.
I mean, he's... I get it. And why is it this close? Why does my rookie have to clutch against what started as nothing but sheriffs?
Yes. I'm in pain as well watching some of those rounds. I'm not going to lie. You have an operator here being purchased up for Texture, so that's going to cut down to a couple Guardians. Gen.G wants to give him another opportunity to close this map out with that powerful, powerful sniper rifle. Run away here for something for the Thrash as well. If he can find a kill, he could clear out towards A.
So all on defense, kind of playing rotate. They set one up over towards her. It's nice at the moment for Gen.G, to be honest. Really strong setup. There's too much info, right? Early info, early info.
Get up the start here once again as Prowler's going forward. Paint Shell's going to be sent. Quick little exit on the tailwind there. But Prowler chases up towards Heaven. Does not necessarily know Karen, but he will still fall. Showstopper going to be sent, lobs it up, gets quite a bit of damage there on the Texture, but cannot confirm the kill.
Spike planted.
Keep an eye on the luck on middle. Okay, they're gonna see the alarm ball go off, and then they're gonna speed up maybe. They now know where he is, dude. Look at this play from Forsaken. Oh, they had to swing off of it.
And Texture with the off now needs to drift away.
How is this so close? They got fish out for next round. Gen.G have 1, 2, 3, 4. They can't buy next.
Incredible. And it's just crazy how aggressive they can be even after they lose a player.
They're gonna hunt.
Yeah, the smoke on short is causing them a nightmare. This one, double block vision. Good in the after plant as well. Helps running up short.
Util to try to really flush them out aside from a snake bite. It seems like they will be content to go ahead and keep themselves alive. 11 to 10 though. Paper Rex.
Can we sacrifice now? Yeah, I think it might be worth, man. I think it might be worth. They got it close.
With that smoke,
got piling in there, I think.
One enemy remaining.
Goes down to an eco.
Right out. Patman again.
Double pistol. Second timeout.
Going for the Victor play there. The timeout now going to be called from Gen.G. Not liking that Paper X are right there nipping at their heels. All of them going to be used to try to get this win.
It's been an insane map for Texture and Kara.
Broke the bot. Oh god. No sacrifices.
And that's when things can start to go their way. You know, now you've got Patman showing up in the server. He's had 2 really impactful rounds for them. He had really struggled throughout most of this map, but when they needed him most, he showed up. He's got another Nightfall. Something's got the Thrash. So there's some really big tools that Paper Rex can throw into this round and to keep that operator off balance wherever it may be. You just got to be careful about making sure that you're not walking out into the open where Texture's got you and you've got no util or no
They
trade.
play this comp because of something's
really
Agent Paul. Look at dude, he could just play. He could just play. He could just play Jet. Like they could play the normal. And then Jing would obviously go Omen. I thought the Jing Omen was looking alright on this map. It doesn't really matter, dude. If they had won a pistol, they'd won this map. Which is mad.
Might end up being a double detain.
Okay, hero up.
See what they can do.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Coming through, he's gonna try to peek. Does get detained though, and he's out into the open. They're trying to keep protecting Ash. Comes to the rescue.
God, what a savior kill that is from Ash.
Skate back.
God, they go so many fast strats and just send it in.
Don't throw the Nightfall either. They just don't feel like they have the opportunity to do so. Munchkin knows they're coming. He's ready to try to delay here with the fragment. Has 2 flashes as well. So he can buy a lot of extra time, but Paper Rex doesn't feel like they really got there quick enough.
Problem is that op's over towards Heaven now.
That's a a different angle, tries to flash himself in, and then ends up
Oh, saw him.
a bit too much to buy.
Whoa, what a shot. Oh dear god. Lovely little jiggle peek on that one. Keep an eye on Devi. Super early over towards here. Yeah, just staying alive might be worth on this one. Still has Molly. They only have 1 gun. Could maybe get the op on Heaven.
Tease it up beautifully. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, it's under, right? Yeah.
They're at hell. The Prowler to check over towards main. allows them to go ahead and place Devi in that position, fan out a bit more.
I'll find you.
The obvious angles, Ash on the approach
Oh.
here. Some shots down, Jing
Oh.
dead. It's Foxy9, the recovered Vandal puts it to damn good use. Devi now, not much more to do other than spray and pray.
Big swing, mate.
With one, but on the re-swing gets the headshot. He's fishing for it, but he's
his backup guns are shorty.
and Foxy9 can just hold it down. Absolutely unbelievable. A borderline thrifty. A stuck defuse as Gen.G get up to map point.
Yeah, I'm still surprised they got this so close, man.
I mean, this is just insane. It looks like they might have the opportunity. Pac-Man playing off of Jing so nicely. That is such a good chip from Jing. But then Foxy9 again comes up unbelievably huge. Just nothing that Devi can do. Yeah.
The recon, yeah, the recon own them. They try and go for their own fade.
Oh boy. Well, season
Oh, that's lovely though.
quickly
Hold
getting
up.
in on top of Karen, comes away with that kill, scoops up the weapon. Door slammed in Munchkin's face, nothing to do until the rest of the team gets there and try to back him up.
Dude, look at something.
attempt to retake something.
He just threw his U2 and he's like, yeah, I am the Sentinel now.
Wraps around towards Gelato.
I am the Info Sentinel.
0 point only finds one. Thrown out, gets the scout. So they can force a reposition. Back in from here is going to prove to be so damn difficult. Pac-Man does get tagged up, though. 17 health remaining.
Whoa, the lineup's crazy.
The flash, it doesn't connect onto him. He's not even
Dude, what's their money like? Oh my god, they have no money.
It's Munchkin now.
There he is. There's the Info Sentinel. Locked him in. I don't know how they're doing it, chat.
Deploying off a flawless and being one round away from taking us into overtime.
And the economy for Gen.G is in the gutter. There's going to be stingers.
This was cool though. That was nice. Ever over the top. Double satchel in.
On to Karan to set up Jing nicely. He gets up there, disrespects the fragment.
Dude, Gen.G have no money. Look at this buy, 4 stingers.
Really, really cool
They got
ideas.
so many ults though.
Paper Rex. One more hurdle to go. Some big ults. Lockdown in play. Munchkin's got his ult. Meanwhile, Paper Rex not really close of any to.
Dude, Munchkin had his knife out the whole time there. He's a Prowler flash and still doesn't go for
Generally
it.
going to be the most impactful. Jing continues to be on duty of clearing the Killjoy util. Foxy right around the corner. Not going to be a position to initially punish it. And Paper Rex kind of anticipating that maybe that was going to be the play this time. Gen.G's hasn't really tried that before. Jing's been getting a lot of freedom in this space. This is all just kind of maybe a ruse to bait Paper Rex in.
Lobart cleared. Prowler to readjust there. Fox
My
9
goodness.
make that a 1.
It's a great Omen flash.
Pac-Man now spotted out, but they're in the corner. Shockstar takes it down to 45. The push out of the smoke.
God, these stingers are incredible.
The other 3v2. Gen.G in with a player advantage.
Gonna have to get this done.
Get a kill on Devi. Sorry, kill on Pac-Man, he gets ult.
Now can start to rotate. The weapons
Big
are gonna
fade
be
eye.
far away, though, so
They don't have to worry
recovery on
about
those.
Omen ult.
They prove to be a bit difficult aside from the one in market.
Quick early sees there from Pac-Man, but Devi not finding anybody to catch off of it.
One up over the top, reveals 2. Texture not going to be noted by that one. He's going to look, go ahead and
Okay.
try to stop here against Devi.
Okay.
He gets taken down. And it's all on Karan. Just the stinger in hand, and it's good.
Alright, chat, they give this a really good go. They actually would have won this with a pistol, man. That's madness, considering the comp. Crazy. Stingers do it.
It's just madness.
Okay, dude, honestly though, the confidence going into the other 2 maps might be kind of nice.
So much talent between the 2 of them.
Absolutely. Well,
Stingers, yeah, they're good with stingers as well. They've been pracking them.
next, we'll see if Paper Rex can make this a full 3-mapper.
Way closer than I thought here.
Yeah, man, guys. Yeah. Yeah. So. Go, guys. Let's go.
At least they play an Info Sentinel on Icebox though, so that's all good. Damn, some of the strats were kind of nice though. That fast over towards A here was kind of sick. Dude, I feel like every round someone had a stinger, they won the round. Or do they? No, they're gonna use the same comp. There's no way they change up their Icebox comp. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey.
Let me show you how to fuck stuff. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Open it up! As they now daggers in the eyes, right in the eyes of Vivian. I can see the dryness on both eyeballs, all 4 eyeballs. A little bit of a smile, but a serious game face coming up from Vivian. I'm also going to lean in close. Nobody's budging. It's actually dry in my eyes. I don't know how you're doing it so far. Did you blink? Is there a blink, chat? Was there a blink? As unfortunately, it's going to be Vivian or winner for Paper Rex. So Paper Rex is going to win the series. Some gifts coming through. Thank you so much for participating. We have signs, autographs on Paper Rex and Gen.G. So thank you so much for participating. Chat, now it's time for you to lock in.
Gen.G truly looking like they're in their golden era, ending that map with a stinger round. If you know, you know. I'm here with Mel once again and Ender. After the first half, Mel, did you expect things to be so close for it to end the map like this?
I was not expecting it. There was in the back of my mind, I was thinking, okay, maybe for Paper Rex, this could be an attack-sided comp. And it kind of was. They were able to get back a couple of rounds. And also, is Gen.G just going to steal Golden Era from G2 like that?
Yeah.
Just going to take that tagline?
I mean, they had a couple of ecos, so in a way, yeah.
I mean, the Stinger forces, I mean, I looked indistinguishable from G2 a little bit.
I feel like it sounds better. The ring to it, you know, Gen.G in the golden era.
They also wear gold. It actually just makes more sense.
We've just stolen G2 stuff.
Their Valor, gone.
Yeah, but they are one map up in this very storied rematch versus Paper Rex. If they win this, Chrissy's going to be a 5 versus 4. They're going to go to playoffs. But are we getting too ahead of ourselves after the second half, especially coming out of Paper Rex, to be able to catch up?
Maybe a bit, honestly. I was really impressed because Paper Rex come into the second half down 4-8, right? And the defense side of things definitely looked difficult. Apart from a few like aggro rounds, they struggled a lot to actually get some kind of advantage advantage. But I think the way they worked the mid space and how clutch they were late in the rounds netted them so many positives.
I feel like the few rounds they did get on defense, though, were off the back of Forsaken. He had at least 3 of those rounds had such impact, whether it was a clutch play or a huge multi-kill. I think he was the reason that ultimately they were even able to get it this close. Without those 3 rounds, this is not even anywhere near as close as the score suggests.
Let's move on now to our Verizon high-speed moment of the day, where it's the most heartbreaking thing I've witnessed on this stage so far, because Texture playing out of his mind and Mel once again getting his ace stolen by his teammate.
Oh man, I mean, I thought this could finally be it. Finally, Texture gets his ace, and just around the corner, pixels away, milliseconds away, Heartless Karin just taking it from him.
What? Karen's running gunning too!
He did it on purpose, yeah.
He's literally trying to take
Okay, chat. Okay. That was a good little warm-up. They had to lose that
map.
map.
You can hear him screaming.
They were meant to lose that map.
From all corners of the arena as well. That's the level of evil, you know, we don't see every day on this stage.
I mean, honestly, is this guy playing a match to go into playoffs on the
Damn,
Masters
200?
playing ranked 5
200 ADR?
and furious at his ace getting stolen.
I love the atmosphere on the team. Just the fact that they are able to do that and laugh it off. It's not too tense. It's just such a hallmark of a great team.
That I would not be able to deal with that. Friendship over for me. And Matt, on your team, are you more of a, you know, would you have stolen that ace if you were on Texture's team?
No, absolutely not. If we have enough money, obviously, like economy first, but I would be running around with my knife out instantly. You can ask any of my teammates, bro, I'll do it when they get a 3K. Like in scrims, I'm like, all right, you'll get your clip.
Nah, dude, if he gets that ace, they lose the game.
What about you?
Me?
Yeah, would you let Texture have that ace, or are you gonna be, you know, in there stealing it like
depends. It depends who I'm playing with. Because if Mimi's trying to get the ace, absolutely not. She didn't deserve it.
Oh, wow. No, Texture.
Oh, Texture? Oh, he can have it. Yeah, he deserves it.
I completely agree. I would be like you know, running with my knife. I'm making sure he gets that.
Karen, yeah, Karen saved him, if anything. That was the most impactful kill.
And all this stuff, but it might just be enough for Gen.G to get it over the line, because we are moving on to Icebox next. How are we feeling about this? Are the
strong map
even, or do Paper Rex have what it takes to push a split?
I honestly would give Paper Rex the advantage coming in here. I'm not sure exactly what
heavy
Gen.G are
advantage, if
running,
anything.
but I was so impressed with what they showed up against Heretics on this map. This is supposed to be a great map for Heretics, and honestly, Paper Rex looked super solid. What GENG was doing with his entry pathing on the A site on the Omen, with all of his different teleport looks, like he had quick TP looks on.
This was rough. This map, nah, this map was good.
For him to
they got way closer than I thought they were gonna get.
10 jumping into that as well. Like, he is a threat that Gen.G have to figure out.
If there's one man who was probably screaming louder than Texture, it's Coach Alex, of course. This is what he had to say ahead of map 2.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with
Whoa.
Coach Alex. Alex, I just want to quickly ask you about your thoughts on Ascent. I feel like the recovery from Paper Rex is worth mentioning. Could have gone either way too.
I mean, they played very well. Gen.G started super strong, and I think we came in with the wrong energy, you know, a little bit too tense. Yeah, but I'm glad that we managed to come back. I think Icebox hopefully will be just as close, or I mean, I want to win there. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
I hope he meant like
he's
just
more
as
relaxed
the
these
victory
days.
goes on the side of Paper Rex.
Zeno, thanks so much for the prime. Do appreciate the 13 months. Thank you, thank
There
you.
were some saving graces from Ascent, because now there were some fantastic, you know, set pieces.
He's in good spirits, yeah.
Play, the way
they
that
got
they
the
were
confidence
able to
after that.
catch, Karen off guard as well. They can continue to do that on Icebox.
They had that set play in A main with the C's going over the top and the double satchel with the Gecko flash, really well supported. And I think plays like that kind of give
reached
Paper
in a
Rex
piece.
that
Yeah, I mean, he's just
flair
happy
that
to be
we
here at the
all know
moment.
and love. But I'm really looking to GENG here, because although it is like a double controller comp on Icebox, they make it look like double duelist somehow. He's like a pseudo duelist the way he's TPing in there and making plays off of the util. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that here in Icebox.
He's getting very active in a lot of those rounds. I wanted to also say that I was very impressed.
So much
with
sadder than getting stomped? Nah.
With the threat of Textures off.
I mean, this one's alright. Double pistol.
The first round Texture had money.
A couple of rounds that he could have won.
Rex ran a really nice play. Are always sort of like using that fade utility to clear away those close corners, and again using a lot of the Viper smoke.
Pistols, yeah, we need a strong pistol. Paper Rex needs a strong pistol. We can't let Gen.G have. Oh my goodness, it's a loud sound. We can't let Paper Rex get
Well, here we go.
8-0
As we take a
on
look
pistols.
at the agent select here, my eyes kind of go towards Ash here as well with the Tejo nerf, the fact that he has never played Gecko, so this Sova would make a lot of sense.
I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Gen.G here. We saw that in the past.
Yeah, they
before
go for the
tailwind
Omen
of
comp
Gen.G
as well,
was
maybe.
running KO and Gecko, and we saw how that went earlier today in the Sentinels game. It didn't really go Sen's way, and I think having a Sova on this map is just so crucial.
yeah,
That
thanks so
double
much for the
flash
prime. Thank you
kinda
so much, dude.
inhibits what
Thank
you
you,
can
thank
do
you.
around mid and refreshing the mid alert information. So I'm liking the hover here. I hope it stays.
Yeah.
And nothing crazy at Paper Rex either. Same
I
thing.
also
little
like
mirror.
the Omen if it comes through. Obviously, Paper Rex are going to be running that, but people, I think, see so many Icebox games like Harbor Viper, for example, that you lose the threat of one-ways with the Omen
there we go.
smoke, and again, the active teleports you can do, whether that's
What's
cross
Divide doing over there? What's going on there?
like,
Check his
or just
PC.
taking more control over like
He's dodging.
4-10, or taking
Doesn't want to
control
play
over
Icebox.
yellow in the mains. I think Omen has a lot to be offered.
What I love so much about this double controller comp on Icebox is it really allows your Viper
By
player
Blue,
to actually
thank you so much for
open
the
up
prime.
their
Thank you,
playstyle a
thank
bit
you.
more. I mean, I'm sure all the controller players here in the audience know how awful it feels when you go into ranked and it's like, oh my god, Icebox, I'm going to be on B doing
Omen? I really like the Omen on this
one.
one.
It really allows the Viper to get a little bit more risky because if the Viper dies, the round isn't over. We still have smokes to refresh at B for the one-way or on attack for Rafters and CT.
The other thing that is going to help out your Viper player, maybe your Killjoy player when you're trying to go for lurks, Omen smokes just being able to be
Yeah,
used to
she
block
dodged
off
it, yeah.
Killjoy turret on the other side, right? I think Omen does a very good job at creating sort of permanent threat around the mid space, whether it's going to be through the use of Omen smokes to assist, you know, a teammate going for lurks, or even using that teleport more aggressively. Like, you don't forget, you can get on top of Tube and try and take more aggressive angles if you're trying to fight for that space for real.
And the last time Gen.G ran an Omen
Gen.G
on
have a bad
Icebox, it was
Icebox?
Texture
It's
playing
been a
the
while, man.
Omen. You had
I
Karen,
don't really
yeah,
know.
you had Karen over on the Viper as well. They have done this before,
They do
but
have a
usually
demo
you
though to
sacrifice
look at some of the
duels, right?
stuff
Makes
that
sense, right? But
the
here they're
Paper Rex were
running the
doing.
Omen
So
and
some
the
of like the
Jet.
fast
So maybe
TPs
what are some
that
of the differences you guys
Jing was
think
doing,
compared to the
probably gonna
usual,
get shut down.
duelist-less Omen comps?
I think it allows your Omen player to really lean into their more duelist tendencies. Although not a duelist on paper, it's definitely pseudo-duelist like Ender was bringing up, and they can make cool plays on a map like Icebox where there are so many opportunities for mechanical fights and advantages.
I also think it just makes sense when you
That's
value
me.
the operator
Thank
in
you
your
so
duelist
much.
hand so
Ooh,
heavily, because while
ooh,
yes,
yeah.
Omen can
The
definitely
prime,
off,
dude. I always
you're
struggle with your
losing a
name.
lot of
Thank you for
that
the 33
power
months,
being
bro.
able to quickly disengage,
Appreciate
quickly
that. Thank you,
reposition,
thank you.
On something like
Yeah, they're
Jet.
locked in.
Also, Jet, nice
Gen.G good in all
rounds
maps?
to fix your econ,
Yeah.
to be able to play around those as well. For
Gen.G just looks strong in
explosive
general.
plays and fights over mains or even the mid space
I'm
is something that
back on
teams
board
are
with this
losing
one
when
though
you
with
play
Paper
without
Rex.
that
We got a
And I think too with the
You got a
Omen, I'm talking
Killjoy.
about how it is a pseudo duelist, but also
got a Killjoy in this one. Got an Info
in
Sentinel.
terms of when we look at those A retakes, especially the Omen blind is so
Yes.
oppressive. Sitting default is not an option when you are playing against an Omen that has blind on defense. You either have to get up
We
on
have
your
an
wrist
Info
or play
Sentinel,
off,
yeah,
and then
exactly.
It kind of has that mind game of, oh, maybe their Omen on defense starts saving their blind and using it for deeper control, where all the post-plants agents play with their cringe mollies and the snake bite and everything. So
Yeah, let's get some
excited to
different
see
energy for this one,
Let's
chat.
find
Come on.
out if this one will go the distance
Started
and
off right.
send it back to Achilles and Paper.
You need a pistol.
Thank you very
Come on,
much.
boys.
Here
Come
we
on.
go. Map 2.
All aboard.
Paper Rex's selection of Icebox.
Get the tracks laid down. We need a pistol to start this one off.
Because we know that there is only bangers on split, and we want to see that third map.
No doubt about it. And this certainly should be an exciting map one way or another. Like what I'm seeing from both teams. Gen.G
First
here,
map was a warm-up.
seeing what Paper
It's
Rex
never
did
going to
on their
happen with the
pistol in
comp.
previous round where they tried to set up for a
It's
crouch.
currently 2-0 on the pistols,
They're
and
going to overstack that a little bit. They're sending 3 players down there.
honestly,
Meanwhile, Paper Rex
the
using
triple
that knowledge
sheriff
against them, knowing that last
worries
time
me a little bit.
they
Straight
ran a
retake over
2-2-1
towards
with
A3 plus and push
4
down
players
middle.
essentially over towards B. So Paper Rex is able to make a good read that this might be countered by Gen.G. Just got to be really aware of those flanks.
Just the
The
turret
late
around the
wall.
corner.
The late wall
Went
bust.
for the sheriff. No alarm bot.
Dude, they're miles away.
Essentially both Killjoys with it. And
Oh,
Foxy
how's he done that?
be able to find a first kill or something. Get a headshot there. Again, heard the drop down. Nothing else spotted. Wall keeping everything blocked off. Gen.G now getting clustered together.
There you go, Omen Flash somehow gone through him.
The retake here. That's some positions for Paper Rex could still end up in them around Win, but Jing going down. Not going to be a great sight for that as Divide similarly Bill gets taken out. Sliggy does a hell of a lot of damage. Cannot get the eliminations.
Dude, come on. You can't get a pistol. Gen.G is 7-0 in pistols.
That last map, 3K. That'll be the defuse, and Gen.G continue to be perfect in pistols.
Yeah, I mean, this
Dude,
is
look
one
at
of the
the
things
shot.
that you could look back to on a SEN.
They're so good with the
Sheriffs. Able
sheriffs.
to take one of those pistols, they could potentially take that map. They've got to find a way to get another one, but these sheriff buys that Gen.G has been favoring on their pistols continue to work.
Veto, thanks so much for the prime, bro.
Just
Thank
so
you.
difficult to deal with. Alex kind of wants him to maybe shift a little bit in a different direction, but Gen.G so fearsome with those sheriffs.
Full investment again, going to be coming through here from everyone on Gen.G.
Yeah, I thought they might
Stingers for
thought they might force into this one, but
Texture with that Guardian once again. This time a heavier stack situated on this A site. Really spotted up, and Moxie must have seen a pixel out of place.
It's a great start.
Having a rough go of it so far here on Icebox.
Nice shot.
Texture instantly finds the headshot. Foxy 9 holds down Kitchen. This Patman will get a kill found. So that's just going to be the cleanup coming through.
A nice shot down. I mean, they heavy board into it at least, so there's like a couple of guns that they can't upgrade, but they're so good with stingers.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G just so wise to some of this trickery from Paper Rex. That's going to be something that you can think about as an advantage for them. Yep, just saw him cross.
Yeah.
Just saw the hair on Jet's head. And Foxy 9, stalwart in his defense. A little bit of help there from Texture. That's going to be a pretty nice anti-eco for the side of Gen.G. Rifles bought up for Paper Rex now. They're going to try to push some of the space over here on towards B. Munchkin gonna have to fall back a little bit. Stinger and a Sheriff, but trying to clear him out.
Wants to play close, wants to be able to try to use
Ah,
that
dude,
Stinger.
Munchkin's in so much trouble.
It's a spot out, up and over the top, trying to see what they can find here. Texture able to just tailwind away. Munchkin able to exit. Forward, Texture flushed out, face in towards him. We'll be able to find Foxy 9 at the same time. The trade up here.
Yeah, I love how many people are fighting together on this one.
Karan's still over at the A site.
Ash got a recon that can maybe get him something. Don't want Jing to overextend to give him a gun here. Okay, nice.
Says no. Damn near flawless here for Paper Rex, looking to try to stop another massive streak from building up at the start of the map.
Yeah, for sure. Still though, a Guardian for Karan could do some real damage.
For the moment, Paper Rex not going to be upset at all with this result, but if they suffer any more damage, lose any more weapons, that's when it's going to be a little bit more concerning. They will clash, looking for the readjust.
Hey, calm on this one as well. Omen ult on attack, not too bad as well. It's
Yeah,
2 away.
Jing, a real big piece
Yeah,
of the
4
puzzle
people
for
surviving,
Paper
1
Rex on
armor
this
rebuy.
map.
Pretty good
I
in this.
love what the desk was talking about with the way that he TPs. Got to keep your eyes on him, especially when he gets his ult. They're going to get creative with it.
Yeah, they got some good ult strats for sure. And they can for sure like fake the round that they've already shown as well, right? That ult spawn strat that they did.
Gen.G. That Omen ult is something that they will really lean into for Paper Rex.
Texture
So
early gets that op out. 1, 2, 3, 4 light armors. Looks like they want to go fast with this middle.
It is going to be operator for Texture, but that's over on the A side. Patman.
Just Molly line up for Kitchen.
Nearly finding the catch. Munchkin once again backing away. Once again tucking behind the box.
1 away from a Sova ult.
That puts Forsaken 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. He's got the spike in hand. Paper Rex taking a pause. Refresh of the 1-way.
Dude,
Something just
I thought he was going to go in. I really thought he was going to go into it.
Rotations. Ash nearby. Tailwind. Ready here for something. Just a couple shots out. Drone. Go ahead and get the scout. He's going to be revealed. Drone seeing a lot
Yeah,
more
they
as
saw
well.
2 with the
Some
drone.
info gained.
Rotate coming in, they got Killjoy to help them as well.
Looking like
They could
don't
definitely
quite
go
wanna
back
commit
over
to this
towards
B
here, and
site.
Orbs, I don't know if they took the A Orb, to be honest with you.
Got the info on the other side of the map with Patman.
Okay, let's create the question mark over towards here. This is nice. Recon goes out, does get shot, but he got 1 scan off. They heard the alarm bot as well, so at 1 point I think they can get that rotate coming in, especially when the jump peak goes towards B to clear it. 30 seconds on this one.
Not spotted, not registering.
Oh, it's just on his screen. Can't see him.
Uncharacteristic miss there. His counter gets taken down. Something more than happy to collect that kill. Finds Boxy9 as well. Munchkin puts down the jet. He's able to find Jing.
Holy hell, what has he done? What has he done here? How has he done that one?
10 seconds left.
Texture not in position to try to deny it.
Toxin screen down.
Plant in behind the box here from Devi. Has to stick it, has to commit to it.
Whoa.
And Munchkin.
I mean, that was incredible.
Damn crisp.
Oh, it was absolutely incredible.
The ace is his. The lead maintained. Gen.G up 3-1.
That
I
has to
can't even be mad at that one.
infuriating for Paper
That was
Rex.
unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
One,
Oh, you guys let him have the ace?
two.
Oh, okay. Oh, but the way this started, I mean, Paper Rex gets 2
Ah,
early
dude, he's
kills.
so ready for
And
that.
it looks like they're going to be able to get onto the site, get the plant down, and then it all just starts crumbling apart. This Munchkin holding from screens. That's all it took. He didn't need much time to get those kills. And that absolutely will be a tilter.
The aim on that, yeah, no, it was really nice, man. Devi. Devi gets the attack up out.
For Devi. Guardian for something. Let's see what they want to do with that. Could be passed around as the round goes through.
Yeah, this is gonna get rough, isn't it? That one demo, man. They dissected that demo. They can't do any of the fast stuff.
Research, learning the tendencies here of the Joman. As Ash.
And they bait in Ash here because this is where the yeah, boy, might get a little rough, chat.
Quick headshots. This round is donezo.
Yeah, you got to save now.
The difference that a demo makes there.
Operator in play.
Last player standing.
Certainly have to back away now. So we got about a minute to just hang out.
Yeah, we've got some time.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while.
Pretty quickly. Toronto, how are you guys doing today?
Oh.
We like that. Glad you're having a good time.
He's in trouble now, though.
Yeah, pressure starting to come through, so maybe not as much time as we suspected. Gets himself his first kill. This Munchkin will fall. Gonna try to rescale up the top, texture down below, scoped in, completely and utterly surrounded. Cloudburst trying to keep him covered, and there you go.
Nice Yana from Texture. So many people surviving on that one as well. Force them down to Nico.
4-1 now for Gen.G.
Yeah, this is just kind of one of those moments where Paper Rex just sort of gets tunnel vision as they're trying to make their way in towards the site.
What's going on, Vancy? It's just a detour, mate. Don't worry about it.
Something Forsaken.
Just a long, long detour.
That, you know, okay, well, Texture wasn't up on pipes. Maybe nobody's up there, but Ash tucked in and finds 2 great
Sometimes
kills.
when the boulder's so big, you got to go around it.
Going to require a timeout from Paper Rex. They've got to figure something out here because what turned into a very close ascent is once again starting out too heavily in favor of Gen.G, and you don't want to have to keep climbing back because Gen.G is too ferocious, too tenacious, too skilled for you to be going into these deficits.
Especially given that you're starting on the attack.
Correct.
Which is where you should be favored the most going into this map.
Especially when you're Paper Rex.
See.
A rail replacement bus.
Alex wasn't feeling necessarily the full confidence going into this map, but was trusting in the team to be able to readjust. We already saw that from them on Ascent. We know that they can still get themselves back into the driver's seat here, take control of this. It's a matter of when. Minor investments here. Sheriff's out. A couple half armors. Hunter's Fury from
Okay,
the
well,
shadows.
not much into this one. Chance for Gen.G to get a lot of money going.
Close round. Now, everyone going to be.
Why is everyone getting banned? They're not getting banned, man. They're throwing themselves into the furnace.
This is going to be some kind of explosive early play.
The Paper X train runs off bodies these days.
After a TP.
Shot not quite going to connect. Tailwind at the ready. Cloudburst going to be thrown. It's going to be the orb take here from something. That gets him now the knives. Seems like that's what he wanted, but Jing going to be catching a bit of a stray there. Doesn't exit alongside the rest of the team. Now they lose out on their Omen. Trying to scale forward into a site. When you already have the Viper Wall preset on B, it's going to prove to be very difficult.
And you You've got the turret there to keep track of Patman if he keeps trying to push through.
Needs to find the shot, and he does. That's huge. That's how they can start to unfurl this for Gen.G. Current on the reposition, up and over the top.
Oh my goodness.
Continues to hold the corner, gets the readjust, gets the kill, and now it's just Patman position known. Trying to clutch versus 3. The spike dropped here at Karen's feet.
Poison orb emitting.
Swinging around the back of sight. About to have line of sight here with Karan. Spots him, gets a tiny lick of damage further forward onto him, but
That's a nice try.
Flick fast enough to find Ash. 5-1, Gen.G maintaining control.
Yeah, it's getting rough, chat. This is the round, though.
Maybe looked like they come to fruition.
Gen.G, no, they look really good, man. Really, really good.
Off guard. Karan just so fearsome.
Especially just on an aim level as well. The aim's so nice.
Side anchors on the planet. And he's one of those players that everybody talks about that you don't want to be going up against when you're trying to make your way through, because he is so clean. He just makes things miserable. And not a boot. You've got a ton of ults for Gen.G. Fair share for Paper Rex as well.
Big change up for Paper Rex. Fighting heavy over towards middle, wanting to see if the turret's there. Don't see the turrets. Now they know it's over towards kitchen.
Hit from Patman could be very, very strong.
It's just getting there. It's been tough for Paper Rex.
Forward push from Karan. Bit of a change up here in his positioning. It's a texture about to be hunted. Patman should be good for this kill here. You would suspect this. Yep, the shot goes wide. Patman able to collect. Jumping out, trying to go for the entry here alongside Jang. The TP up over the screen. Something pinching in from below.
They're cool idea. Dude, the overall ideas are really nice. How?
3 kills found in response. Foxy, Ash, and Munchkin all finding one. The flanker now dealt with. And they have the player advantage. Hunter's Fury not going to be invested here off the plan. Gen.G certainly going to be feeling favored. A shot dart just going to be lobbed in.
Not going to do anything on that.
To destroy this.
Double molly on the spike itself.
They have to back away. They have to respect it.
Jesus.
Just able to work his way out, but
Another molly. Pop it.
The pit in response. Munchkin looking to make this unassailable. It's that much more pressure on Forsaken. Playing down here on the ground floor. The push forward finds the first. The defuse, however, being held. Foxy's done it again.
They still managed to get that defuse.
He just holds it down.
Ah, it's getting so rough.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, Paper Rex is looking like they've got some good ideas on their
Yeah, this Omenal idea was pretty cool as well.
There,
like, you got 2 people to capitalize off of someone missing the, or dodging the server ult.
And they're giving Gen.G some good looks. When they keep pressing forward, when they find those initial kills, they get this confidence in them. Like, they can keep pressing, they can keep clearing space. And instead, Gen.G just holds the line. I mean, these contact plays for Gen.G.
Do I still think that no Swiss team wins this event? Yeah, I don't think so.
A lot was invested there. Just the pit now retained to buy one away from trying to get that lockdown online.
Because they're just going to show so much.
Swing back behind yellow.
Like, even if Gen.G managed to get a 2-0 here, it's still like 4 maps that they've shown, so it doesn't have that like instant first time you show it, you've got everything that you should win. And then all of the playoff teams instantly have that already.
I mean, even if you get that lockdown, there is the counter for Ash with the Hunter's Fury, but you know, now he knows that it's a pretty good spot for him.
Swing out.
Gen.G won Shanghai through Swiss. It's different now though. The new meta changes everything. You didn't have a hard reset of meta back then.
The swing does get taken down. Something does get traded out by Munchkin. Their own pit now in play here for Paper Rex. TP heard, Foxy 9. Suffering Fire able to find one. Shot dart takes him to 1. And
nice.
that's going to be Patman cleaning it up. Paper Rex going to be able to go ahead and find their second round.
Yeah, and I mean, they kind of get a little bit closer to Killjoy and Soverall as well.
I mean, again, now Paper Rex is starting to find some adjustments. They're able to scale into sight very
Historically,
nicely.
Swiss teams do better. Yeah, but it's again, this one's on its own little island of something different, just because new meta again.
That's mostly been dealt with by Gen.G, but the rest of the players doing their job. Ash had a moment there when that cloudburst was going down that something wasn't even looking in his direction. Might have been able to find the kill, but was just pulling off and ended up paying the price.
How many do they need on attack to be comfortable? Mate, even if they get 6, it's not comfy.
Holding the line there.
Not going to be rewarded with any Hunters here. Paper Rex will go ahead, stick together.
More prep time as well for the tourney. Yeah, no, they're in it. Like all those teams are in really good spots.
Do not have to use the lockdown to get the win, so still have that in their back pocket as we get ready to go in around 9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the very least, to bait out a Hunter's Fury.
4 maps is not that big, yeah, but it's still like four maps more than the others have shown. I agree, it's the best possible way of doing it, but
Now he's got extra
say that you play like Fnatic on Sunset, it's Gen.G. Like Fnatic have that one demo, they know most likely the main plays of how the Viper Deadlock like to play on the Sunset. And then Boaster has his own stuff that he wants to do that's like thought out so well that they should just win, and it's hard to adapt to on the fly.
Looking for that TP up and over to from Jing.
See if get the cloud burst, but
oh, it's nicely done from him.
It popped. Should still give the information over to Paper Rex, and still very suspicious about his back yellow position. Pushboard getting ready to come through. As
what a shot.
Readjust, find something.
Bro, Texture's really on at the moment. Really on.
And he is rewarded for it. Forsaken going to be taken down. Munchkin reading the flank, coming in here. Under 2. Calls up to the classic, swaps to the Phantom, and eventually finds his target. Jing will clean up the Viper, but finds himself in a 1v3. Spike still back over by the garage.
I have the spike.
Picks it up, but likely feels like he's got no other recourse than to try to play this out, to try to clutch it.
This is difficult to say the least. Try to TP forward. Foxy9 right around the corner.
Let's swing.
They have the contacts. Yeah, very nice. They play great, man. And honestly, Texture's looking so good at the moment.
From finding any back-to-back round wins.
Yeah, this is now very scary for Paper Rex. You've given up a positive defender side on Icebox to Gen.G. And against Team Heretics, you were so destructive on your attacker side. You just can't get anything going here. This time, you know, using that shock dart, thinking you've cleared Texture enough behind yellow. Texture's always going to repeat. He's always going to
back to normality fully. We're back here again.
Time and time again, where he is fearless to go for those repeaks because of how fast he is, how confident he is.
Heretics Paper Rex, they can't rematch.
That one really killed Paper Rex. You're gonna have to take another.
Can Paper Rex make out a Swiss League even if they lose this? Yeah, I think so.
Paper Rex, just like we saw on Ascent.
Yep.
Who do they play? Bilibili,
last 3 round wins.
Liquid or MIBR?
Swap over onto that defender side. And maybe the vibe just not quite getting there like we were seeing it on Ascent as that run back began. But this is a last-ditch effort.
Wolves? You think Wolves beat Heretics?
Than we had anticipated coming into this series.
This is where
I don't think Heretics will let Wolves beat them.
Hero play, to have that big multi-kill round, to get them fired up, to get Jason on his feet.
Does Nats play tomorrow? Yeah.
Change this map's destiny. Still sitting on some big ults, but the economy a little bit weak for Paper Rex. A couple rifles, a Guardian, and a Sheriff. Still have that lockdown, still have that Hunter's Fury, but Ash has been just holding his Hunter's Fury, waiting for Divide.
What went wrong for Paper Rex? Dude, give them a pistol here, they win. And this is just Gen.G are playing well, and that demo just means that Paper Rex can't rely on like some of their rounds, right? They want to do the fast TP stuff they were doing over towards here. They're shutting that down early.
Pipes control. It's been noted though.
Trying to watch here.
Just a little on top. Also, this A hold's really strong at the moment. They're playing like pretty well together. They're very strong here.
You should run.
Swing out something dead. Foxy9 able to find the kill right as the lockdown gets infested. Paper Rex scrambling. And Forsaken similarly.
There's a nice little bait though from them.
But now it's just a lockdown. The 2 players from Paper Rex worlds apart. The spike out wide in the open.
How's the pick'ems looking? I mean, this will be the first one we lose. 5 out of 6.
We can take the first step to trying to claw this one back.
I got the spike.
Spike is going to be recovered. Patman going to try to scale forward. Does he read Foxy's position?
Dude, they're getting baited into every corner. Holy.
So he doesn't get revealed, but Foxy is
Gen.G, now they're all over them. They really are.
And that is now 8-2.
This just seems like it's going to be a play to sell a fake the whole way. But things just kind of crumble here mentally.
The train? The train's fine. We're just detouring.
They're not understanding that
Instead of this, we just go
knew Karan was up on pipes and
all the way around. It's just a little boulder in the way.
It is.
It's fine.
It is baffling sometimes.
As long as you guys are ready to build more tracks, we're good.
Here. Definitely a little off course. It's going to be all stingers for them. They're just seemingly lining up for an A rush.
To the peak, point blank hits it. Cannot escape. Jing does well to get the punish, to get the trade. But Munchkin at the top of the screen. A pixel.
So many unbelievers. Yeah, it's the people that haven't been on the train for long. They don't know what the journey's like.
Jing will be able to get on top of him to find the elimination. Brings it into a 1v2, but still does not have the spike in hand. Does get caught there by the drone. To know his position, the flank is coming through. Cue the Jaws music. Karan circling here, ready to strike. Shadows traveling. Some cycled smokes, and any kind of tap would lead to demise, but Ash will just find
They look nice, man. They look really, really good, though.
Explore around. 9-2, Gen.G. Looking to make this a swift one.
Texture just so fast. Even though the trap is set by Paper Rex. Still Munchkin.
If we want to rescue bus, give us a discount, mate. We're just going around the boulder, it's fine.
So good from up on Raptors. Just no hope there for Jing. I thought maybe he'd go for his ultimate.
Cyclone with the prime. Thank you so much for the 8 months, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Where the other player was. He knew where the Sova was, most likely because of the recon dart. Yeah, why not?
Unless Foxy sold it. I mean, they've got so much money, they might as well. Texture is just going crazy on that push, and something just turns around and says, oh, there you are.
Nowhere to run.
Quick kill found. Hunter's Fury now coming through. Munchkin is dead. Great little set play coming in.
Every Omenot's
Paper Rex
very nice.
They're looking great. They're looking clean. And you have to ask, where has this been?
I mean, it's only the Omenot's when they can actually like get some space, really.
I mean, what a way to end it. What a way to end it. Go flawless. Get the 9-3 curse, you know?
Could very well be the case. We'll see. I mean, but
9-3 curse we believe in.
Ooh. Gen.G has not
don't know about that one.
Yet in this tournament. We'll see if Paper Rex can deliver that first loss. We come back after halftime.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
This is not what you paid for, mate. You didn't read the small print. This is exactly what you paid for. The first map was really hype, yeah, dude. Honestly, as well, because we thought they had no chance in doing it as well. They actually got it. Relatively close. Dude, Gen.G look good though. Like Gen.G might be able to get to a final. Well, Desp, you're telling me you had faith in that first one? Full faith all the time. You all believe in? Damn, dude. Guy like the no trip. That's true. He's believing in it. You can't be mad at it, Buchanan. They nearly won. Do you think XLG will pick Sentinels? Depends who else qualifies, really. I wonder who's going to get the first pick.
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here of this Icebox.
I think the Sentinels might be one of the first picks. Gen.G are for sure the last pick. Whoa, we got a 0? Ow.
Oh, boy.
He has 9 kills. He's top fragging.
That's got to be a bug.
Spending all of his money every
That's got to be a bug, surely. That's got 0.
On the other hand, has that ace and really just accelerates and is in cruise control the rest of the time. He is dishing it out as well as just calling brilliantly for the
Yeah,
side
0
of
for the
Gen.G
fast
as
map too as
usual.
well. Yeah, it's bugged.
He has just had such a tremendous run these last couple years as a leader for Gen.G. Just so well prepared, just has his opponent's tendencies so well understood.
Sentinels
so
get
well
another
researched.
Chinese team.
And time again, it just feels
Do you like
you're
it to
hitting
pick
your
fast
head
and they
against
pick
a brick
'em?
wall, trying to find openings in
For revenge for the Chinese teams, that would be sick though.
Ahead of the event about which
That
player
would be pretty
would get
sick.
the first ace of the tournament.
Okay, dude, they can't go 8-0 in pistols.
You'd go for
It's 3 at the moment. It was 4 from the game before.
texture on this team. Zekin on Sentinels.
Sure.
They're just adding to the anti-TMV stat of Sheriffs being unbelievable in pistols.
He is looking very good.
Has the
here on
draft
the
order
icebox.
decided? I don't know. Does anyone remember how it was decided last year?
Site turn around the back to go ahead and try to alert them. Well, they realize that there's a flank coming through, but how many players? I don't think they're going to be able to read that.
Random draw,
Footsteps.
where they do
Doc
get the
Kirk gonna be
balls
sent
out
down.
again.
Pushing up out of the smoke. Foxy 9 able to find one. Get some collat damage as
Wow,
well.
he did
in.
so much damage. He got a fade away as he went down.
Both tagged to hell. Munchkin now outflanking the flankers. Looks for the second, gets it, and it's a flawless pistol. Here
8-0 on
Icebox in this
pistols.
tournament. Gen.G have not dropped a single one.
4-0 in this one.
It's just been perfection. They've just
8-0
found
on
the
pistols.
sauce. I mean, these sheriffs are just
Imagine they don't lose a pistol in the tournament.
This is all just about them.
Honestly, I mean, they're winning if they
You know,
do
last
that.
time, if
I'll
you
give you that
back
one,
to
chat.
the defensive pistol round for Paper Rex, it was a 3-man
You could have the
push
best
towards
stuff
being
ever, but
run.
if they keep winning pistols like
Again,
this,
throwing a paranoia, them collapsing on the players, trying to get out of there, heretics. So immediately, Gen.G not receiving any resistance is just so ready for these flanks. And Foxy 9 finds an angle that they're just not anticipating. And why not? Why not, Munchkin? Sure.
We'll have to see that one back. There's 3 players over towards green, and Munchkin just manages to kill off 2 of them now.
You gonna double down on the aces?
Why the hell not? Leg spotted. Some damage across there onto GENG. Munchkin want to be able to try to find it. There's the 3K.
kayak, yeah, that's true.
I'm just flabbergasted with Gen.G. I mean, I knew they're good, but this form that they're coming into
No,
this
they
event
look
with
very, very nice at the moment.
unbelievable. I mean, they look like they're ready to win another Masters.
They're looking better than they did at Shanghai.
100%. 100%. This is the best I've ever seen this team in this iteration.
Yeah,
Like,
but
with
I mean,
this
anyone's
current
gonna look
roster,
like that when you win pistols, though.
Hands down. They are just dominant.
But I agree, they look very, very nice, like very strong.
Is that your birth year? You're old.
Something around that, yeah. I remember when cars first started coming out, you know. Horses were going away.
Gen.G have always been good at pistols, yeah, because they do double
Try to
sheriff.
die to the spike, or at least Devi will. Munchkin is lingering, so maybe making a 4-piece here. And now Fox will take it away. So there you go. It's another flawless, though.
More than just pistols?
Gen.G.
I mean, it is more. It's obviously more than just pistols, but it helps so much. Like if Paper's got a pistol first map, they win that map.
That's so much firepower going into this. That's okay. All right, Munchkin.
That's probably the only map out of all the maps Gen.G have played so far.
He gets a glimpse of Patman. And just absolutely disgusting.
But look at the state of the economy here. Half armors from damn near everybody on the side of Paper Rex. 3 full armors, 2 Bulldogs, 3 Guardians. Gen.G can absolutely convert this. Paper Rex gonna have to dig deep as something storming forward.
Oh boy. God, they're getting so wrecked, man. Everything they try is just, there's something on top of it ready. Look at the lurker middle. They found all of the gaps. Yeah, they dissected the hell out of that demo. My goodness, they found all the gaps here.
Phase 1 back, but player advantage there for Gen.G. Now expounded upon. There's the second falls to the wayside. Patman, good for the
Mini cooked that ascent. Yeah, that ascent was all mini. That's true.
2v3. Divide. A quick texture. The drop down, the double face, the kill. Patman now needing the clutch once more, but Ash will not allow it. Bonus converted.
It looks so good.
Found. Gen.G
Match point.
are looking incredible.
it's just
take the hat
jaw-dropping.
off there. Where I'll take you where we need to go. That's all I'm saying. The destination is playoffs. That's where we're gonna get to.
Doesn't matter
If you
what
want
it
off
is,
the
like,
train,
one tap gun,
there's the
sure,
furnace, and
Guardians,
there's a window, mate. You're fine.
phenomenal with those. Discipline
Do we
is
still believe? For this game, not a chance,
better
dude.
than anybody we've seen so
The train
far
hasn't
here
been
in
moving for
Toronto.
about 20 minutes.
And I think it goes without saying now that this should absolutely be the last team picked out of Swiss.
I'm already on the top of the train.
Just destroying. Just destroying.
Getting the suntan on.
Texture just spraying and praying, getting rewarded.
We haven't been moving for
The
ages.
Rich getting richer, something and to buy.
Got a little sea owl on the top of the train.
With a nice shot, is able to find Munchkin, takes down the IGL. Texture going to be out for blood, out for a little bit more. Second will fall. Jing with a second kill. Looks for a little bit more. Now needing the clutch.
Damn, look at them go though. That's impressive, man. That is impressive.
Looking astounding.
They look really good. For sure the most convincing team we've seen so far. Scary, scary team.
They'd rather just look good.
And they've looked better than good. It's near perfection from Gen.G.
No, it really, really is, yeah.
Opening group stage of
And
Swiss
texture,
here
like
at
everyone on the
Astro
team is
Toronto.
looking like back and at good form.
2-0. Don't drop a pistol the whole way. This
Oh,
is a
pistol.
team that is looking to claim another trophy. This is a team that has come in here with a fire underneath them, and they have
Train?
stolen
Yeah,
away
it's not a
the
crash, man.
thunder
We
of
didn't even
Paper
get enough
Rex.
speed to crash
Four
it.
maps, haven't dropped any pistols. 8-0 in that regard, and have only dropped 20 rounds.
That's outrageous.
This team is looking like something else.
And in this
Well-earned
field,
victory in a very well-earned spot in the playoffs.
I mean, think about this, the field they've gone up against, and they've just ran them over.
Yeah, in theory they had a
Unbelievable
pretty hard
scenes here
route.
From Gen.G. Congratulations to them. We'll see them in the playoffs for Paper Rex, though. That road is not yet finished. Need to be able to close out another one to join the rest of those teams. But we're going to send it down to Jen, who's standing by for a Verizon post-match interview with Texture.
Thank you, everyone, and one more time for Gen.G. I'm gonna steal Texture. Texture, see? Okay, come over here. Now, Texture, we see a lot of confidence from you and also from the way you play. What is the source of this confidence? 텍스처 선수 오늘 보니까 그냥 보법이 다르던데 이 자신감과 미친 폼의 원천은 무엇일까요?
저에 대한 믿음이라고 생각합니다.
Having that full faith in myself. And also, I think today was all about how you guys worked really well as a team, as a unit. And I think it has to do with how you kind of ease the transition of Foxy9 and also Ash into the team. Can you talk to us a little bit about that as well? 일단 오늘 팀워크가 굉장히 빛났고 어떻게 보면 페이퍼렉스를 물리칠 수 있었던 것도 이런 빈틈없는 팀워크 덕분인 것 같거든요. 폭시9 선수와 애쉬 선수가 굉장히 잘해주고 있는데 또 마태형으로서 어떤 식으로 이 두 선수를 도와주고 있는지도 들어보고 싶어요.
제가 게임 들어올 때마다 무대 올라올 때마다 해주는 말이 있는데 저는 일찍 집에 갈 생각 없거든요. 그래서 오늘 무조건 이긴다고 말을 하고 있고 그리고 제가 이렇게 해야 우리 애들도 따라서 할 수 있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 그래서 좀 더 자신감 있게 하려고 하는 편입니다.
Well, there's one thing that I always tell Foxy9 and Ash as we step into the venue and onto the stage, and that is, yo, I don't want to go home. I want to stay as long as I can in Masters Toronto. And I feel like that kind of mindset is what the two rookies really need, and that kind of mindset and the confidence that I show in myself kind of will be emulated by those two players and to the rest of the teammates as well. So, you know what, I try to really be confident and really put it out there, show it, just so that we can put out our best performance on stage as well. Now, lastly, Texture, for the first round of the playoffs, pick one team that you would like to face and one team that you would rather not face. 이제 플레이오프에 진출하게 됐잖아요. 1라운드에서 만나고 싶은 팀 하나 뽑아주시고 안 만나고 싶은 팀 하나 뽑아주시면 감사하겠습니다.
누가 있지? 솔직히 퍼시픽 그냥 RRQ는 만나기 싫고 퍼시픽이라서 그냥 퍼시픽 말고는 아무 팀이나 상관없는 것 같습니다.
하나만 뽑아야 된다면?
G2나 G2? 네.
Well, I don't want another regional matchup in the playoffs, so I would say RRQ, I would rather not face them. And for the team that I would like to face, I would pick G2. Thank you, Texture.
Dude, that would be a crazy game if we got that one fast.
Unfortunately, Texture will not get a choice.
Dude, that would be a
because it's the
banger
seed one
matchup.
teams that get to pick, but I have a sneaky feeling after the Swiss stage, it might be
Okay,
like
Gen.G look
Master
insanely
Summer all
strong.
over again, where nobody wants
Insanely,
to pick
insanely
Gen.G.
strong.
They're gonna have to get defaulted because Christy, this is they're back on
G2
form.
ain't
This is
picking
a
them, yeah. And, I mean,
championship-winning
they're going to be left for
team.
last pick no matter what. So if G2 don't get that first, second, or third pick, then you have to play them.
Individual level, Texture obviously
There is
popping
no
off.
way
Foxy9
that
also
any
had
team
an
is picking
incredible
Gen.G
map.
after this.
Munchkin too. They're coordinated. They're playing so well together. I'm really scared about this.
Okay, chat. Thank you so much for today. Thank you. Tomorrow we have the Elim games, so we get to see who are the first teams going home.
And he is definitely a force to be
And
reckoned
it could be all the EMEA
like I
teams.
said, some of those
There's a
seed
definite
one
chance.
teams,
Give me someone
personally
to
would
raid.
choose
Give me someone to
Gen.G.
raid. Thank you so much for
Unless
watching.
they
Thank
wanna
you. Thank
have
you.
the hardest possible road they can. But after today, Sen and Gen.G have made playoffs,
Raid
which
Noya?
means there's
Sure.
only 2 slots left, and that is going to come down to some of our teams here. And it's going to get
Mini?
really
I
sad
imagine Mini will
because
stop streaming.
Elimination Day is
That's coming tomorrow.
Yeah, my predictions have been
Yeah,
garbage.
big games tomorrow.
So
Big games
how
tomorrow.
are you guys feeling about these teams tomorrow? Who's your money on?
They're tough to
Again,
call,
for
I'm gonna
Heretics
be honest.
believers,
Team
it's kind of
Heretics
nice
and
because you'll get to
Wolves, I
dodge
think
Paper
Wolves
Rex if you
actually
do
has
win
a lot
tomorrow.
of potential as a team. They had a great showing, in my opinion, against Sentinels. Despite not winning a map, it was very close. And for the second map,
And
versus
yeah, for
MIBR,
Liquid
is
Believers,
Nats
Nats
gonna be playing? Is MIBR gonna bounce
is in
back?
Toronto. Nats is playing tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at performance in this tournament, Wolves
Okay,
by
thanks so
far
much,
had
everyone.
the
Thank
best
you.
showing, but I
Appreciate
think
you all.
Heretics and MIBR both
And I will see you all
criminally
tomorrow. Thank you so much,
underperformed
guys.
relative to, like, what we
All right,
know
peace.
that they are capable of. And of course, with Nats coming back, I think that's the hardest one to call for me, is that first series, whether or not MIBR will bounce back.
YouTube chat, thanks so much as well, guys. Thank you so much. I will see you all
Nats is gonna
soon.
be coming
Have a
back.
good
Now,
rest of your
don't
day.
do that
Bye,
to
bye,
me. I
bye.
don't want to think about a world.
I just want to, I'm not going to believe